we are we want to follow this case, and our relevant institutions now are investigate what's happened, what was the reason for this happened. But very bad news and very sad news. Yeah.
So Donald Trump claimed that the war will be end in 4 weeks. Now he's claiming that it will end in 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, I think that's changed every day and every hour his stance. This is very important for and unfortunately they disturb and destroyed all the international norms and all international law.
So what do you want to say that by what time can Iran sustain in this war?
For what?
How much time Iran will?
This is up to other side. But we announced several times, you can start, but the duration with Iran, the end of the war with Iran, they can, because before that we said that we are ready for peace and war, but absolutely we prefer the peace, and we re-entered the table negotiation. Yes, and in spite of that, we be fully aware about the intention, but for taking away any excuse from them, we demonstrate our sincerity. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what do you want to say about the current situation which is unfolding in Iran?
The current situation, you know that all the all the state institutions and public services moving forward in normal and legal way. And you know that we are due to our constitutions. We believe that according to our constitution we can do well, and despite of now we are in war condition, and we are facing with foreign pressure. You can see and you can observe in Iran the public service and institution continue their work very well.
So the vessel, Iranian vessel, was struck by the U.S. Submarine near the Sri Lanka. So what do you want to say about that?
This is very bad news and sad news. We are under process, and we want to follow this case, and our relevant institutions now are investigate what's happened, what was the reason for this happened. But very bad news and very sad news. Yeah.
So Donald Trump claimed that the war will be end in 4 weeks. Now he's claiming that it will end in 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, I think that's changed every day and every hour his stance. This is very important for and unfortunately they disturb and destroyed all the international norms and all international law.
So what do you want to say that by what time can Iran sustain in this war?
For what?
How much time Iran will?
This is up to other side. But we announced several times, you can start, but the duration with Iran, the end of the war with Iran, they can, because before that we said that we are ready for peace and war, but absolutely we prefer the peace, and we re-entered the table negotiation. Yes, and in spite of that, we be fully aware about the intention, but for taking away any excuse from them, we demonstrate our sincerity. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
All right, Major General Samarpal now joins us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, Major General, for joining us. I want to ask you, there was an attack on Iran's warship in the Indian Ocean by US yesterday. And now today, Iran's foreign minister has come out with a clear warning that US will regret this. How do you see this going forward, sir?
I mean, people are mentioning about this attack in the terms of morals and it was incorrect. But you see, when two nations go to war, then I think it really doesn't matter whether you are within the vicinity of your country or you are in international waters. If you come face to face with a frigate of the country which has attacked you, you should probably be more prepared and more alert. But it is said that it was one of the US stealth submarines which has carried out this attack. So I really don't see that there was much deterrent with this frigate in terms of it defending itself. And you see, everything's fair in love and war. It's an open war. The ambassador itself has said that the US has declared an open war. So I certainly feel that the Iranians should mentally totally be prepared as to whatever hostilities will occur. That will occur only when they are confronting or in face to face of the enemy. And other than that, there will be deceptions, there will be decoys, there will be deceiving of one another. So these are all military tactics. So I think it's part of the game. And I mean, it's just too sad that this should not have happened. And probably the Iranian naval frigate captain should have been more alert and call as per what route he should have taken, what route he should have exited, and how he could have commuted his way out, or he would have probably stayed a little longer in the Indian ports or at the Sri Lankan port. And other than that, I want to make one thing clear. This is in the area of responsibility of not even Sri Lanka. In fact, it was away from the Sri Lankan international waters. It was almost 40 nautical miles away. So you see, the nearest rescue was from Sri Lanka. Just too bad it has happened in the Indian subcontinent. But be it the Indian subcontinent, be it the Pacific, Atlantic, or wherever in the world it can be. But as on date, when an Iranian ship is facing the American ship, you better press that button and save yourself. It's survival of the fittest. You are at war. So it's just unfortunate what has happened. And I certainly feel that this is going to be a prolonged war. It's not going to end very soon. And I have noticed that the intensity of missiles being fired at Israel is increasing by the day. The frequency is increasing by the day. And it's not decreasing. So that is the cause of real concern. And now that Hezbollah has also got into this war, they've started firing their rockets and started sending their suicide drones into Israel. So it's going to be a multi-pronged war. And let's see how it pans out. But in times to come, they will have boots on the ground. I put in an article on my Twitter account as well. There are going to be 3 phases of war in this. First is the air phase, which they have already done. They've achieved the air superiority. Now, phase 2 is pathfinders. They are going to collaborate with the Kurds in the west of Iran, and they're going to collaborate with the Baluch fighters to the east of Iran, with Pakistan military, and with Jaish-e-Adal, which is a anti-Shia proxy set up by the Pakistan ISI.
Right. So, Major Tur, it looks like that, all the countries are in this for a long war, and I'll get your reaction on that. But Republic also spoke to Iranian ambassador exclusively on this attack and also the developments in West Asia. Let's play that for our viewers, and I'll come back to you for response on that as well.
So what do you want to say about the current situation which is unfolding in Iran?
The current situation, you know that all the institution, all the state institution and public services moving forward in normal and legal way. And you know that we are due to our constitutions. We believe that according to our constitution we can do well, and despite of now we are in condition war condition, and we are facing with foreign pressure. You can see and you can observe in Iran the public service and institution continue their work very well.
So the vessel, Iranian vessel, was struck by the U.S. Submarine near the Sri Lanka. So what do you want to say about that?
This is very bad news and sad news. We are under process, and we are we want to follow this case, and our relevant institutions now are investigate what's to happen, what was the reason for this happened. But very bad news and very sad news. Yeah.
So Donald Trump claimed that the war will be end in 4 weeks. Now he's claiming that it will end in 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, I think that's a change every day and every hour. His stance. This is very important for and unfortunately they disturb and destroyed all the international norms and all international law.
So what do you want to say that by what time can Iran sustain in this war?
For what?
How much time Iran will?
This is up to other side. But we announced several times. You can start, but the duration with Iran, the end of the war with Iran, they can, because before that we said that we are ready for peace and war, but absolutely we prefer the peace, and we re-entered the table negotiation. Yes, and in spite of that, we be fully aware about the intention. But for taking away any excuse from them, we demonstrate our sincerity. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
So what do you want to say about the current situation which is unfolding in Iran?
The current situation, you know that all the institution, all state institution and public services moving forward in normal and legal way. And you know that we are due to our constitutions. We believe that according to our constitution we can do well, and despite of now we are in war condition, and we are facing with foreign pressure. You can see and you can observe in Iran the public service and institution continue their work very well.
So the vessel, Iranian vessel, was struck by the U.S. submarine near the Sri Lanka. So what do you want to say about that?
This is very bad news and sad news. We are under process, and we want to follow this case, and our relevant institutions now are investigate what's to happen, what was the reason for this happened. But very bad news and very sad news. Yeah.
So Donald Trump claimed that the war will be end in 4 weeks. Now he's claiming that it will end in 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, I think that's a change every day and every hour. His stance. This is very important for and unfortunately they disturb and destroyed all the international norms and all international law.
So what do you want to say that by what time can Iran sustain in this war?
For what?
How much time Iran will?
This is up to other side. But we announced several times. You can start, but the duration with Iran, the end of the war with Iran, they can, because before that we said that we are ready for peace and war, But absolutely we prefer the peace. And we re-entered the negotiation, table negotiation, yes? And in spite of that, we be fully aware about the intention. But for taking away any excuse from them, we demonstrate our sincerity. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
All right, viewers, we also have the first reaction from Iranian Foreign Minister after the vessel was destroyed yesterday in Indian Ocean. Syed Abbas Araghchi has now said that US has perpetrated an atrocity at sea 2,000 miles away from Iran's shores. Frigate Iris Adina, a guest of India's Navy, carrying almost 130 sailors, was struck in international waters without any warning. He goes on to say, mark my words, the US will come to bitterly regret the precedent it has said. That's a big warning coming in from the Iranian side. The foreign minister now clearly laying it down for the US that this was not called for. You attacked a ship which was 2,000 miles away from Iran's shores without any warning, a ship that was not engaging in any war activities, and now the foreign minister clearly says that US will come to bitterly regret its actions by attacking the Iranian frigate Iris Adina. Remember, the ship was attacked just 40 kilometers from Sri Lankan coast, about 100 kilometers from Indian coast. It made a distress call to Sri Lankan Navy yesterday, which was in fact responded to by the Sri Lankan Navy. The rescue ops began. So far, about 32 have been rescued, 84 bodies have been recovered. All right, viewers, another big update coming to light. Donald Trump has now thanked NATO chief over the support for Iran mission. Donald Trump here has come out thanking NATO secretary, the Secretary General, saying that US allies broadly support Iran mission. That's a big admission on the part of the US president, who now says that he thanks NATO and the allies who are broadly now supporting Iran's mission, essentially saying that NATO stands united, sending out a big message as well, because there have been NATO members, including Spain, which have refused military base access to the US. But here, Trump coming out and saying that we thank our NATO partners, we thank the Secretary General for their support in these attacks and their operation against Iran. So clearly trying to send out a message that there is no rift, no divide within NATO nations. It stands united as a collective defense organization in this mission against Iran. Remember, attacks are continuing across the Gulf on US assets. Several nations have now been pulled in from European continent, including United Kingdom, who are now deploying ships to help the US. And now Donald Trump coming out with a statement on NATO, thanking our NATO allies, saying that US allies are broadly supporting this mission, this operation against Iran. So to send out a message that there is no rift within the Western countries. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And on the other side, we discuss how Iran has now threatened to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change the regime in the country.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा सिप। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة، سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Republic India Women's Summit 2026 celebrates the spirit, strength and substance of women who are shaping the nation's present and defining its future. This weekend, we bring together extraordinary voices from across sectors, from the brave ranks of the armed forces and CRPF to the arenas of sports, from the corridors of law and politics to the powerful worlds of art and cinema. Built on stories of courage, determination and relentless pursuit of excellence, this summit is a tribute to women who lead with conviction and inspire with action. Republic India Women's Summit 2026 is more than a platform. It is a movement of strength, a celebration of purpose and a powerful salute to the women driving India forward. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, steps down as Bihar Chief Minister. JDU workers protest outside Nitish Kumar's Patna residence. And also, Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated Iran's claims to have inflicted very serious damage. A war reaches the Indian Ocean. US torpedoed Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. Now, death toll. The Iran government has said that over 6,000 injured in the attack by Israel and US, 926 deaths confirmed in Iran as per the latest numbers. All right, viewers, let's begin with the first story. Top big breaking news that we are getting right now at this moment. Now, Iranian Navy targets fuel tanks with drones at Ramat David base affiliated with Israel. So this is a very big development in the war zone, in the West Asian conflict that is happening right now in this moment. A big development where they have struck the oil tanker. Now the war is escalating to a level where there is no comeback. Iran is attacking Israel with more missiles, with more attacks, and now this is a drone attack that has taken place. A big development. Iranian Navy targets fuel tanks with drones at Ramat David base affiliated with Israel. We're getting this latest development, where Iran Navy targets fuel tanks at Israeli base. This is confirmed that Iran has targeted fuel tanks with using its drone technology. Iran possesses advanced drone technology and advanced missile technology, and it has been firing a lot of missiles, a lot of drones in this entire conflict with Israel. A barrage of missiles were launched towards Israel. Many waves of missiles and also many waves of drones have been launched by Iran towards Israel and all the US bases and US military assets. And these are the latest visuals of the attack by Iranian Navy. The Iranian Navy has targeted fuel tanks with drones at Ramat David base affiliated with Israel. IRGC has already warned that this war will intensify. The future attacks will be more intense amid the ongoing conflict. It has already warned that it might attack if the US and Israel will seek a regime change. It might attack their nuclear reactor, which is in Israel, and also has escalated the tensions even further by further targeting the Israeli assets, and also this time they have attacked fuel tanks using drones at Ramat David base, which is affiliated with Israel. The latest visuals on your television screen from the war zone, from the conflict zone. Many are dying when it comes to the attacks that is happening right now from the missiles that are being fired by Iran. Death toll is rising majorly when it comes to Iran, and also many have died in the war zone in the entire Middle East region because all of it is engulfed in the ensuing war that is getting more and more wider. The area of it's getting more and more wider, and Iran is continuously striking Israeli assets and also American assets. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news right now at this moment. Explosions have been heard in Bandar Abbas port in Iran. A big development here And new threats escalates in the Middle East tensions. The explosions reportedly occurred near Bandar Abba an area associated with the first naval zone of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The port lies close to the strategically important Strait of Hormuz, a key shipping route for global oil supplies. Now, explosions heard in Bandar Abbas port, which is a major Iranian port. Now, this first on Republic, on your television screen, as you can see, Bandar Abbas port has been targeted. The war is escalating to further level, and also this port is very close to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iran, the IRGC, had earlier claimed that it has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very important strategic shipping route for shipping vessels. It's a major route for transporting oil from that region, and it is the Bandar Abbas port is pretty close to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Iranian assets have been attacked. Explosions are being heard as of now in Bandar Abbas port in Iran. So, Iran is fighting an endless war with Israel and United States of America. These are the latest pictures that are coming in. Plumes of smoke visible, fire visible on your screens. Exclusive first on Republic. As you can see, the vessels are also being attacked. Now, Bandar Abbas port in Iran has been attacked. The Bandar Abbas port, the latest visuals on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this war is going on to unprecedented levels. Though Iran is fighting back, but it is also taking many hits. Iran's Bandar Abbas port, very strategically important port, which is very close to the Strait of Hormuz, has been attacked. Very big development here. Iran already claimed that it has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, and already had warned earlier that no ship should pass by this route because they will attack any vessel which passes from this route. And America also had said that it will give protection to the vessels which are passing through the Strait of Hormuz. So this war between America and Iran over the Strait of Hormuz, because it is an important strategically located oil route, shipping route, very important for many countries, strategically important even for India, because most of the oil comes from this region. For many countries, it's strategically important, not just for India, but also for China. Very important location, the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC had claimed that it has kept a complete blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, and the war is near the Strait of Hormuz. All right, so these are the latest visuals on your screen from Bandar Abbas port. As you can see, the powerful explosions and fires were reported in Bandar Abbas, which is a strategic Iranian port city on the Strait of Hormuz. All right. Now we are being joined by a guest. We are being joined by KP Fabian, who's a former diplomat. KP Fabian, sir, thanks a lot for joining us to speak on this issue. But the war is escalating to a level from where there is no coming back. How long do you think Iran is capable of continuing this war? It has already warned that it will escalate to a level where the attacks will be more intense. But what's your take on the war that is ensuing in the Middle East region, sir?
Thank you. I was in Iran 1976 to 79. Anyway, that was a long time ago. And had seen the Shah at the zenith of his glory and his exit. Now, coming to Iran, what we have to understand is that thanks to President Trump's announcement, and also announcement by Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Iranian regime is not going to fall tomorrow. The regime, of course, I do not like the regime because, it unnecessarily tells women what to dress, how to dress, and other things. And I don't like theocracy. When I was there, the young Iranians had wanted democracy and had taken so many copies of the Indian Constitution from me. But that apart, the regime is in a way solid, and it has arms, it is organized, and the protesters are not organized and they do not have arms. That is point number one. Now, what Israel and America are doing, especially Israel, Netanyahu wants to repeat a Gaza in Iran, destroy everything, kill as many people as possible. Now, what is Iran doing? Iran is having a two-pronged strategy. One, of course, is to send missiles and drones to the GCC countries, targeting the foreign bases and hotels and all that. But basically, Iran's strategy is causing economic damage in the GCC area with implications for the whole globe, including the United States. As you know, the oil prices are shooting up. Gas prices in Europe have doubled. And the stock market is going down. And 9,000 Americans have been evacuated from the Gulf. Now, the question is, how long can President Trump afford this? And there I want to connect the dots. The White House has announced that President Trump will be visiting China from the 31st of March to the 2nd of April. For Trump, that is a very important visit. China has already put out a statement saying that Trump should respect China's red lines. Now, we know that after the nuclear deal was signed in 2015, China had signed a contract with Iran to invest $400 billion, I repeat, $400 billion in energy and infrastructure in Iran. That was sometime in 2016. Now, almost 10 years have passed, and I don't have the statistics, but we may take it that the Chinese must have made a part of that investment. They also import oil from Iran. So, and China has not yet announced Trump's visit, and so if Trump wants to have a visit or a successful visit to China, then he would have to put an end to this war. And it is possible for him to do that because any day he can declare victory. He can say that he has killed the supreme leader, that he has sunk all their ships, that he has eliminated their missile-making, drone-making capacity.
So, but they have not been successful in the regime change. If the supreme leader is not there, the son might take over as per the initial reports. But we have to wait for the confirmation. But we are getting another big breaking news, sir. You stay with us. We'll take a response on that. Another big breaking news development. Russian ambassador to India, Denis Alepov, commented on the war in West Asia. He says resolution is always through negotiations. This conflict should be resolved as soon as possible. So this is the big statement that is coming in from the Russian envoy to India. He says that conflict should be resolved and it should be solved through negotiations. But negotiations were happening earlier, and that was the time when US struck Iran, has launched a barrage of attacks, bombed and killed Khamenei. But this is a very big statement which is coming from the Russian ambassador to India, Denis Alepov, who commented on the war in West Asia. He says that resolution is always through negotiations. This conflict should be resolved as soon as possible. So Russia is also pushing for negotiations. They want this conflict to end very soon. A big statement that is coming from the Russian ambassador to India, Denis Alepov.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir? How long?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir? How long?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US. Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue, sir? How long?
I have no idea. This is a question to the US.
All right, so this was the Russian ambassador, and he's pushing for negotiations. Mr. Fabian, what's your take on this? China wants the war to end, and Russia is also pushing for negotiations. But also Russia is already involved in a very long war with Ukraine. And don't you think Russia is also celebrating that America should also get involved in some sort of war, and also the financial crisis that is being faced by United States of America, because war is not a cheap business, sir?
Okay. First thing to understand is that when diplomats say A, they may not mean A, they may mean B or C. But that apart, let me continue with what I was saying. If President Trump wants to have a successful visit or even a visit to China, then he would have to put an end to it. And I don't think negotiations are required for that. It is possible for President Trump to declare victory, and you mentioned that regime change might not happen. But you also know that the Secretary of War has said more than once, we are not interested in regime change. So don't take these pronouncements seriously. As far as America is concerned, if Iran is in chaos, if the Kurds, the Baluchis, the Arabs and others start a rebellion against the central government in Iran, which gets weaker and weaker, then America will be very happy, because that is what Netanyahu wants. He also has been speaking of regime change, but you don't have to take it seriously, because if Iran is in chaos, then Israel becomes a hegemon in the region. No one to contest Israel's status as a hegemon. And Saudi Arabia, sooner or later, will normalize relations. That is the game they want. And what Iran is trying to do is to inflict economic costs on a scale bigger and bigger, so that Trump cannot afford to have it.
Yes.
Now, my guess is that before meeting with Xi Jinping, that is 31st of March, Trump can declare victory. There is no question of talks. Iran is not going to talk. And what is there to talk about? They have talked twice. And don't forget, the talks in Geneva, which were finalized, concluded on the 27th of February, according to the Omani foreign minister who mediated, Iran agreed to zero enrichment, zero stockpiling, and converting the uranium with it into a state from where such that it cannot be used for weapon purposes, and also to say it shall never ever seek a nuclear weapon. So in other words, Trump had the option to go to town and say, look, I got a better deal than Obama. I am the deal, a master of the deal. And he could have revoked the sanctions and started doing business with Iran, and his family business would have made a lot of money. Now, my question to you, and I shall answer it partially.
Yes.
Why didn't Trump do that? Because he is having, and the Netanyahu has a chokehold on him. And why does he have a chokehold? I have my explanation, but let me stop here.
Yes, stay with us, Mr. Fabian. We have another development, because this is how Israel is getting impacted. A big development coming in from Israel. The Israeli Ministry of Health has released a statement. Now, as per the Israeli Ministry of Health, evacuation of 1,473 injured to hospitals has been done now since the start of the war with Iran, including 199 during the past day. So in just one day, around 200, and since the beginning of the war with Iran, 1,473 have been injured. So this is not an easy war for Israel also. The health ministry has released the numbers, and the numbers are big. It's 1,473. The number is big as per Israel. Also, Mr. Fabian, your comment on this. Iran claims that the US and also Israel had miscalculated the capability of Iran of continuing this war. They thought that this war won't continue for a very long time. Mr. Fabian, all right. All right, so now in the other story, as the war wages on in West Asia, China is all set to send a special envoy to the Middle East for mediation. This comes as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi spoke with Saudi Arabian and UAE counterparts. Have a look.
5 of West Asia War. Casualties increasing by the day. World leaders, stakeholders huddling and holding phone calls to help reach an end to the endless war in West Asia. China is also weighing its options. For now, sending its envoy to Middle East for mediation. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held a phone call with Saudi Arabian and UAE counterparts. In the talks, China hailed restraint shown by Saudi Arabia, urging everyone to engage in peaceful dialogue. China earlier took a position on the West Asia war, condemning the joint strikes by US and Israel as blatant, called the incitement to regime change as unacceptable. China also called for immediate ceasefire and requested to return to the negotiating table to prevent the war from expanding. With many countries engaging to find a headway, the stakes were never higher than this since World War II.
Well, it feels now at least 87 people were killed after a US submarine sank an Iranian warship, Iris Dina, in the Indian Ocean. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth stated that this was the first time since World War II the US had sunk an enemy combat ship by torpedo. Watch this detailed report for more information.
The Iranian Air Force is no more. Built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there.
On the night of March 4, 2026, a US submarine sank Iran's Iris Dina warship in the Indian Ocean. At least 2 weeks ago, the Iranian warship Iris Dina arrived in Visakhapatnam to participate in India's Milan 2026 naval exercise. Its sailors were seen marching in the video. According to a recent statement from Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister Vijitha Herath, the Sri Lankan Navy recovered 87 bodies and rescued 32 people out of the 180 crew members on board. The fate of the remaining crew members remains unknown.
So early morning MRCC received a distress signal, though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. And we launch and dispatch our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance, and we reached up to that location and continue doing this search operation. So while doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them, and later on subsequently when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital.
Well, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because coming up next, Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome viewers. Republic India Women's Summit 2026 celebrates the spirit, strength and substance of women who are shaping nation's present and defining its future. This weekend, we bring together extraordinary voices from across sectors, from the brave ranks of the armed forces and CRPF to the arenas of sports, from the corridors of law and politics to the powerful worlds of cinema. Built on stories of courage, determination and relentless pursuit of excellence, this summit is a tribute to women who lead with conviction and inspire with action. Republic India Women's Summit 2026 is more than a platform. It is a movement of strength, a celebration of purpose and a powerful salute to women driving India forward. In fact, now let's cut across to headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Nitish Kumar confirms a Rajya Sabha entry, steps down as Bihar Chief Minister. JDU workers protest outside his residence in Patna. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if Israel and the US seek to change regime in the country. Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted very serious damage. War reaches Indian Ocean. US torpedoes target Iranian ship off Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. Iran government says over 6,000 injured in the attack by Israel and the US and 926 deaths confirmed in Iran as per the latest numbers. All right, viewers, the war in West Asia continues to escalate. We're getting some more developments. Iran's deputy commander of Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters has now stated that they are prepared to continue the war for as long as it takes to achieve their goals. This statement comes amid escalating tensions between Iran and Israel, with both the sides now exchanging attacks and counter-attacks. We're looking at the war, the theater of war widening, viewers. There have been continuous attacks, not just from Iran, but also from US and Israel. It's day 6 of the West Asia war, and now we've got a statement coming in from Iran. Iran says they are prepared to continue the war for as long as it takes for them to achieve their goals, which means all the countries involved in this war are in this for a long time. Iran says they are prepared to handle both peace and war. They preferred peace, but war it is this time, and they are now ready to continue for as long as it takes. All right, which means what we're looking at on day 6, there is no end to hostilities from both the sides. The pause in this conflict cannot be seen from afar. In fact, at this point, Iran says they are prepared to continue the conflict for as long as it takes for them to achieve their goals. Certainly on day 6, there is no end that we're looking at, or any pause in the hostilities or the conflict. All right, viewers, now the war in West Asia enters day 6 with Iran threatening to attack Israel's nuclear plant in Dimona. And this is if the US and Israel try to effect any regime change in the country. And amid these escalations, civilians in nearby nations are losing their residences and their livelihoods. Take a look at this detailed report that talks about how the war is now engulfing all the Arab states as well.
The war in West Asia is showing no signs of slowing down. civilians in neighboring countries are paying the price as fire rains down from the sky.
So I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Residents of Erbil, the capital of the semi-autonomous Kurdish region in northern Iraq, are waking up to explosions from drones and missiles every day.
So when it first happened, I just look over and I just see glass, all the windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just all the windows are broken and I hear yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see people, a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. It could have been worse.
The drones and missiles are destroying residences and public infrastructure in the Gulf nations, and Iraq, being closest to the epicenter of the war, is bearing the brunt.
Yo! No! Boom!
All right, viewers, we've got another breaking news coming in. IRGC has now issued a clear warning to U.S. vessels trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, saying that they have hit an oil tanker already in the Persian Gulf and the U.S. allies and the U.S. vessels will not be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC has now declared that the strait under Iranian control, stating that any ships attempting to pass through it risk damage from missiles or drones. The Strait of Hormuz has essentially now become a no-go zone, completely in control of the IRGC. That's the latest warning coming in from the Iranian side. In fact, viewers, they claim they've hit an oil tanker in the Persian Gulf. This oil tanker is linked to the US. And viewers, this comes right after Iran's Iris Dina was attacked by US torpedoes in the Indian Ocean yesterday. After that, we're looking at an attack on oil tanker linked to the United States by Iran. At the same time, IRGC has now issued a warning. US vessels and the vessels of its allies will not be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. They have declared it as a war zone, which is completely in control of the IRGC. All right, I'm also now being joined by Major General KK Sinha, defense expert. Thank you, Major General, for joining us on Republic. I want to ask you, we're looking at a conflict escalating day by day. Today is day 6, and this is when Iran has hit a US oil tanker, claiming that the Strait of Hormuz has become a war zone. How do you see this going forward, sir?
Good afternoon, Jai Hind. See that today is the 6th day of the war, and what we see that is escalating every day, and the way the Iran is, conducting the complete war, especially in the Strait of Hormuz, they have taken the control. The 5th fleet of Americans is supposed to, which is in Bahrain, is supposed to have operationally, making sure that, this remains open, but they're not able to do it, including the aircraft carrier which has gone over there in the Arabian Sea. The Abraham Lincoln has fallen back to the 2nd tier of the line so that they are not hit. So situation is very grim, and Iran has got a lot of capability. Mind you, they have got about 28, the mini submarines. These submarines operate in the low, shallow water of Strait of Hormuz, which others do not have this capability. And, yesterday it was told that, one submarine has been hit. Which submarine, I do not know. Over and above, they have got the capability to hold those islands next to the strait, especially in the Bandar Abbas areas. And these islands are absolutely on the channel, the 2 channel which is coming to Strait of Hormuz. One is in and one is out. The out channel is nearer to the Oman port city. That is also under attack. So I think this is very effective. Out of that, initially the reports were coming that 80% of the oil traffic has stopped, but now I believe it is much more. And if it carries on, today is the 6th day of the war, Americans initially went that, they are gone for 4 days. They extended to 4 weeks to 5 weeks. Now they are talking, it is going to take something long. They will have the exit policy. So there are miscalculations or the calculation and a cautioned, that you should not go there by the Chief of Staff of the United States of America, that you will get involved for a greater, longer duration. I think it is carrying on as on today in favor of Iran, because it is very difficult to take it out, and Persian Gulf is under their control. No traffic is going, and the staying power, especially as the oil supply is concerned. India has got 25 days. We have got 25 days reserve. 90% of oil comes over there. So everyone will start, making hue and cry and efforts over there. The Russians and the Chinese also now getting slightly more exertive in this area. There has been the airlift of 660 tons of heavy lifting by Chinese. So they have come with, a better missile system, those missiles which is hypersonic, which can't be stopped. I think, in my judgment, there is something miscalculation. They thought that they will wind up very fast. It is getting prolonged, and the staying power of Iran is there, and their determination, because it is their existential problem they have got if they lose this area.
Right. Major General Asana, one question that's on everyone's mind right now is how long can this go? I want to ask you, given the capabilities Iran has in terms of the stockpiles of drone, missiles, submarines you mentioned, Iran says it is prepared to go for as long as it is required. But how far do you think the country can stretch it at this point?
One thing is very simple. Till their morale is high, they will carry on. And IRGC, in my judgment, my understanding, and my functioning a little bit in the international environment, they have got that determination. They will do it because their economical dependency in this areas, especially of IRGC commanders, is very, very high. And Iranian people are not the way the things happened, because the Americans' miscalculation was there that there will be a total uprising and they will be able to, change the regime. Change of regime in one thing, and then enlarging it, saying that, missile capability, they want to take it out. They want to take it out, their nuclear, in peaceful purposes. Then further enlarging it, I think that was a total miscalculation. In spite of the caution by the people who understand the war in America, they have gone against it, thinking, I think what has happened, basically, there are other factors which has pulled them in. They wanted to have the control of the oil of Iranians, which I think, they have taken a chance and taken calculated risk, which is not going in their favor. You asked me how long it will carry on. It can go endlessly, because Iranian is getting the supplies, of their wherewithal, which I said 660 tons of heavy lifting done by the Chinese. And they have got to open skies through Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. It's coming directly from there. Then Caspian Sea, the Russians decide to carry on. That will be going to be endless. But Americans' staying power in this area, I have got my own doubts, which is limited. They're not able to do it in spite of the fact that the Fifth Fleet, which is operational responsibility to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, they are not able to do it. They should have done it before going for the kill that is on 28th, when they actually eliminated the higher leadership of war, which Iranian has already decentralized the complete command and control structure after June 2025.
Right. It does look like that US and Israel are miscalculated or underestimated that Iran would go to this scale and this length in terms of counterattacks. Major General, I'll come back to you. Stay with us on this broadcast. But viewers, right now we have an exclusive report from inside Iran. This details about the gathering for Ayatollah Khamenei at Inglim Square. Take a look at this report.
I'm here at Inglim Square. You can see behind me people are praying. And also they have gathered here to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. As you know, the Supreme Leader was killed on the first day of Israel-US strikes on Iran. I also had the opportunity to talk to some of the mourners and also the imam who is leading the prayer here. And they seem to be pretty angry at US and Israel because they tell me that our supreme leader has been killed, and now we are here to show that we are still mourning for him and we are more united than ever. Now let's hear what they told me.
سوال میکنن مردم چرا اومدید اینجا؟ خودتون بگید چرا اومدید اینجا؟
I'm here at Envoy Square. You can see behind me people are praying, and also they have gathered here to mourn the death of the supreme leader. As you know, the supreme leader was killed on the first day of Israel-US strikes on Iran. I also had the opportunity to talk to some of the mourners and also the imam who is leading the prayer here. And they seem to be pretty angry at US and Israel because they tell me that our supreme leader has been killed, and now we are here to show that we are still mourning for him and we are more united than ever. Now let's hear what they told me.
سوال میکنن مردم چرا اومدید اینجا؟ خودتون بگید چرا اومدید اینجا؟
All right, Major General K.K. Sinha continues to stay with us on broadcast. Major General, coming back to you, we've taken a look at the situation inside Iran. Ayatollah Khamenei has now been replaced by his son Mojtaba Khamenei. So it's certainly far from a regime change. You know, the son is certainly set to take forward Khamenei's legacy.
You are absolutely right. What the American thought that, eliminating, the top leadership, including Ayatollah Khamenei, they will have a, fair game. People will come out in the street and they will take over. They want, as a change of regime. It is totally failed. As for the Mojtaba, Khamenei is concerned, he even was involved for controlling some sort of, war during that, 12 days war in June 2025. And he was the choice, and then he has been selected by, the complete. He has got an anonymous, absolutely everyone has gone for him. It shows that, the legacy of Ayatollah Khamenei, because the three-strung, it is not that he is the, second. They have they have he has made it clear how it will go. As far as Ayatollah Khamenei was concerned, he was told to go inside the bunker, which he refused. And probably he wanted to have the martyrdom, achieve the martyrdom by and further uniting it. So Iran is more united than ever, I feel, because the resolve of, more than, 8.65 crore people, which is there in Iran, which was divided. If you have seen in your visual, even the women are now without hijab, but they are, making, and joining the hands there. That is a real change. I believe the people who were there earlier raising the slogan against the regime, they are also realized that if the Americans carried out with the design, Israelis has got a different aim. Israelis have got a problem of, existential problem. So they are carrying out, they were against, that is a two different ball game. But the Americans come over there and supporting Israel, thinking that it is a strategic time to have the complete control of West Asia, that is wrong. Actually, everyone is just, combining two things. Israel is different, why they have gone for it, and they have got legitimate right after 7th October. But the Americans, they have come, and they have come with a knee-jerk, in spite of the fact that the Chief of Staff, General Daniel has cautioned them that it is not going to be an easy go, like in Venezuela they were able to do it. In spite of the fact they have gone, but attraction of the oil and the domination in the area is the basically of the Trump administration, and they are not talking in one sync. All are, when the Trump says he is the change of regime, when comes down to Pete Hegseth, he is saying something. When the Marco Rubio is talking about missile and also the nuclear capability taking it out. So they are in a different world. Trump require an off-ramp. I think they will get an off-ramp because they do not have that much staying power in this area.
Right. Major General, certainly situation is looking very different if we look at the situation on day 6 compared to how it started. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Republic and giving us your detailed analysis on the conflict in West Asia. And now viewers, shifting focus, political turmoil in Bihar after Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has stepped down from the CM's post. In fact, we are getting some more breaking news about India. In fact, MOUs are signed. Let's cut across to that breaking we're getting at this point. India signing some significant MOUs is what we're given to understand, viewers. This is a breaking development that we're getting. In fact, India and Finland here are exchanging MOUs on certain critical sectors, and those are the visuals on your screen. The Finland president, in fact, on your screen, and the delegation also present there. And this is the exchange of the MOUs that's taking place, the MOU exchange ceremony between India and Finland. On your screen, these are the live visuals we're getting. On your screen, viewers, you can see the Finland president. And this is the exchange ceremony taking place as both the countries now exchange MOUs in certain critical sectors. It has been a significant visit of the Finland president to India. There's an entire delegation present there as well, along with the president. In fact, the joint statement will begin in a short while. Prime Minister Modi and Finland's president both present at the MOU exchange ceremony. The joint statement will start shortly. We'll get you all the update, viewers, on this.
दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। 13वें फिनलैंड के राष्ट्रपति के रूप में अपनी पहली भारत यात्रा पर मैं प्रेसिडेंट स्टूब का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। प्रेसिडेंट स्टूब एक प्रसिद्ध ग्लोबल लीडर ही नहीं, एक सम्मानित थिंकर और लेखक भी हैं। एक्सेलेंसी, आप जैसे अनुभवी और डायनेमिक लीडर का इस वर्ष के रायसीना डायलॉग का चीफ गेस्ट बनना हमारे लिए बहुत सम्मान और खुशी की बात है। फ्रेंड्स, आज विश्व एक अस्थिरता और अनिश्चितता के दौर से गुजर रहा है। यूक्रेन से लेकर वेस्ट एशिया तक दुनिया के कई हिस्से उसमें संघर्ष की स्थिति बनी हुई है। ऐसे ग्लोबल एनवायरनमेंट में भारत और यूरोप दुनिया की 2 बड़ी डिप्लोमेटिक पावर्स अपने संबंधों के सुनहरे दौर में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। हमारा बढ़ता सहयोग वैश्विक स्थिरता, विकास और साझा समृद्धि को नई मजबूती दे रहा है। फ्रेंड, वर्ष 2026 की शुरुआत में ऐतिहासिक भारत यूरोपियन यूनियन फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ। यह एग्रीमेंट भारत और फिनलैंड के बीच ट्रेड, इन्वेस्टमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग को और प्रबल करेगा। डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और सस्टेनेबिलिटी जैसे क्षेत्रों में भारत और फिनलैंड महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार हैं। नोकिया के मोबाइल फोन और टेलीकॉम नेटवर्क ने करोड़ों भारतीयों को जोड़ा है। फिनलैंड के आर्किटेक्ट्स के सहयोग से हमने चिनाब नदी पर विश्व का सबसे ऊंचा रेलवे ब्रिज बनाया है। फिनलैंड की साझेदारी से हमने नुमालीगढ़ में दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी बंबू टू बायोएथेनॉल रिफाइनरी भी बनाई है। फ्रेंड, ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरणों से प्रेरित होते हुए प्रेसिडेंट स्टुब की इस यात्रा में हम भारत फिनलैंड संबंधों को एक स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप इन डिजिटलाइजेशन एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी का रूप दे रहे हैं। यह पार्टनरशिप एआई से लेकर 6G टेलीकॉम तक, क्लीन एनर्जी से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक कई हाईटेक क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग को गति और ऊर्जा देगा। साथ ही डिफेंस, स्पेस, सेमीकंडक्टर और क्रिटिकल मिनरल जैसे की सेक्टर्स में भी साझेदारी और गहरी बढ़ेगी। भारत और फिनलैंड जैसे लोकतांत्रिक और जिम्मेदार देशों की यह स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप पूरे विश्व के लिए ट्रस्टवर्दी टेक्नोलॉजी और सप्लाई चेन सुनिश्चित करने में योगदान देगी। फ्रेंड्स, फिनलैंड भारतीय स्टूडेंट्स और टैलेंट के लिए एक प्रीफर्ड डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। दोनों देशों के इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम को जोड़ने के लिए आज हमने फिनलैंड के साथ एक व्यापक माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट किया है। इसके साथ हम जॉइंट रिसर्च और स्टार्टअप सहयोग को भी और मजबूत करने जा रहे हैं। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में फिनलैंड एक रोल मॉडल है। आज हमने टीचर ट्रेनिंग, स्कूल टू स्कूल पार्टनरशिप और फ्यूचर ऑफ एजुकेशन में रिसर्च सहयोग बढ़ाने पर भी सहमति बनाई है। यानी स्कूल से लेकर इंडस्ट्री तक हम ह्यूमन डेवलपमेंट के हर लेवल पर अपने सहयोग को नई गहराई देने जा रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, फिनलैंड नॉर्डिक क्षेत्र में भारत का महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर है। हम फिनलैंड के साथ मिलकर आर्कटिक और पोलर रिसर्च में भी सहयोग बढ़ा रहे हैं। एक हेल्दी प्लैनेट हमारी साझी प्राथमिकता है। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि इस वर्ष फिनलैंड के साथ हम भारत में वर्ल्ड सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी फोरम होस्ट करने जा रहे हैं। इससे सस्टेनेबिलिटी के हमारे प्रयासों को नई गति और नए विचार मिलेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और फिनलैंड दोनों रूल ऑफ लॉ, डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी में विश्वास रखते हैं। हम एकमत है कि केवल मिलिट्री कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से किसी भी मुद्दे का समाधान नहीं निकल सकता। यूक्रेन हो या पश्चिमी एशिया, हम संघर्ष की शीघ्र समाप्ति और शांति के हर प्रयास का समर्थन करते रहेंगे। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि बढ़ते हुए ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के समाधान के लिए ग्लोबल इंस्टीट्यूशंस का रिफॉर्म आवश्यक ही नहीं, अर्जेंट भी है। और आतंकवाद के हर रूप को जड़ से समाप्त करना हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। योर एक्सेलेंसी, आपने आयरनमैन ट्रायथलॉन कंप्लीट की है। हमें विश्वास है कि आप जैसे ऊर्जावान लीडर के साथ मिलकर हम भारत और फिनलैंड के बीच इनोवेशन, डिजिटल और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के एक नए ट्रायथलॉन को भी अचीव करेंगे। आइए भारत फिनलैंड के इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक पार्टनरशिप में एक नए सुनहरे अध्याय की शुरुआत करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request His Excellency Dr. Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland, to give his remarks to the media.
Mr.
Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, terve, as you said. Thank you very much for your kind words. Also, thank you for the warm hospitality that you have shown us here. I have to say that I salute your diplomatic skills when you say that we stand here as two big democracies. There is one big and one slightly smaller, but I think the key message is that we share values. I would also like to congratulate you for your leadership. My last visit to India was actually in 2013 in my capacity as Minister of Trade. And the change that I just see on the streets of New Delhi and that I will most probably see in Mumbai in a couple of days is palpable. This is an economic miracle that we're witnessing, and I wish you all the best. Thank you also for welcoming me. I arrived yesterday in the middle of Holi, which was lovely to see. I was able to escape some of the color attacks that were coming at me, but it was a great experience as such. The previous state visit of Finnish head of state, the president, was actually in 1996 with President Martti Ahtisaari, who was very much a man of peace. He won the Nobel Prize of Peace in 2008 and was a great respected leader. Rarely, if ever, have we been in a situation also where we've had a prime minister here 2 weeks ago in the form of Petteri Orpo, and now a president 2 weeks later. India obviously is one of the world's largest and most influential countries and the world's largest democracy. And as we have seen, you are now a key strategic partner for Europe. Its importance in foreign and security policy and trade policy is difficult to overstate. You are one of the fastest growing economies in the world that we can witness here every day. And what I really respect about your foreign policy is that you've never been under illusions. You've always based your foreign policy on a pragmatic and realistic worldview. You've showed the rest of the world that strategic caution and safeguarding autonomy means a lot, all the while championing multilateralism and global cooperation. And I believe personally that we should all become a little bit more Indian. It's an honor for me to open the Raisina dialogues today together with you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's amazing to see the growth of Raisina. Only in 10 years it's become one of the key set pieces where everyone in the world is listening and watching what is happening at Raisina, not least right now when the world is so turbulent. The world is changing. We are living through a transition in the global order, and India, together with its friends in the global south, will determine the direction in which this order will go. And that is one of the key issues. It's been so fruitful to discuss and understand your approach. Today we discussed security issues in the region. We have conflicts in both regions, in West Asia and also, of course, in Ukraine. And for us, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has lasted for too long, 4 years. We agreed that ending the war is in everyone's interests. A lasting peace can only be one that respects the principles of the United Nations. Today, in my speech at Raisina, I will once again call for a change in the multilateral system where the division of labor and power would reflect today's world, and therefore I think a seat in the UN Security Council for India is of utmost importance. We of course also discussed today the relationship between India and the EU, and I have to say that the trade agreement and the strategic partnership that was forged just a little while back between the EU and India is of great significance. When the world is in transition, the United States, Russia, China, and many others, the fact that we can have a values and interest-based partnership between the European Union and India is very important. Now, of course, we're also strengthening the relationship between Finland and India. As you just mentioned, we're deepening our dialogue in many sectors, and our goal is to at least double our trade. A good beginning is the fact that we have 20 Finnish companies here who are traveling with me from a wide range of industries, from technology to quantum, to satellites, to networks, to food, and to green tech, which you mentioned. Our dialogue is further strengthened by the fact that we have a very strong Indian community in Finland. I know these numbers don't sound big to you, but for us they are. There are over 20,000 Indians that reside in the capital region of Helsinki and actually in Espoo. A gentle reminder, Finland has a population of 5.6 million, which is a little bit like a suburb in New Delhi. So you have to understand that for us, figures are of a different scale. Our Indian friends are a very valued member of our society and contribute significantly to our economy and culture. And it's good to also have the mayor of Espoo here with us today. Finally, I would like to thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for our excellent discussion. Anytime you have allotted a short amount for a one-to-one discussion and you run over it extensively, you know that the discussion has to be good, and we really enjoyed that. So sorry to the delegations that we were so late, and thank you once again for your warm hospitality for this state visit. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of this session. Thank you for your presence.
So there you had Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Finland President Alexander Stubb in a bilateral meeting and exchanging a memorandum of understanding between both the nations. Prime Minister saying that India and Finland follow the rule of law and dialogue and diplomacy, whereas Finland President Alexander Stubb talked about his discussions with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the war in Ukraine and in West Asia, saying that resolving these wars, both these wars, is in universal interest. So you have these pictures coming out of the Hyderabad House in New Delhi, where both the leaders are exchanging MOUs between the nations, extending ties across various sectors. Finland President earlier said that he salutes India's diplomatic skills and praised India's foreign policy. All right, in a big breaking news, Denis Alipov, the Russian ambassador to India, says that he has no idea when the war will end, and this is a question to the United States. It should be asked to the United States. He also said that it is for India to decide its oil supplies and their source. And he said that we have always been open towards supplying oil to India. So this is a big news that is coming out. We have already seen how after the war in Ukraine, how the United States has been trying to arm twist India to decrease its oil supplies. But now Russian envoy making it clear that it is absolutely on to India whether it wants to continue taking the Russian oil or not. But as of now, it is absolutely open towards supplying oil to India. So this is a big statement by the Russian envoy to India, Denis Alipov. He has also commented on the war that is going on in West Asia, saying that the conflict should be resolved as soon as possible. And when asked when the war will end, he said that it is for the United States to answer. Take a listen.
Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue?
I have no idea. This is a question to the U.S. supplies. We have always been open towards supplying oil. Resolution is always through negotiations. The conflict should stop as soon as possible.
How long this conflict is going to continue? How long?
I have no idea. This is a question to the U.S. supplies. We have always been open towards supplying oil.
Now, Israel Ministry of Defense spokesperson's statement has come out on wartime procurement. Now, Israel Ministry of Defense has said that it is going to acquire dozens of GLTV vehicles for ground forces in approximately $26 million deal. So this is a big news amid the war that is going on in West Asia, where Israel is now looking to purchase GLTV vehicles for its army. Now, remember, these vehicles are used for ground forces. So, of course, we have already seen anticipations if Israel is going to invade Lebanon. We already have the reports that ground incursion has already started in Lebanon by the Israeli army. Now, there are concerns also if US and Israel will also carry out an incursion on the Iranian territory. And amid this, amid a situation where the stakes are very high, Israel now announces that it is going to acquire GLTV vehicles for its ground forces. And the deal is of approximately $26 million. So a big move here by the Israeli army. We've already seen how Israel is recruiting reservist forces to ramp up its efforts against its war against Hezbollah and Iran. So a big move, another move by Israel amid this war. This acquisition will play a crucial role and will turn the tide for this war as well, if the ground incursion is to be done in Lebanon and also in Iran. So this is a new piece of information that we're getting you. Now, at least 87 people were killed after a US submarine sank an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. A news agency reported the warship Iris Dana had participated in a naval exercise in India just weeks ago. Now, Iris Dana, a Mohd-class frigate, also came to India in 2024 to participate in the multilateral naval exercise Milan. The same exercise, 2026 edition, also took place from where it sailed home today when the US submarine attacked it. Yesterday, in fact, it sailed when the US submarine torpedoed it and sank the ship. Take a look.
The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there.
On the night of March 4, 2026, a US submarine sank Iran's Iris Dana warship in the Indian Ocean. At least 2 weeks ago, the Iranian warship Iris Dana arrived in Visakhapatnam to participate in India's Milan 2026 naval exercise. Its sailors were seen marching in the video. According to a recent statement from Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister Vijitha Herath, the Sri Lankan Navy recovered 87 bodies and rescued 32 people out of the 180 crew members on board. The fate of the remaining crew members remains unknown.
So early morning MRCC received a distress signal. Though it was beyond our waters, but it is within our search and rescue region. So as we are a maritime nation, we are obliged to respond. We are the first responders as per the international obligation. So Navy swiftly coordinated with the Maritime Rescue Coordinating Center, and also we disseminate this information to the Sri Lanka Air Force and Coast Guard as well. and we launched and dispatched our craft with all the necessary rescue team and the necessary devices to render humanitarian assistance, and we reached up to that location and continue doing the search operation. So while doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them, and later on subsequently when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital.
Now, as the Middle East war escalates and expands, the United States has released a new video of the American Operation Epic Fury, calling the first 100 hours of the operation lethal and successful. United States said that the operation will continue till all the goals are achieved. Watch this video.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury,
the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history.
Our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
Now, as the West Asia war continues, Italy has also announced that it is going to enter the war. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni said that we intend to send anti-aircraft systems to Gulf countries. More and more countries are joining the war now, a regional war taking the shape of a global war now. So this is a big news coming out of Italy, where now Italian Prime Minister, in fact, Giorgia Meloni said that she intends to send anti-aircraft system to Gulf. Now, speaking to a media outlet, she said that like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy also intends to send assistance to Gulf countries, specifically in the field of defense and in particular air defense, she talked about. She also said that this is not only because they are friendly nations, but above all, because tens of thousands of Italians live in the Gulf region and around 2,000 Italian troops are deployed there. People we want and must protect, she said. So this is clearly not taking a position in the war, but in fact saying that it is for the people of Italy who are present in the Gulf region and also Italian troops who are stationed in the Gulf region. She said that she intends to send anti-aircraft systems to the Gulf countries. Now remember, Iran has been continuously bombarding its missiles and drones, bombs on the Gulf nations, and that is the reason Italy wants to now respond and come to the rescue of these Gulf nations and also to protect its own citizens who are living in the Gulf region, and also the troops, 2,000 Italian troops we're talking about, who are deployed in the region. She says that she wants to continue to protect the Italians who are living in the region and are facing the wrath of the Iranian missiles and drones. All right, another piece of breaking news coming in. Israeli warplanes carried out an airstrike on the town of Western Zautar in southern Lebanon, escalating tensions along the Israel-Lebanon front. Now, meanwhile, residents in Doha reported hearing the echo of a loud explosion in the sky, prompting concerns and speculation about aerial activity in the region. So explosions are heard in Doha, Israeli warplanes attacking southern Lebanon. These are fresh explosions that we are reporting you viewers, back-to-back strikes being carried out by Israel on southern Lebanon. So the situation, another war front opening there as well, we've already seen in the past couple of days. All right. These are the visuals where we are getting you. Nitin Nabin is seen in the visual. All right, so these are the nominations that are being filed for Rajya Sabha. You have Nitish Kumar as well. Nitish Kumar is also there filing nomination for the Rajya Sabha elections. So we have already seen the political scoop that we got you viewers in the morning, where we saw that how Nitish Kumar quit his position as the Chief Minister of Bihar, and now we have fresh visuals where he's filing nominations for the Rajya Sabha elections. You have Nitin Nabin as well and other leaders. Today is the deadline, 5th of March, for filing the Rajya Sabha election nominations. So you have Union Home Minister Amit Shah also present alongside Nitish Kumar. This is a big day for Nitish Kumar as his decades of political career as the Chief Minister of Bihar ends today. These are the live visuals that we're getting you from Patna, in fact, where he's filing the nominations for Rajya Sabha seat. He earlier left the Chief Ministerial post and said that, in fact, thanked the people of Bihar. These are the visuals. Amit Shah, Nitin Nabin, you also have Nitish Kumar present in Patna filing the nominations as he starts his new journey as, in fact, the nominations that he's filing for Rajya Sabha seat. These are the fresh visuals that we're getting you from Patna. He ends his career as the Chief Minister of the state, did a lot of work for the people of Bihar, was very well connected to the people, knew the ground realities of Bihar, led the state for decades, and now passing on the reins to BJP, who is going to, in fact, take over the government in Bihar. We do not yet know who is going to lead Bihar as a new Chief Minister, but he is today quitting and now filing nominations for Rajya Sabha seat. So these are the visuals from Patna, where he's filing nominations. His son, Nishant Kumar, is going to be taking over JDU's leadership. All right, I have my colleague, Senior Executive Editor Niranjan, with me on the phone line. Niranjan, this is a big day for Bihar. Bihar politics is going to see a massive, massive change. What are we getting to know so far?
Well, it's a big surprise. It's come as a surprise for even his own party. The fact that Nitish Kumar, the longest-serving Chief Minister in India, a record Chief Minister, and suddenly over his decision to sort of resign and become a Rajya Sabha member, he's expecting he's filing nomination for the Rajya Sabha, and it is most likely that someone from the BJP will now take over as the Chief Minister of Bihar. Now, initially we were told that perhaps the understanding was that he will remain the Chief Minister for at least a year, but that has not happened. The elections took place earlier, a few months ago, and that is why this has come as a surprise. Nitish Kumar will be replaced by perhaps a BJP leader who could take over as a Chief Minister, but who the leader is, we don't know. There are several front runners right now for the post of Chief Minister in Bihar. And Nitin Nabin has also filed a nomination for the Rajya Sabha. So Nitin Nabin was there. Nitin Nabin, the BJP chief, is there. And along with him, you also have Nitish Kumar. So both of them have filed their nominations, it appears, because of papers. You can see Nitin Nabin there. Nitin Nabin is also from Bihar. He was a BJP leader, an MLA from Bihar, who was chosen to lead the BJP. And he too is filing his nomination as we speak. BJP leaders are filing their nomination for Rajya Sabha vacant seats. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah, the senior BJP leader there present, along with Samrat Chaudhary, is the BJP's Deputy Chief Minister in Bihar. And he too is present there along with the seat to the left of Nitish Kumar. And these are pictures coming in from Patna as BJP leaders file their nomination. And we are also hearing that the new, and Nitish Kumar, his message to the party cadre was that the new government which comes in now will have his full cooperation. There is also a big buzz around his son, who's expected to also enter the JDU and officially sort of head the JDU. Now, it's a political buzz, of course. We will have to wait and watch. But Nitish Kumar has made it clear, we are hearing from his party circles, that he has made it clear to his party that there were attempts made to try and convince him to remain in the party, but that did not happen. He has decided to step down, and he will be heading to the Rajya Sabha. Those are pictures coming in of Nitish Kumar, along with Nitin Navin, the BJP chief, and the other Rajya Sabha nominees of the BJP filing the nomination, the candidates rather filing the nomination, and filing the papers there in the presence of Union Home Minister Amit Shah. We'll take a short break and we'll come back with the live coverage.
आप जिस व्यक्ति
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Indian Ocean region, if you see the region right now, it is becoming a place of contestation. How you view the increasing maritime contestation?
21st century is going to be Indian Ocean century. We have to be ready to deal with situations across the spectrum with our extensive maritime domain awareness and our reach and sustainability. And if we were to call to do certain things in any level of spectrum, we are ready to do that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin we'll get you all the details of the conflict in the West Asian region, because both sides are firing missiles and barrage of drones against each other. We'll get you minute-to-minute updates of what's unfolding in the Middle Eastern region also. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace, and unfortunately they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic, accuses US and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck US oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says the US and Israel have miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted very serious damage. War reaches Indian Ocean. US torpedoes Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. And also, big focus, Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, files nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Nabin. All right, viewers, we are getting another big breaking news from the West Asian conflict that is going on right now. Iranian drones have fallen on Azerbaijan territory. Big development here. West Asia war now engulfs Azerbaijan. In the latest development, the entire Middle East is already engulfed in the war that is going on right now at this moment. And this is the latest development confirmed. Iranian drones fall on Azerbaijan territory. Missiles and drones are being fired, being used by both the sides, and Iran is fighting this endless war with the United States of America and Israel. All major cities, major targets of that includes the US bases, are being bombed, and this comes as the latest. The West Asia war has now engulfed Azerbaijan also, where you can clearly see this is Nakhchivan airport, the visuals of that. An Iranian drone has fallen on Azerbaijan territory. West Asia war has now engulfed Azerbaijan also. Latest development here, Azerbaijan also got caught in the war. Let's listen into the audio also of the impact that you will see. right, so these are the visuals, and you can pretty much hear the sound of a drone. Probably this might be a kamikaze drone that is being used for attack. We have to get it confirmed. They confirm that was a deliberately target in this attack, because this is the latest that is coming in from the war zone. Latest comes where Azerbaijan got hit by a drone. All right, we have guests joining us. We have Louis Gomes, Vice President of National Union of Seafarers of India, joining us via Zoom. And also, we'll be having other guests also. That is retired Major General Sanjay Meston, also joining us to speak on this issue. All right. So, right now we have Louis Gomes with us. What's your take on what's happening right now in the West Asian region? Iran has confirmed that it has the complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, but there are attacks being reported from nearby locations. What's the situation of the seafarers in that location, sir?
National Union of Seafarers of India expresses deepest concerns and sorrows about the recent attack which is happening on the merchant vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz, which is a very vital international shipping corridor. Around 20% of the oil and gas of the world passes through this strait. And we are very concerned since Saturday, 250 vessels are stuck up in this Gulf region. Around thousands of seafarers, Indian seafarers, are stuck. And we got the information around 37 Indian flag vessels, which is transiting from this area. About 1,100 Indian seafarers are stuck in Panjshir Gulf. We are already, it's been in the paper that the vessel Skylark, where 15 Indian seafarers were there. They were, 13 have been rescued, and 2 are still missing, and 1 is injured. Same way we have in one vessel in MKD Vayum, Marshall Island flag. The one seafarer lost his life. As a union, we are extended our solidarity and support to the bereaved family. We are in contact with the company also, trying to get as much of assistance and help as needed. And we got a call from Basra, Baghdad embassy in Iraq. One seafarer also died over there during a missile attack from Iran. And there is a couple of projectiles which has been targeted the vessels, some Hercules vessels where no fire was there, but it has been distinguished. And some vessels which is closely been projected by the missiles. But most of the thing is that we can find that 3 casualties and 2 missings. And Indian seafarers, and there are multiple Indian seafarers which are stuck up in Bandarabad. And National Union of Seafarers of India is in coordination with the embassy in Bandarabad to repatriate back them to India as soon as possible. We are also coordinating with the Director General of Shipping, embassy in Bandarabad, embassy in Baghdad, and our shipping companies. And we are closely monitoring the situation.
All right, sir. All right, sir. Stay with us. We have a big breaking news coming in. Let me share the details of that first. This is the big breaking news coming in. And this related to Indian seafarers who are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, 37 Indian flag vessels are stuck as of now, as we speak, in that region. 37 vessels are stuck, and 150 Indian and foreign flag ships are stuck in that region. And 2 casualties have also been reported as of now, as we speak. This is the latest development that we are fetching as of now. 2 casualties reported so far, 2 missing. National Union of Seafarers Association has shared this data. Data has been shared by the National Union of Seafarers of India, and we have Louis Gomes, who is the Vice President of National Union of Seafarers of India. How dangerous is the situation, sir? And what kind of support do you need in this critical situation as of now? Because the entire Strait of Hormuz, as declared by the IRGC, has become a war zone. And they are specifically targeting all vessels which are US allies. But are Indian ships safe as of now? Can they pass that region, or there's a complete blockade as we speak in this moment?
This is a very concerning period, which is it's a very dangerous situation, because most of the ship are stuck up there, and they are having a like in a utter chaos. And they cannot come out of the Strait of Hormuz, especially. And the life of the seafarers is at stake at the moment. It's a very, very highly volatile situations we are as a shipping fraternity and industry and the family of the seafarers undergoing through.
All right, sir. All right, sir. We also have retired Major General Sanjay Meston joining us to speak on this issue. Sir, this war is getting more dangerous, more fatal. The number of casualties are rising, and also the way US has torpedoed an Iranian vessel very close to the Sri Lankan coast. And now the Strait of Hormuz has literally become a war zone. Iran is striking the vessels there. And also, no port is safe as of now as we speak in Iran. What's your take?
Yeah, my take is as follows. Firstly, now this has become a total regional war by Iran. And secondly, Iran now is targeting more nations. We have seen the recent these drones falling in Azerbaijan. And we must know that Azerbaijan and, of course, Israel have got very good relations. They have diplomatic relations. And they have got a good amount of setup there in Azerbaijan. And therefore, the worry to Iran is, that the area of Kurdistan is quite close by because that is in northwestern western part of Iran, which is their province, and of course is the Karamshah. So you are aware that President Trump is also speaking to the Kurdish rebels there, and therefore again that population is Sunni. Azerbaijan is again Sunni dominated. So some game is going on there, and Iran is taking preemptive actions by targeting all these places in Azerbaijan also. So they are enlarging the conflict. You are aware it is fired in a US base in Turkey. Of course, that was unsuccessful in Greece, Cyprus, everywhere. Yes. And of course, now Americans are also enlarging it. The fact that they have sunk an Iranian naval ship, a frigate, which was coming from Vizag after the International Fleet Review, in which even American ship had participated for exercise Villain. So that has been sunk in the territorial waters, not in the territorial waters, in the EEZ of this Sri Lanka. And I'm happy that it was not in the territorial waters of India. Otherwise, it would have become a major political issue within our country. Yes. So the conflict is being enlarged, and both sides today, none of them is prepared for talks. So where is this situation heading to? It's a very volatile, very uncertain situation. No one can today predict about it. And for India and the world, the entire concern is in the Strait of Hormuz and for the Gulf region. Because, see, oil is getting affected. Your LNG in Bahrain and, of course, Qatar, the production has stopped. Those facilities have been shut down. So there is no transit of any oil or gas from there. 20% of the world's everything flows out from Strait of Hormuz. And of course, India is from there, it is about 40% of India itself. So what I'm trying to say is it's a total confusion. No one knows how to handle it. Everyone, and I think both sides have taken a very stubborn position. In one side, it is radicalism, which is, just now engulfed their minds so badly that they're just not knowing what the end state will be. And the other side is also now very, very clear. US and Israel, they also want to continue hitting so that once for all this, the epicenter of terrorism for these 7 proxies in the entire region, including in Houthis, so they have to be curbed. So there is total confusion, very difficult to predict. And the strength of the Iranians as on date continues to be these missiles, ballistic missiles, the cruise missiles, and of course the Shahid missiles. So this kind of problem, I do not know how it is going to be resolved. Yes. And now people are talking about it can even exceed 100 days. Yeah. And the interest of Iran is that this war must be prolonged. The more it is prolonged, it is in the interest of Iran because the whole region gets engulfed. The GCC countries suffer, other countries suffer like India, etc. And in the bargain, they are expecting that the whole world will start pressurizing United States that this war must cease. But the world also must know that Trump is not going to cease till the time he does not achieve his objective. Yes. So it's a very critical situation. The solution only is that either of the sides have to take stern action, and maybe that America has the wherewithal to once and for all target all these the ballistic missile sites and of course the drone sites, which is not easy. It's a huge country. Everything is well dispersed. So targeting them itself is going to take time because that is the Iranian strength. And once that is finished or neutralized, I think then it is going to take a different turn because once the power of the center of gravity of Iran is targeted, that is the missiles and the drones, I think then the things can take a positive turn. Otherwise, as on date, it is extremely bad for the entire region and the two opposing forces, I would say, are totally hard on their stance. None of them ready to compromise and give up.
And IRGC has also warned that the future strikes will be more intense. And also, it has been requested by US CENTCOM for more than 100 intelligence officers, for many intelligence officers for more than 100 days. All right, Luis Gomes was also with us. But Major General Meston, if you can put this into perspective, there is also a sort of blockade which is happening in that entire region, and it will have a very detrimental impact in the entire region. I'll come back to you with that question, but we also have a special report. We have an exclusive report from inside Tehran, ladies and gentlemen, a report of a gathering for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at Engelab Square in Tehran. Let's watch that report.
I'm here at Arnab Square. You can see behind me people are praying, and also they have gathered here to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. As you know, the Supreme Leader was killed on the first day of Israel-US strikes on Iran. I also had the opportunity to talk to some of the mourners and also the Imam who is leading the prayer here. And they seem to be pretty angry at US and Israel because they tell me that our Supreme Leader has been killed, and now we are here to show that we are still mourning for him and we are more united than ever. Now let's hear what they told me.
سوال میکنن مردم چرا اومدید اینجا؟ خودتون بگید چرا اومدید اینجا؟
All right, there's another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Big breaking news coming in. And now, as per reports, IRGC is pressing for Mojtaba Khamenei. It was pressing earlier, and now it's again pressing hard for Mojtaba Khamenei to take over as dissent grows. Now, IRGC presses for Mojtaba Khamenei as the supreme leader for Iran, for Mojtaba Khamenei's leadership as the dissent grows. So, because this is from IRGC. The IRGC is pressing for Mojtaba Khamenei to take over as the supreme leader because he has a good grip when it comes to IRGC, and he is the son of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He's one of the potential successors when it comes to being the next supreme leader, though there are other contenders also in the line, but this is big breaking news coming in where IRGC presses for Mojtaba Khamenei. All right, viewers, moving on to our next big breaking news that we are getting right now. A second Iranian ship heading to Sri Lanka after submarine attack. All right, now a second Iranian warship was heading towards Sri Lanka's territorial waters. Now, Iranian vessel named Bushehr vessel is carrying more than 100 crew members. Another development, second Iranian ship is heading to Sri Lanka. One was torpedoed by a US submarine, and now a second Iranian ship is heading to Sri Lanka. This is the latest development that we are getting. This exactly was the place where the US submarine, the US Navy submarine was there, because after World War II, this was the first time a ship was torpedoed in the entire world. Now this is the first, and also this is the second time second Iranian ship is heading towards Sri Lanka. One ship was torpedoed, and many were killed. More than 83 were killed. Many are missing. Many are getting treatment in a hospital in Sri Lanka as we speak. Now, a second Iranian ship is heading towards Sri Lanka. This is the latest big development we are getting of an Iranian ship heading towards Sri Lanka. All right, we have Major General Sanjay Meston to speak on this issue. Sir, as we were speaking earlier, they already struck the Iranian vessel earlier with a torpedo. Now, this was the first time, as claimed by the US government, that after World War II, this was the first time a vessel was struck using a torpedo. Now, another vessel is moving towards Sri Lanka. Is there any reason? Are they going to target the submarine, or does Iran have a strategy when it comes to tackling the situation, because their ship was hit and they have lost a lot of personnel, lot of Navy personnel in that entire region?
Yeah, absolutely. The logic of moving this ship, firstly, I am not aware from where it is coming, but I presume it is coming from the Persian Gulf area, apparently, because in the case of this exercise Milan in Vizag, it was only one Iranian ship. So what I have not understood, why it is coming from Persian Gulf and what is the intent. And generally, the ships never move alone when there is such kind of warfare.
Yes.
So I do not know why this ship is moving alone, because I perhaps feel that this itself now is a lucrative target for the enemy.
Yes.
You have to now, do fire and move. So generally, ships have to be supporting to each other. Not that they have to be close, they have to be far, they have to be in communications, and they have to be. So you have seen any movement, including of the US aircraft carrier, it is supported by so many ships.
Yes.
Nothing can move alone. Imagine a US aircraft carrier just moving all by itself. It is the most vulnerable and lucrative target. So logic of moving the ship is not understood. See, what is happening now is that the command control structure of Iran has been severely affected. There is no doubt. Now, what may be happening is that some middle rank leadership may be passing orders on their own. Now, see, in warfare, you cannot be sentimental and emotional. You just heard those cries, revenge, revenge. Everyone wants to take revenge. But it has to be analyzed. Warfare is a serious business. It is a profession. It is not sentimental and emotional, because some people feel that, emotions are going to win war. Right. No, it is practicality. So maybe in an emotional stance, it is like typical खून का बदला खून से revenge. उन्होंने हमारी डुबोई, अब हम इसको एक हमारी भी शिप भेजते हैं, वो उसको डुबो देगी.
Yes.
This is all ridiculous.
Yes.
So I think this is going to be a suicidal action if they are moving an independent lone ship to this area. Until and unless they have had a mutual understanding with the...
There's surely a possibility, Major Miston, that they might be sending submarines also, whatever Iran has when it comes to submarines. Stay with us, sir. We have another big breaking news coming in. We would like your comment on that too. The first footage of Israeli F-35 shooting Iranian fighter jet. We'll show you the footage. The first footage of F-30 shooting the Iranian fighter jet, the Yak, as has been claimed by IDF. The first footage of F-35 shooting down the Iranian fighter jet. Ladies and gentlemen, on your television screens in a short while, we have just received the footage, and this is it. This is the exclusive footage on your screens as we speak right now. You see, this is the image of how the Israeli Air Force shot down the Iranian jet, the exact time it was shot down. And you can see the Iranian fighter jet, that is the Yak 130, on your screens. As you can see, this was targeted by the Israeli F-35I, and it got engulfed in flames and it crashed. It was targeted by the F-35. So state-of-the-art modern aircraft F-35 was used to attack the Yak 130 of the Iranian Air Force. Major Meston, if we do a comparative analysis of the Israeli Air Force and the Iranian Air Force, Iran stands ahead when it comes to missile technology and drone technology, but Israel has all the modern fighter jets required, but Israel does not have the strategic depth for a very long war, sir. Your take on the F-35 shooting down an Iranian fighter jet?
See, again, my take was that firstly, F-35, F-15, F-18, F-22, so many modernized aircraft, fifth-generation aircrafts are operating in this theater of war. And all these basically belong to United States and Israel.
Yes.
Now, even this Yak aircraft, one has really not heard about it. Obviously, the inventory of the Iranian Air Force is very, very old. It is outdated.
Yes.
Now, what is surprising is that firstly, US has been making a statement that there is air supremacy. If there is air supremacy, how has this Iranian aircraft taken off from one of the airfields, military airfields in Iran itself? That is a big question. Number two, why the Iranians have, taken this risk when they know F-35s are flying and the latest technology, and even they have MQ-9B drones and large number of satellites coverage. The best satellites in the world are with the US. It is again suicidal to just move a fighter aircraft or two of them just moving. So they're just trying to project to the people that they're capable. But in military planning, you have to be smart. You have to know what the enemy's advantage is. You have to focus on your strength rather than exposing your weaknesses and getting your resources being shot down for no rhyme and reason. After all, resource shot down means you're losing a pilot. You're losing at the UN cost. The same pilot could have been used in some other operations, or send him to a missile detachment where he can be used effectively, because that is a strength.
Yes.
So exposing your vulnerability is, I think, foolhardiness. The way now they are sending another ship, even if it is, I would say, escorted by submarines. I will give that they are escorted by submarines. But you see the dispersal now they are going to have. They are just going to have some of their force in Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, and one small element, maybe with one or two submarines moving to Sri Lanka. And what for? They are now getting further isolated. So they will be, you cannot detach your forces.
Definitely.
In warfare, it is concentration of forces, applicability at the right time and at the right juncture.
Yes.
So I think, sometimes with emotions, people can just take such decisions at the cost of losing lives. So I think Iran is being suicidal. Now even firing drones in Azerbaijan. Now, they should realize, the vulnerability of Iran is towards the northwest and the western border. You have the Kurdistan border, you have the Karamshah, the province, the Kurdistan province of Iran. And of course, on the north is Azerbaijan. So, Azerbaijan will also start training some of the elements there and Mossad is based there. The special forces of the
General Nestin, you are saying that
there.
Azerbaijan was deliberately targeted. Are you saying that?
Yes. So it's been deliberately targeted. So they are inviting trouble. Iranians are actually now, I would say they are off their mind. They are inviting trouble for themselves. Azerbaijan is not going to sit quiet. Firstly, they are Sunnis, and the interest, the Mossad is there in large numbers. The special forces of the Israeli forces are there. They are operating. So now they are going to unite the Azerbaijan people there, the Sunnis over there, the Kurdistan Sunnis who are part of the Kurdistan province. And I think the protest and revolt will start that side. Iran should remember that Mehsana Amini, that girl who was killed in 2022 by the Iranian police, for not putting on a hijab and for exposing her hair. She incidentally belonged to Kurdistan, that province of Iran. So she had just come to Tehran. So they must realize that, the Kurds are a different identity. So now they are going to unite the Kurds. They are going to unite the Sunnis of Azerbaijan, and Kurds also, who are the majority of them are Sunnis. So Iran is not actually inviting trouble. They are thinking that by firing at everywhere, including, Air Force, the base in Turkey and Greece, etc., I think a stage may come when the entire
if that was the case,
NATO may get involved.
if that was the case, it has already struck the various US bases which are present in the entire Middle East, and there is definitely a conflict between the Shia countries and the Sunni countries, as you are saying. But Middle East is not responding in that way. But will Azerbaijan exactly respond in a way that you are saying? It will strike back.
See, yes, I will tell you, Middle East is not going to respond for one reason. Because their security guarantee is already there by the presence and the way the US troops and Israeli troops are taking care of that. So they are just on a defensive mechanism. And that's what they have been stating, that we have got full right to defend our sovereignty. They will not, and they do not have a continuous border with Iran. So they do not have any capabilities. And these countries are looking for peace, development and prosperity. Azerbaijan has been in warfare for so many years. They against Armenia. So they have that experience. Now they are not going to, launch missiles and drones. They will just do asymmetric warfare by launching their Sunnis in conjunction with the Kurds over there in Kurdistan province. So they are inviting trouble. So one has to see the geographical reality. The geographical reality is Azerbaijan is contiguous to Iranian northwest provinces, and incidentally the name of those provinces are also, I think, North Azerbaijan, Central Azerbaijan.
Yes.
So imagine both sides of the border. One side is Azerbaijan nation and the other side is on south of that line is Azerbaijan, part of Azerbaijan provinces, part of Iran. So they are inviting trouble for themselves. You know, here the border is contiguous, so asymmetric warfare is going to be the order of day. And let me again tell you, the Kurds have got a lot of experience in asymmetric warfare, whether it is against Turkey.
All right.
So I think this is a...
Sir, stay with us. Major General Minister, stay with us. So we are getting a big breaking news as we speak, and this is related to Azerbaijan. Sir, we'll need your response on that. Azerbaijan summons Iranian ambassador over the drone attack. Big development here because Azerbaijan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already strongly condemned the drone attacks carried out from the territory of Iran. Now, in a statement, the ministry has emphasized that Azerbaijan strongly condemns these drone attacks launched from the Iranian territory. The Foreign Ministry has noted that the attack on Azerbaijan's territory contradicts the norms and principles of international law and contributes to escalating tensions in the region. Now, at the same time, the Azerbaijani side has stated that it reserves the right to take appropriate response measures. It will respond, it has the right to take appropriate response measures. But what kind of measures can it take place, Major General Meston? Your response on that? The Azerbaijan has summoned the Iranian ambassador over the drone attack, but will it be able to respond, or they will just lodge a protest, and if there is no casualty, let's get over with it. They will say, let's get over with it. Iran will say that our target was something else,
definitely, definitely, this is a symbolic protest they will launch, which is part of protocol diplomacy, that the moment such things happen, but it is not casualty. Casualties will not define that they have to respond. See, what will make them respond is, and perhaps they are already doing it, certain covert operations are going on. Let us understand between Azerbaijan and Israel, what is the relationship? They have a diplomatic relationship, they have defense cooperation, and in defense cooperation, the following has been given. One, they have been given large number of drones. They have been given air defense weapon systems, which were also used against Armenia. And of course, they have a very good intelligence setup, joint intelligence and counterintelligence. So what does it imply? There are Mossad and Israeli special forces apparently based in Azerbaijan. And I remember when I was in Afghanistan, way back in 2011 to 2014, one got some kind of report that Israel, I'm talking about that era, they were very active in Azerbaijan. So beyond this, you can understand that Azerbaijan has the capability to launch asymmetric warfare. Now, do they launch their regular forces? The answer is no. For asymmetric warfare, you have trained and motivated people. They will be utilized. Remember, again, it is Sunni dominated. And further south, if you go to the Iranian province of Kurdistan and Khorramshahr, this is also Sunni dominated. So probably this is what exactly Trump is looking for. That in these areas of Kurdistan and all, get them to start protesting. And if you recollect, what is Iran doing? What is Israel doing? They are bombarding all IRGC assets in Kurdistan province of Iran. So that once these targets have been bombarded, the net advantage would be that once the locals feel there, that now the effect of IRGC is gone, obviously there will be protests. So this is what the strategy is happening, and I feel Iran is falling trap in this game plan.
Right, Major General, I'll come back to you as we continue to analyze all the developments that are coming to light on day 6 of this war. But we have some reports also lined up to play for our viewers. Now, viewers, at least 87 people have been killed after the U.S. submarine sank an Iranian warship INS Dana in the Indian Ocean. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has said that this was the first time since the World War II that U.S. sunk an enemy combatant ship by a torpedo. Watch this detailed report for more.
The Iranian Air Force is no more, built for 1996, destroyed in 2026. An American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Instead, it was sunk by a torpedo. Quiet death. The first sinking of an enemy ship by a torpedo since World War II. In fact, last night, we sunk their prize ship, the Soleimani. Looks like POTUS got him twice. Their Navy, not a factor. Pick your adjective, it is no more. In fact, yesterday, in the Indian Ocean, and we'll play it on the screen there.
On the night of March 4, 2026, a US submarine sank Iran's Iris Dana warship in the Indian Ocean. At least 2 weeks ago, the Iranian warship Iris Dana arrived in Visakhapatnam to participate in India's Milan 2026 naval exercise. Its sailors were seen marching in the video. According to a recent statement from Sri Lanka's Foreign Minister Vijitha Herath, the Sri Lankan Navy recovered 87 bodies and rescued 32 people out of the 180 crew members on board. The fate of the remaining crew members remains unknown.
So early morning Emma.
और सार्वजनिक जीवन के उच्चतम मूल्यों के पक्षधर रहे जिनका पालन उन्होंने भी किया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 11 साल तक बिहार को हर प्रकार से आगे ले जाने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया और उनके नेतृत्व में ही मोदी जी की भेजी हुई सभी योजनाएं बिहार के जन जन तक पहुंची। 1974 के जयप्रकाश आंदोलन के वो प्रमुख नेता रहे हैं और तब से लेकर आज तक पूरा जीवन जेपी के सिद्धांतों पर उन्होंने बिताने का प्रयास किया। आज फिर से एक बार वो राज्यसभा के सांसद के नाते दिल्ली आ रहे हैं। मैं और एनडीए के सभी साथी उनका हृदय से स्वागत करते हैं और उनका कार्यकाल जो मुख्यमंत्री के नाते हैं वो हमेशा बिहार के लोग याद भी रखेंगे, उसका सम्मान भी करेंगे। मैं फिर से एक बार नितिन नवीन जी और नीतीश कुमार जी का राज्यसभा में आने का स्वागत करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Home Minister Amit Shah speaking about Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, who has now in fact got an entry to Rajya Sabha. He filed his nomination just a while ago in the presence of Home Minister and BJP President Nitin Nabin. We've got the statement. Let's take a listen as to what the Home Minister has to say.
आज मैं पटना में श्री नितिन नवीन जी, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष भाजपा, श्री नीतीश कुमार जी, बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री, श्री रामनाथ ठाकुर जी, श्री उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी और श्री शिवेश राम जी के राज्यसभा के नामांकन के लिए यहाँ पर आया हूँ। श्री नितिन नवीन जी राज्य में लंबे समय तक यशस्वी राजनीति करने के बाद भाजपा के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने हैं और अब वो राज्यसभा के माध्यम से संसद में भी अपना योगदान देंगे। हम सब एनडीए के सदस्य, भाजपा के करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता नितिन नवीन जी का राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में और संसद में स्वागत करते हैं। आज बिहार के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी ने भी राज्यसभा में अपना नामांकन किया है। इसके साथ ही बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद श्री नीतीश कुमार जी फिर से एक बार राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में राज्यसभा सांसद के नाते प्रवेश करेंगे। 2005 से लेकर आज तक नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री रहे। उनका एक कार्यकाल एक प्रकार से बहुत यशस्वी रहा। ये कार्यकाल उनका बिहार के इतिहास में स्वर्णिम पृष्ठ के रूप में लिखा जाएगा और बिहार के विकास के सारे मायने को उन्होंने गति देने का काम किया। उन्होंने अपने शासनकाल में बिहार को जंगल राज से मुक्त करने का काम किया। इन्होंने बिहार की सड़कों को न केवल गांवों तक जोड़ा, बिहार की सड़कों की स्थिति को भी सुधार किया। इतने लंबे करियर में विधायक, सांसद, मुख्यमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री रहते हुए उनके कुर्ते पर कभी दाग नहीं लगा। पूरा जीवन भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगने बगैर इतना लंबा राजनीतिक सफर शायद ही किसी राजनेता ने तय किया हो जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने किया है। बिहार में हर गांव, हर घर में बिजली पहुंचाने में भी उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा। हमेशा नीतीश जी सादगी, शुचिता और सार्वजनिक जीवन के उच्चतम मूल्यों के पक्षधर रहे हैं, जिनका पालन उन्होंने भी किया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 11 साल तक बिहार को हर प्रकार से आगे ले जाने में बहुत बड़ा योगदान किया और उनके नेतृत्व में ही मोदी जी की भेजी हुई सभी योजनाएं बिहार के जन जन तक पहुंची।
All right, viewers, now going back to the developments coming to light from West Asia, Iran here has issued a warning to US, Israeli, European and all the allied vessels that they are banned from transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran, in fact, has said that all the violators here will become a target of its drone and missiles if they try an attempt to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, which it says has now become a war zone. It has complete control over the strait. That's the big breaking now coming in. Israel, in fact, Iran has issued a warning to not just Israel, US, but all the allied vessels, saying that it has become a war zone and all the violators who try and attempt to pass through the Strait of Hormuz will in fact be targeted. And now, viewers, the war in West Asia has entered its day 6, with Iran threatening to attack Israel's nuclear plant in Dimona, and this is if US and Israel try and attempt a regime change in the country. Now, amidst this escalating war, civilians in nearby nations are still losing their residences and their livelihoods. Take a look at this report and how the Gulf nations have now been engulfed in this West Asia war. Take a look.
The war in West Asia is showing no signs of slowing down. Civilians in neighboring countries are paying the price as fire rains down from the sky.
So I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Residents of Erbil, the capital of the semi-autonomous Kurdish region in northern Iraq, are waking up to explosions from drones and missiles every day.
So when it first happened, I just look over and I just see glass, all the windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just all the windows are broken and I hear yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see people, a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. It could have been worse.
The drones and missiles are destroying residences and public infrastructure in the Gulf nations, and Iraq, being closest to the epicenter of the war, is bearing the brunt.
Yo! No! Boom!
Now, viewers, as the Gulf War escalates, what is also increasing is the number of casualties on both the fronts and constraints on the global economy. The war that began with Israel, US and Iran now has engulfed the whole of Middle East, with even sub-fronts opening between Israel and Hezbollah. With this mayhem in the Middle East, what is translating into a major impact on the global economy? The larger question, viewers, is how long will this war last? Watch this detailed report about all the latest developments coming to light.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
الان مترو رد میشم این چی اونجا چیه ولی دیگه از این ما اگر ویدیو خوبی داریم
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
The kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days. Mustafa has now taken over as the new supreme commander, almost in lines of his father in his thinking. And a person who has lost his father, mother, wife, daughter, everyone in this entire bombing there. And he has been appointed as the supreme commander, who himself was once responsible for Basij, and also the IRGC is committed to him. In that context, much of diplomacy may not really work now. And with this, the kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days before either does Iran capitulate, which again may be difficult, but not totally ruled out, primarily because Iran is now on its end of its resources. They are on commercial drones, small drones, big drones. The number of missiles have reduced much. Anybody might say they've kept some as reserves. I don't think so. Iran has shot whatever it had and may have kept about 10-15%, but that's not likely to cause very huge difference, one. Second, some earthquake kind of a thing being noticed 10 kilometers down. One doesn't really know what that earthquake actually involves. Is it a nuclear testing done by Iran? Yet someone says that they may go in for a hypersonic missiles, things of those kind. Very difficult at this point of time because the Americans and the Israelis have not gone to war with closed eyes. They know exactly what the capabilities of Iran were, though Iran may have surprised by the resilience and by the retaliation. Notwithstanding, I think Iran, as long as that, if it had confined itself only to bombing or shelling of the US bases, the 19 of them in West Asia, it would still have been accepted because you're bound to, because if you're at war, you can expect that retaliation. But since Iran has expanded its bombardment, missiles, drones on commercial assets of Kuwait, or Dubai, or Bahrain, or Qatar, is indicative that now a divide between the Arabs and the Persians would grow wide. Earlier, it was expected that the entire community might get together and fight the Israelis and fight the Americans, but it doesn't seem so now. There's a divide. And therefore, the kind of infrastructure of Iran in total stress, whether it is on electronic warfare, cyber warfare, all of its kind, and much of its missiles and drones aren't making the impact that they were supposed to, primarily, again, because it's very difficult to keep a control of the command. But my guess would be, let's wait for at least about 3-4 days, and maybe we would be able to come, the Americans are prepared for a long drawn war, but the Iranians may not be able to take on that unless the expectation of change of regime, the change of regime is almost ruled out because it's the same regime, same thinking, same ideology. So the change may not come unless people themselves come out and revolt, which again seems the country is on a 40 days mourning for their religious head who controlled them for almost 36 years, and his son alone has now taken over. So expect for well, if they do not capitulate, then a long drawn war. But then, since Mustafa has taken over, tighten your belts and be ready. And if you want peace, be prepared for a nasty, expensive, destructive war. And sooner or later, Iran obviously have to lose, but it's better that they, going on a negotiating table diplomacy, dialogue. If Iran wants it, can still be done. But if they don't want it, difficult. But then we'll have to wait and watch. Can't really say how long. But maybe 4 to 5 weeks at the most. But within a week, we will know how long.
All right, viewers, we've got another breaking news coming to light. A French foreign minister has now spoken to his Iranian counterpart, Bakshi. In fact, he's had a phone conversation with him, clearly urging for de-escalation in the conflict. The ministry here says that the foreign minister of France condemned the Iranian strikes, reaffirmed the country's commitment to stability in Middle East and calling for de-escalation and resumption of a diplomatic dialogue between the warring countries in compliance with the international law. So France here, in fact, has come out and clarified on its stance regarding the war in Middle East. He has spoken to his Iranian counterpart, clearly urging for de-escalation in this war. All right, viewers, we've got some dramatic visuals coming to life from Nakhchivan airport. This after a drone attack took place. This is in Azerbaijan. In fact, and now another development coming to light. Iranian ambassador has been summoned over the drone attack that took place in Azerbaijan. We've got some visuals. In fact, viewers, will show them to you in just a short while. Those are the visuals of the attack that took place near Nakhchivan airport. And right after the attack, Iranian ambassador has been summoned, is what we're given to understand. Those are the visuals, viewers. It looks like the war is widening by every hour. This is the attack that's now been carried out by Iran inside Azerbaijan. So more and more countries are now getting pulled in. This is near Nakhchivan airport. The attack took place near the airport, and those are the visuals on your screen. And post that attack, Azerbaijan, in fact, has now summoned Iranian ambassador, is the latest what we're picking up, viewers. Now, those visuals on your screen show you the aftermath of the attack which was carried out. Azerbaijan claims it's an attack carried out by Iran near the Nakhchivan airport. And post that attack, in fact, we understand that ambassador has now been summoned. Iranian ambassador has now been summoned by Azerbaijan. Now, those are the visuals. They show you the impact of the attack near Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. Viewers, day 6 of the West Asia war, more and more countries are now pulled in. First, it was West Asian countries, and now Central Asian nations are also being pulled into this war. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we discuss how Israel and US miscalculated the strikes by US is what Iran now claims, is saying that it has inflicted serious damage on both these countries.
Say that Operation Sindoor is still on, and when we get a chance in the next round, we hope we have the opening shot.
As a Navy, we do believe that we have got the ability to carry out large-scale destruction. If given an opportunity in any future eventuality, we hope that we are the first one to fire that salvo.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
عدم تصفية
From our security and maritime point of view and the present situation that's happening globally, what impact is it having on your strategies?
We learn from every event, every opportunity, not only from our own experiences, but also from what is happening around the world. The Indian Navy is fully geared up to face any challenges of any kind.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
عدم تصفية
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Prompt. Republic India Women's Summit 2026 celebrates the spirit, strength and substance of women who are shaping the nation's present and defining its future. This weekend, we bring together extraordinary voices from across sectors, from the brave ranks of the armed forces in the CRPF to the arenas of sports, from the corridors of law and politics to the powerful world of art and cinema. Built on stories of courage, determination and relentless pursuit of excellence, this summit is a tribute to women who led with conviction and inspire with their action. Republic India Women's Summit 2026 is more than a platform. It is a movement of strength, a celebration of purpose and a powerful salute to the women driving India forward. Let's also take a look at the headlines for the hour. Take a look at this. Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic, accuses US and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck US oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted very serious damage. War reaches the Indian Ocean. US torpedoes Iranian ship off of the Sri Lankan coast in the Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, files nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Nabin. Viewers, now let's quickly shift focus to the latest visuals that we're getting in from the Iraq-Iran border. Now remember, the war has broken out. In fact, this is a live video from Iraq near the border with Iran, which is launching more missiles at both Israel and US bases as the war in West Asia enters its sixth day. These are the latest visuals that we're getting in from the borders of Iran and Iraq. Now remember, viewers, this comes as multiple countries of the Gulf region have already entered the war, with multiple more from the West also and Europe looking to enter the war as well. Now these are the live visuals on your screens from the Iranian border with Iraq. Iran is now launching more missiles at Israel and multiple US bases as the war in West Asia enters its sixth day. All mum on the borders, as most border towns have been evacuated as the war erupts further in the Gulf region. Viewers, also tracking some more breaking developments, we have gotten a footage of Israeli Air Force's strikes in Iran. Now, this footage, which has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces, shows precision munition strikes that have taken place in the Iranian territory. The Israeli military, on day 6 of the war, continues to strike deep inside Iranian territory. This video of a drone attack has been released by the Israeli Defense Forces. This shows the scale that the war has entered in its sixth day, with a drone deploying in the Iranian territory. Now, remember, viewers, drones and munitions, loitering munitions, have been a central power of this conflict, the war that has been on between Israel and Iran. In fact, the Israeli Defense Forces have released a recent video that is on your screens of a drone strike deep inside the Iranian territories. You can see the drone completely going off as it touches the ground. We're yet to confirm what area this is inside Iran, but also remember, viewers, Israel has also continued the carpet bombing of various cities across Iran, including its capital city of Tehran. Now, these are the latest visuals that we have accessed from the Israeli Defense Forces. This shows a drone strike deep inside the Iranian territories as the war goes on and engulfs the entire Gulf region. Viewers, now with war tensions intensifying in West Asia, a lot of airstrikes are being carried out by the US, Iran and Israel. Now this attack and counterattack is coming as the Gulf region remains on the edge and at the risk of entering the war as a whole. In fact, look at the visuals on your screens, viewers. This is the first visual that we've, accessed. And about 10 to 12 visuals we will play out in front of you, showing you the scale of the war. These are the defining moments of what is making up the war. Now, the first visual, this is an Iranian drone strike. The second one, this also shows the F-35, the US F-35 shooting down the Iranian fighter jet amid the ongoing war between Iran, US and Israel. Now, remember, Israel and US remain on one side, Iran on the other, and one must not make the mistake of actually undermining Iranian military. In fact, moving on to the third visual, this is a massive fire that rages on at an oil depot in the UAE. Now, also remember, energy sector is hit massively in the middle of the war that's going on in the Gulf region. First oil refinery that was hit on at least day second of this war was in Saudi Arabia. Now, also listen into the ambient sound of this attack that we can see on our screens, viewers. Take a look. Viewers, take a look at this fifth visual now. An interceptor halts an Iranian missile. Now, this entire war has not been about the army. It's not been about anybody else as much as it has been about air power, air supremacy, and loitering munitions and drones and missiles. And this is the visual that you can see on your screens. A constant interception of missiles ongoing from both sides. The US, Israel on one side and Iran on the other. And this even as Israel has fully now classified its Iron Dome and its missile helping capabilities. In fact, a sixth visual that comes in from Doha in Qatar, explosions are heard in residential areas. Now remember, this is key. War crimes on war crimes being noted as part of the war that is ongoing in the Gulf region, and explosions were being heard in the residential areas in Doha as well. Now moving on to the other visual that we have that comes from Qom in Iran. Strikes on Iranian air defense systems is what we're being told these visuals are. These visuals also were released by the Israeli Defense Forces after they struck targets of the Iranian air military, the Air Force. And this is the visual that we have on our screens. Now, the eighth visual comes from Iran once again. These are about the missile strikes near the IRGC naval base. Now, remember, Iran has issued multiple warnings about, their civilian areas being struck, where the US and the Israel were saying that it is a calculative strike on their military assets. And this video is a testament. This is a missile strike near an IRGC naval base. The ninth visual that we have for you is the Persian Gulf. Now, US ship launched missiles against Iran. Also remember, US also torpedoed an Iranian ship. The waters are also turbulent right now as the Gulf is at war. And this also comes in between the Strait of Hormuz, taking a center place in the entire conflict. The 10th and the last visual that we have for you, again from Iran, where buildings are destroyed in airstrikes rained down by the Israeli Defense Forces in collaboration with the US. Now remember, viewers, US and Israel are on one side and Iran on the other. But this is not an isolated war between these three players. Western players, including Australia, including Italy, are looking to enter the war. And on the other side in the Gulf region, all neighbors of Iran have been struck by Iranian military. Moving on, viewers, we're also getting in some more breaking development. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have eliminated a terrorist cell that operated within a command center in southern Lebanon. Now, overnight, the IDF troops identified several Hezbollah terrorists who entered a structure used by the organization as a command center in the area where IDF troops are operating in southern Lebanon. On your screens are the visuals of the very strike that is being spoken of. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have claimed to have eliminated a terrorist cell that was operating within a command center in southern Lebanon. Now, overnight, IDF troops also identified several Hezbollah terrorists who entered a structure used by the organization as a command center in the area where IDF troops are operating in southern Lebanon. Now, following the identification, the Israeli Air Force struck and eliminated the terrorists residing in the area. The IDF will continue to operate to remove any threat to the Strait of Israel, is the statement that they issued, while also releasing a video clip of the strikes that have made heavy damages on Hezbollah settlement deep inside southern Lebanon. And of course, these strikes were made by the Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, the clip was also released by the Israeli Defense Forces. They've also claimed that they've eliminated a terrorist cell that was operating well within the command center inside southern Lebanon. Now, remember, this comes just 2 days after the Israeli forces on ground trespassed the Lebanon border, in fact, from the southern end. Viewers, quickly shifting focus and getting in more breaking developments now. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry has accused Iran of a drone attack on its territory, and it's also said that 2 civilians were injured as part of this drone strike. We will get you the footage in a bit, but this is big. The war now proliferating across the region. Azerbaijan has now come up and is accusing Iran of a severe drone attack inside the Azerbaijani territories. They've also said that at least 2 civilians were struck in the attack and are now injured. These are the visuals on your screens of the airport in Azerbaijan, completely in shambles after the drone strike. Now, this also raises pertinent questions over Iran's claim that they are only out to strike military establishments, especially of Israel and the US. But this is the visual of the airport in Azerbaijan, completely in shambles, completely destroyed because of the drone strikes launched by Iran. Listen into this.
It has a great impact on the energetic system of the entire European continent, but it also has an impact on Moldova's energetic system. Today in Moldova starts an alarming state in the energetic situation. How is Europe to approach the energetic security entirely and in particular for Moldova as a candidate?
I hope that the Commissioner for Energy will actually share also with the wider public that we are not dependent on the oil that is coming from the Gulf states. So it doesn't have that impact on us when it comes to security of supply. But of course, if the market prices are rising, then it has impacts more widely. But right now we don't see that yet. So there is no room for panicking.
The risk for arms supplies for Ukraine, how huge is this risk will be?
Well, you see that everybody has the need for air defense, so that Ukraine has the need. Also, the Middle Eastern countries have the need. When it comes to also the drone interceptors, there is a need in both of these wars. So there is really problem with the production. We need to also do more on the European side and really speed up. When it comes to drones and drone interceptor drones, then Ukraine has really been able to produce a lot and can also share this knowledge with the Gulf countries to boost this production. So, of course, we are looking into this, but I'm worried that, just the capabilities are limited, and that's why it will have an impact also on different wars.
About the diplomacy, because since the first meeting you said we have to explore the diplomatic options. Do you see any diplomatic space when taking consideration that you are still in contact with Iran? And second, the French president announced that maybe a coalition to save the maritime security. Is it built on ASPIDES or same kind of something?
Yes. So on the maritime security, we have yes, two missions. We have Operation Atalanta and Aspides that are in the region, but of course right now, I mean, they are not in the Strait of Hormuz. So the European naval assets and the are really coordinating to have the protection of also Strait of Hormuz, so that we have the trade routes. What comes to diplomatic outreach, then it's clear that wars really end in diplomacy, and there has to be room for diplomacy here to really get out of this cycle of escalation.
Is the EU offering any concrete aid to? So is the EU offering any concrete aid to the Gulf countries?
Well, we are discussing this today. One of the things is the drone interceptors that, Ukraine is also offering. What we are saying to the Gulf countries is also to have the contacts with Ukraine and President Zelensky, how they can work together. I have had also calls with Gulf countries, and they have been really surprised how much Ukraine is helping them in this regard, keeping in mind that they are under heavy attacks all the time, and maybe the support hasn't been really, two-way street, but one-way street. But maybe it changes actually from this day on.
Nothing from the EU side of that?
No, from the EU side, we are providing, of course, support to get the civilians protected and the consular support and what we can do. But in terms of what more can we do, we are discussing this today. What are their needs as well, where we can come.
How come Georgia is not on agenda, but I have to ask you, because yesterday Georgian Dream adopted the most repressive amendments to law against the civil society, media, even against the business. So what's your estimation on this move?
Yes. Well, adopting these laws is extremely regrettable, and it shows that Georgian government is really not going on the right track when it comes to the European accession.
How concerned are you about President Trump's threats towards Spain, and what do you expect from the other member states how to deal with this threat?
Trade is a European competence, so we have a trade deal with the United States that was signed in June, so we hope that the United States also respects this agreement that applies to all the member states. Thank you very much.
About priorities,
Viewers, that was the Vice President of the European Commission, Kaja Kallas, speaking to the media after the European Union held an emergency meet over the Iran war surging and becoming bigger. Now, the European chief has also said that there was no impact on oil supplies in Europe because of the Iran war, debunking all claims that oil prices are going up in Europe. Now, EU's Kaja Kallas says that there is no need to panic and the oil supply remains stable in the region. And this was the Vice President of the European Commission speaking to the media after the European Union held an emergency meeting on the Iran war, also surrounding claims regarding the oil supply being hit. In fact, Kaja Kallas has said that there is no need to panic at all and that the oil supply remains stable in the European region. In fact, European Union has also said that there is no impact on oil supplies in Europe due to the Iran war. Viewers, now also tracking some more developments that we're getting in. Now, the Ministry of Defense of State of Qatar has announced that State of Qatar has been subjected to a missile strike. Now, the air defense systems are intercepting the missile attack. The ministry also urges its citizens, residents and visitors to remain calm and adhere to official instructions issued by security authorities, avoid any rumors and rely solemnly on information released through official channels. Now, this advisory, much like anyone that's been issued during times of wars, comes after the Ministry of Defense of Qatar has announced that it has been subjected to a missile strike. The air defense systems in Qatar have been activated. In fact, they are busy intercepting the missile strike as we speak this very moment. The ministry has also urged citizens and residents to stay inside in light of the missile strike. Now remember viewers, the war is swelling and it's engulfing the entire Gulf region, and the latest in that list is Qatar. The Ministry of Defense in Qatar has announced that the state has been subjected to a barrage of missile attacks and that the air defense systems have not just been activated, but they're actively intercepting the missile attack as we speak. Viewers, keeping on to the war in West Asia. Now, as West Asia war escalates and expands, the United States has now released a new video of the American Operation Epic Fury, calling the first 100 hours of the operation lethal and successful. US said the operation will continue till the goal is achieved. Watch the released video to get all the details into what's happening.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury,
the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history.
Our military in the Middle East is undertaking an unprecedented operation to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans, as they've been doing for nearly half a century. We are also sinking the Iranian Navy, the entire Navy.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved.
Viewers, keeping on to the escalations in West Asia, let's quickly shift focus to a breaking development that we're tracking. Now, the Iranian army has said that their ground forces shot down an Israeli Hermes drone in Kermanshah, western Iran. This comes as there are counter-strikes and strikes being exchanged from both Israel and Iran from the start of the war, which has now entered its 6th day. And in the latest, the Iranian army has now said that their ground forces shot down an Israeli Hermes drone in Kermanshah in western Iran. Now remember, this comes as the carpet bombing of various Iranian cities, including the capital of Tehran, continues from the Israeli Defense Forces. And in the latest, the Iranian army has said that their ground forces shot down an Israeli Hermes drone, which was intercepted in Kermanshah area in western Iran. Those are the visuals on your screens. You can see a drone flying through the sky being intercepted as it reaches close to the ground for its final purpose, and it was intercepted by the Iranian military. This is an Israeli drone on your screens, which was intercepted by the Iranian military just this moment. In fact, viewers, this has happened in Kermanshah area in Iran. Viewers, now the civilians near targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe the terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, shattered glass everywhere, thick smoke, the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of one more strike. One victim captured the devastation simply, "All I see are broken windows," a poignant symbol of lives upended by the war, with windows blown out by blast waves from nearby hits on bases hosting US forces. Now this comes after Iran launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks across the West Asian region, including various US military sites in Iraq. Take a look.
براسي احساسي قرص يعني بابتي ماديه كنيا بابتي اوي كاتو سفري دك ديوا او كارثه الرودا لوي كاتو ليكوتي كارثه شي قرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all the windows broken, and I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي احساسي قرص يعني بابتي ماديه كنيا بابتي اوي كاتو سفر دەکەی دێوە ئەو کارە ساتە ڕووداەوەی کە تو لێکەوتەی کارە ساتێکی قورسی ئەو جەنگەی کە هیچ دەسەڵات تێدا بەرپرسین نە لایەنین نە هۆکارین هەر بازی شتێک دەدەین کە ئێمە نەمان کردی.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. So one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. There's an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Viewers, as we come to an end to this edition of the News Bulletin, the IRGC has now claimed to have struck US oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. We're getting you all the details on this strike right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Say that Operation Sindoor is still on, and when we get a chance in the next round, we hope we have the opening shot.
As a Navy, we do believe that we have got the ability to carry out large-scale destruction. If given an opportunity in any future eventuality, we hope that we are the first one to fire that salvo.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
ज़्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Viewers, these are the live visuals that we're getting in from Doha in Qatar right now, where drones are being intercepted. Now, take a look at these visuals, viewers. You can see the lines in the skies. These are all plumes of smokes that have arisen from intercepted drones. Now, the Iranian military continues to rain missiles and drones over Qatar. And Qatar, in fact, released a statement talking of the very interception that you're seeing live on your screens right now. These are the visuals of drones being intercepted in Qatar, over the Qatar airspace. And these Iranian military drones are being rained on Doha in Qatar from day one of the war, which has now reached its 6th day. These are the live visuals that are coming in from Doha in Qatar. Now remember, viewers, one must not underestimate the Iranian military's capabilities, especially when it comes to drones and loitering munitions. Even though their defense expenditure is not nearly as high as Israel or the US, it falls far, far behind in the list, in fact. However, Iran maintains its supremacy using its drones and loitering munitions, which are made at a very cheap cost. And in fact, the loss of these drones is also not a heavy loss for the Iranian military. And that is one major reason why we see the deployment of drones the most from the side of the Iranian military in the war that's ongoing in West Asia. Now, even though these drones are made at a cheaper cost, one must not make the mistake of assuming that they are not lethal. They are extremely lethal, and these drones and loitering munitions are also precision-based weaponry that is used from the side of the Iranian military. In fact, visuals on your screens of the drones being rained down and that attempt being thwarted by an interception by the Qatar military. These are the visuals of the Iranian missiles and drones breaching the Qatar airspace, once again engulfing the entire region into the war that should remain put between Israel and Iran. Now, Iran made it amply clear at the beginning of this conflict that everybody who is housing a US military base will face the Iranian wrath. Viewers, getting in some more breaking development. Now, huge US strikes hit Iranian cities of Sanandaj near the Imam Ali base in Dushan, close to the Kurdish border. In fact, we're getting you the visuals just in about a minute, but these are US strikes that we're talking about on the Iranian city. Just right now, we saw Iranian missiles and drones being intercepted by Doha in Qatar. And now these are the visuals of US strikes on an Iranian city of Sanandaj near the Imam Ali base in Dushan. You can see the visuals on your screens. Massive destruction ongoing in the city of Sanandaj in Iran. These are US strikes that have rained down upon the Iranian territory deep inside the Sanandaj city, which is near the Imam Ali base in Dushan, close to the Kurdish border, in fact. And this comes as US's counter-strike on the Iranian territory. Now, remember, Israel and US are partners in this war, and they're standing on one side of the spectrum while Iran stands on the other. In fact, while Iran continues bombing the region, it continues bombing its neighboring countries, including Qatar, UAE, Saudi, Jordan, Bahrain, these are the visuals of US strikes deep inside Iran. In fact, this place is close to the Kurdish border and the Imam Ali base in Dushan. This is a city called Sanandaj inside Iran, where you can see the scale of destruction that has been caused by US strikes inside the Iranian city. Now, remember, this also comes as major facilities of the Iranian regime have been flattened across cities in Iran by the involved and by the collaborated effort of the US and the Israeli Defense Forces. Viewers, getting in some more breaking development from Spain. Now, the Defense Ministry in Spain has said that it will send its most advanced frigate to protect Cyprus after a drone strike on a British base on the Mediterranean island sucked it into the Middle East war. Now, remember, the war is only becoming bigger in West Asia, and this time we're speaking of Italy entering the war. We're also speaking of Spain possibly entering the war. Now, Spain has said that they will send their advanced, biggest frigate to protect Cyprus. Now, remember, Cyprus is an important hub that houses the UK military. It is home to UK's air bases. It is home to UK's strategic military assets. Spain has said that it will send its most advanced frigate to protect Cyprus.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
الان مترو رد میشم این چی اونجا چیه
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
The kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days. Mustafa has now taken over as the new Supreme Commander, almost in lines of his father in his thinking, and a person who has lost his father, mother, wife, daughter, everyone in this entire bombing there. And he had been appointed as the Supreme Commander, who himself was once responsible for Basij, and also the IRGC is committed to him. In that context, much of diplomacy may not really work now. And with this, the kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days before either does Iran capitulate, which again may be difficult, but not totally ruled out, primarily because Iran is now on its end of its resources. They are on commercial drones, small drones, big drones. The number of missiles have reduced much. Anybody might say they've kept some as reserves. I don't think so. Iran has shot whatever it had and may have kept about 10-15%, but that's not likely to cause very huge difference, one. Second, some earthquake kind of a thing being noticed 10 kilometers down. One doesn't really know what that earthquake actually involves. Is it a nuclear testing done by Iran? Yet someone says that they may go in for a hypersonic missiles, things of those kind. Very difficult at this point of time because the Americans and the Israelis have not gone to war with closed eyes. They know exactly what the capabilities of Iran were, though Iran may have surprised by the resilience and by the retaliation. Notwithstanding, I think Iran, as long as that, if it had confined itself only to bombing or shelling of the US bases, the 19 of them in West Asia, it would still have been accepted because you're bound to, because if you're at war, you can expect that retaliation. But since Iran has expanded its bombardment, missiles, drones on commercial assets of Kuwait, or Dubai, or Bahrain, or Qatar, is indicative that now a divide between the Arabs and the Persians would grow wide. Earlier, it was expected that the entire community might get together and fight the Israelis and fight the Americans, but it doesn't seem so now. There's a divide. And therefore, the kind of infrastructure of Iran in total stress, whether it is on electronic warfare, cyber warfare, all of its kind, and much of its missiles and drones aren't making the impact that they were supposed to, primarily, again, because it's very difficult to keep a control of the command. But my guess would be, let's wait for at least about 3-4 days, and maybe we would be able to come with, the Americans are prepared for a long drawn war, but the Iranians may not be able to take on that unless the expectation of change of regime, the change of regime is almost ruled out because it's the same regime, same thinking, same ideology. So the change may not come unless people themselves come out and revolt, which again seems the country is on a 40 days mourning for their religious head who controlled them for almost 36 years, and his son alone has now taken over. So expect for well, if they do not capitulate, then a long drawn war. But then, since Mustaba has taken over, tighten your belts and be ready. And if you want peace, be prepared for a nasty, expensive, destructive war. And sooner or later, Iran obviously have to lose, but it's better that they, going on a negotiating table, diplomacy, dialogue. If Iran wants it, can still be done. But if they don't want it, difficult. But then we'll have to wait and watch. Can't really say how long. But maybe 4 to 5 weeks at the most. But within a week, we will know how long.
Viewers, now as the war wages on in West Asia, China is all set to send a special envoy to West Asia for mediation. Now this comes as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi spoke with the Saudi Arabian and UAE counterparts. Take a look at this report.
Day 5 of West Asia War. Casualties increasing by the day. World leaders, stakeholders huddling and holding phone calls to help reach an end to the endless war in West Asia. China is also weighing its options. For now, sending its envoy to Middle East for mediation. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held a phone call with Saudi Arabian and UAE counterparts. In the talks, China hailed restraint shown by Saudi Arabia, urging everyone to engage in peaceful dialogue. China earlier took a position on the West Asia war, condemning the joint strikes by US and Israel as blatant, called the incitement to regime change as unacceptable. China also called for immediate ceasefire and requested to return to the negotiating table to prevent the war from expanding. With many countries engaging to find a headway, the stakes were never higher than this since World War II.
Viewers, now in the middle of any war, the most amount of damage is always taken by the civilians. The civilians near targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe their terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, glass shattered everywhere. In fact, thick smoke and the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of one more strike. One victim captured the devastation simply saying, "All I see are broken windows." A poignant symbol of how lives upend by a war, with windows blown out by blasts and waves from nearby hits on bases hosting US forces. This comes after Iran launched retaliatory missiles and drone attacks across West Asia, including US military sites in Iraq. Take a look.
براسي إحساس الشقرس يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري دك هدية أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة شقرسي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all the windows broken, and I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساس الشقرس يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري دك هدية أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة شقرسي أو زنجي كهيز ده صلاة نا تدابت بالسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بعض شتيك دين كأمانة ما كرديه.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. So one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. There's an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20-30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development. Now, the Indian authorities have said that there is no shortage of oil supplies in India and that India is completely well stocked and there is no increase in consumer prices either seen in India. In fact, India has also said that we are diversifying to non-Hormuz sources for procurement of oil barrels. At least 50 days of stocks is full with India. That's the latest statement that we're getting in. Now, remember, India witnessed a vulnerability in terms of its crude reserves following the breakout of the war in the Gulf region. However, now top sources have revealed that there is no shortage of oil supply to India. In fact, at present, they have said that we have the crude to sustain us for the next 50 days. In fact, joining us on the broadcast is our senior editor Abhishek Kapoor, who will get us more details on the matter. Abhishek, speak to us about the recent revelation that's been made by our top sources. Now, this also comes at a time when India is resuming its oil supply from Russia. Abhishek.
Well, yes, the government, we spoke to sources in the government, and the information that comes out is that there is active work going on to make sure that the Hormuz disruption and the force majeure that has been affected by commercial entities, obviously because of the ongoing war situation, does not affect the standing supplies and India's energy security. So as of now, for example, we have stocks of 25 days of crude and 25 days of crude products, petroleum products, which includes petrol, diesel, gas, among others. So all that is there for 50 days taken together. And replenishments are happening to make sure that this supply does not go down, that the storage does not go down, that the availability does not go down, that window of 50 days does not go down. And to that extent, for example, Prime Minister himself has spoken to the heads of governments in the Gulf region and all these Gulf countries, the Minister of Petroleum, the Commerce Minister, the External Affairs Minister. Everyone is coming together with a whole of government approach to make sure that India's energy supply chains are not disrupted. Even the oil marketing companies are directly talking to their interlocutors and counterparts and stakeholders. So, for example, these big world suppliers of energy in the private domain, even in the government sector, so be it ADNOC, for example, in the public sector from the Gulf, or Total Energy, for example, in the private sector from Europe. All those stakeholders are being involved and talked to. Even non-Hormuz sources are being tapped. Remember, we continue to buy about 1 million barrels per day of crude from Russia. And in the given circumstance, even that can be looked into, is what our sources telling us, that there is no harm, given the kind of disruptions that are happening, to diversify our sources, including Venezuela. Why not India? In fact, India has tremendous amount of refining capacity. And even if Venezuela crude comes, that's welcome. And the talks are going on in that direction also. So by taken together, I think between all the assurances that Prime Minister has got from the respective heads of government and all these stakeholders coming in and talking to their respective counterparts, India seems to be in a good shape, and there is no worry whatsoever, is what the sources tell us, of the disruptions affecting supplies in a manner that could lead to a spike in prices, not at the consumer end, be it petrol or gas. The cylinder supplies are taken care of, the CGD or the city gas distribution is taken care of, and whatever disruptions are happening, the diversification of the supply chains on which the government is working aggressively would take care of those disruptions.
Right, Abhishek, thanks very much for getting us those details. In fact, viewers, we're quickly slipping into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Now, the IRGC has claimed to have shot down a US oil tanker in the Persian Gulf, and we're getting you all the details on that right after this short commercial break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Indian Ocean region, if you see the region right now, it is becoming a place of contestation. How you view the increasing maritime contestation?
21st century is going to be Indian Ocean century. We have to be ready to deal with situations across the spectrum with our extensive maritime domain awareness and our reach and sustainability. And if we were to call to do certain things in any level of spectrum, we are ready to do that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बाद एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है।
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and India has now declared that it has enough and more oil reserves as the Strait of Hormuz remains dependent on the fate of the war that's ongoing in West Asia. We're getting you all the details on that story, but first here are headlines. Take a look.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace, and unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic, accuses the US and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck US oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated Iranian claims to have inflicted very serious damage. War reaches the Indian Ocean. US torpedoes Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast in the Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, files nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Nabin. Viewers, now an Iranian ship near Sri Lanka has requested for an urgent port call, and this as per the Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajapaksa on Thursday. Now this urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes a day after Iris Dana was sunk and torpedoed by a US submarine. The Sri Lankan MP statement comes after Media Minister Nalinda Jayatissa said a second Iranian warship was just outside the Sri Lankan waters but gave no further details. Now in fact, on the 4th of March, which was yesterday, a US submarine sank and torpedoed Iris Dana, an Iran frigate. The warship was in Sri Lankan waters in the Indian Ocean after returning home from a military exercise in India's Visakhapatnam. The US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth confirmed the US attack and stated that the destruction of the warship was a huge win for Washington. And now what we're learning so far, after one US ship torpedoed an Iranian frigate, another one is now in the waters of Sri Lanka. This happened in Indian Ocean yesterday, and just today an urgent port call has been received by the Sri Lankan authorities. This has been revealed by Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajapaksa that another Iranian frigate has made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy. This urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes just a day after Iris Dana was sunk and torpedoed by a US submarine. The Sri Lankan MP statement comes after Media Minister Nalinda Jayatissa said a second Iranian warship was just outside the Sri Lankan waters, but refused to give any further details. Now, viewers remember just yesterday, a US submarine sank and torpedoed Iris Dena, an Iranian frigate. The warship was in Sri Lankan waters in the Indian Ocean after returning from a military exercise that was ongoing in India's Visakhapatnam. In fact, US's Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth confirmed the US attack and also stated that the destruction of the warship was a huge win for Washington. That's the latest that we're learning right now. Just yesterday, the war entered the Indian Ocean when one Iranian frigate was shot down by the US Navy. In fact, it was torpedoed by the US Navy submarine. And now today, another Iranian ship near Sri Lanka has requested for an urgent port call, keeping in mind the port's safety and US's strikes in the Indian Ocean waters. Now, the Sri Lankan MP Namal Rajapaksa revealed on Thursday, which is today, that another urgent port call was made by the Iranian Navy. This urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes just a day after Iris Dena was sunk and torpedoed by a US submarine. Viewers, shifting focus and looking at another facet of the war altogether. Now, German Foreign Minister said that there is no international appetite for negotiations with Iran unless it abandons its current hostile behavior. This comes in full synchronization with President Donald Trump's statement also, where he mentioned that there was no space for dialogue with Iran given its hostilities. In fact, now Germany has also stepped up its attack against Iran. The German Foreign Minister said that there is absolutely no international appetite for any negotiations with Iran unless Tehran abandons its current hostile behavior. And by hostile, they also mean the striking and attacking of neighboring countries, including UAE, Tehran, including UAE, Bahrain, and also Jordan. With the West now coming to fore at the war that's ongoing in West Asia, Germany has also broken its silence. The German Foreign Minister said that there was no space for a dialogue-based negotiation with Iran unless it abandons its current hostile behavior. This also comes in full sync of President Donald Trump's statement earlier, where he said that Iran and US have no space for verbal negotiations and that the war from Iran's side has snowballed to a point that leaves no space for any sort of negotiation. And that's the same bugle that's being sounded by the German Foreign Minister, where he said that there's no international appetite for any amount of negotiation with Iran. And one condition has also been given, that it can only take place after Iran abandons its current hostile behavior of striking not just the enemy that Iran is at war with, but also the neighboring regions and the neighboring countries in the Gulf region. Now remember, the entire Gulf is at the brink of being pulled into this war, with countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and even UAE, Jordan and Bahrain being under Iranian wrath. And now we're also eyeing at Western countries being pulled into the war. Now, viewers, during a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee hearing yesterday, the U.S. Marine veteran Brian McGiffin, wearing a full dress uniform and running as a Green Party Senate candidate in North California, interrupted proceedings to protest America's involvement in Israel's war with Iran. He was immediately tackled by the Capitol Police, after which Senator Tim Shea physically intervened to help remove him, allegedly breaking McGiffin's hand in the process. He later tweeted that he was simply assisting police with an unhinged protester and showed no signs of remorse. Take a look at what unfolded.
What's the fight for Israel? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Sir. Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. For Israel, your inability to name that shows your ineptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
His hand.
For Israel!
His hand. His hand. Oh, his hand.
Oh my God. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel.
Just a reminder to all our
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel. Wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh my God. No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand. His hand. Oh, his hand.
Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door. Can you
The senator broke his hand. A sitting U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine.
Sir.
Control your Senate.
Arm stuck in the door. Okay, sir.
Broke the hand of a Marine. You're a coward. Punk. Yeah, go fuck yourself. What'd you say? Senator? Go fuck yourself. You were a shit seal. That's why you got kicked out.
Everybody sit down, please. Sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders.
Dressed in a full Marine Corps uniform, Brian McGiffin is a veteran U.S. Marine. He is also a Green Party candidate running for Senate in North Carolina. During the Senate Armed Services hearing, McGiffin protested against America's involvement in Israel's war with Iran. Tim Sheehy, the senator from Montana, who is being accused of breaking the veteran's hand, tweeted that the Capitol Police were attempting to remove an unhinged protester from the Armed Services hearing. It is after this that he decided to help out and de-escalate the situation. Tim Sheehy has shown no remorse for his actions.
Breaking development. Now, that is India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri on your screens, who is viewers, that on your screens are the visuals. Now, Indian Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is now signing a condolence message for Khamenei. Now, this comes after a long building pressure was being built up on India over its response on Khamenei's killing. In fact, joining me on the broadcast is our senior editor, Shravan Sen, to get us more details into what's happening as India now finally takes its stand and the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Misri, stands there to sign the condolence message for Khamenei. He's meeting the Iranian envoy and he's sending India's condolence message. India's message now loud and clear that India does not stand for any sort of violence. In fact, joining me on the phone line is our editor, Shravan Sen, to get us more updates into the matter. Shravan.
Well, in fact, this comes after the Prime Minister's strong statement that came in this morning during the bilateral with the Finnish president. In fact, this is what the Prime Minister had to say, that there could be no resolution in a military conflict. Following which you have Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri signing the condolence book at the Iranian embassy. This after the Deputy Foreign Minister, we are given to understand, is currently in the national capital, with whom we spoke earlier today, where he's largely spoken about the fact that how united when he spoke to his counterpart in Iran as well as in Israel. Now you have these images coming in of the Foreign Secretary who's arrived at the Iranian embassy, where he's met the Iranian ambassador as well as the Deputy Foreign Minister, and he's sent across a message from India. So that's the positioning that has been done by India at this stage, where India has condoled the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. And in fact, this is the first strong statement that has come in from the Prime Minister with regards to the ongoing conflict, which is only widening. This comes just a day after, where we have seen almost the war reaching our doorsteps, with an Iranian ship being targeted by a U.S. submarine. In fact, questions were also being raised about India's position on this entire matter. Now you have this imagery that is coming up with the Foreign Secretary signing the condolence book in the Iranian embassy in the national capital. So largely, if you see the messaging that has been done by India's, walking the tightrope, because we have strategic interests also currently in Iran. With the Strait of Hormuz being shut, remember, it is also going to have a direct impact as far as our oil supply is concerned. While government sources have been indicating that there is enough reserve to last, and the fact that there are alternatives that are basically available, but in the longer run, with Strait of Hormuz being shut, remember, there is also going to be a direct ramification as far as our oil supplies are concerned. So for keeping that in mind, there are strategic interests that we have at this stage, while the Prime Minister, when he makes the statement about de-escalation and the fact that dialogue is the only way and no solution can be found through a military conflict, it is a clear indication of where we stand at this point in time.
Right, Shravan, thanks very much for getting that detail in for us. In fact, viewers, take a look at your screens. This is India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri signing a condolence document for the death and the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. Now, this is also happening as he meets the Iranian envoy, and it's happening in New Delhi. This is India's first official condolence towards the death of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. Now remember, viewers, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, in his first official statement, has signed the condolence document over the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. In fact, our senior editor, Shravan Sen, continues being with us on the matter. Shravan, also speak to us about the delay. You know, we spoke about how India is, of course, looking after its national interest. India also believes in the policy of, solving things through dialogue and not war. But also speak to us about, why was India's response late? In fact, Republic exclusively also spoke to the Iranian ambassador. Shravan Sen will join me on the broadcast very soon, but let's take a look at what he had to say on the matter first.
So what do you want to say about the current situation which is unfolding in Iran?
The current situation, you know that all the institution, all the state institution and public services moving forward in normal and legal way. And you know that we are due to our constitutions. We believe that according to our constitution we can do well, and despite of now we are in condition, war condition, and we are facing with foreign pressure. You can see and you can observe in Iran the public service and institution continue their work very well.
So the vessel, Iranian vessel, was struck by the U.S. submarine near the Sri Lanka. So what do you want to say about that?
This is very bad news and sad news. We are under process, and we want to follow this case, and our relevant institutions now are investigate what's happened, what was the reason for this happened. But very bad news and very sad news. Yeah.
So Donald Trump claimed that the war will be end in 4 weeks. Now he's claiming that it will end in 2 weeks.
Donald Trump, I think that changed every day and every hour his stance. This is very important for and unfortunately they disturb and destroyed all the international norms and all international law.
So what do you want to say that by what time can Iran sustain in this war?
For what?
How much time Iran will?
This is up to other side. But we announced several times, you can start, but the duration with Iran, the end of the war with Iran, they can, because before that we said that we are ready for peace and war, but absolutely we prefer the peace, and we re-entered the table negotiation. Yes, and in spite of that, we be fully aware about the intention, but for taking away any excuse from them, we demonstrate our sincerity. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Focus to another breaking development that we're tracking now. Iran has asked Sri Lanka to repatriate bodies of sailors who were killed in the warship attack. Iran has informed Sri Lanka that it wishes to repatriate the bodies of its sailors who died when an Iranian naval vessel sank following a torpedo strike by a US submarine in the Indian Ocean region near Sri Lanka just yesterday. The Deputy Health Minister Hansaka has said nearly 90 bodies were recovered from the incident, and they have been brought to the Karapitiya National Hospital in Sri Lanka. In the latest that we're learning now, after an Iranian naval vessel today also sounded the bugle for a port call, an urgent port call with Sri Lanka, now Iran has asked Sri Lanka to repatriate the bodies of sailors who were killed in a warship attack yesterday. Now remember, yesterday a US naval submarine struck an Iranian frigate with a torpedo, killing at least what seems to be 90 Iranian soldiers. Now Iran has also informed Sri Lanka that it wishes to repatriate the bodies of its sailors who died when the Iranian naval vessel sank following the torpedo attack from the US submarine in the Indian Ocean near Sri Lanka. Now, the Deputy Health Minister of Sri Lanka, Hansaka, has said that nearly 90 bodies were recovered from the incident, and they've been brought to the Karapitiya National Hospital in Sri Lanka. Now, the tensions have not doused down at all. In fact, today also Iran made another urgent port call with Sri Lanka, much like the one that was made yesterday, moments after which the Iranian frigate was shot down by a US submarine torpedo. Now, this time around, Iran has asked Sri Lanka to repatriate the bodies of the slain soldiers, the sailors that were killed in the warship attack from yesterday. Iran has come forward to inform Sri Lanka that it wishes to repatriate the bodies of its sailors who died atop the frigate that was hit by a US torpedo in the Indian Ocean region close to the Sri Lankan port. In fact, remember, today also, keeping in mind the US and the Israeli threat in the Indian Ocean, a frigate of the Iranian military returning from an exercise in India's Visakhapatnam also made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy. Viewers, now with the war tensions intensifying in West Asia, a lot of airstrikes are being carried out by US, Iran and Israel simultaneously. In fact, we're also looking at 10 of the most defining visuals of this entire war as the war in West Asia enters its day 6. On your screens right now is the first visual that we're seeing of an Iranian drone that falls near an airport facility. Now, this also debunks Iran's claim that they have only been after US military bases and Israeli military installments in the region. Now, remember, Iran has struck various countries, various airports and civilian establishments across the Gulf region. Listen into that sound in this video where the drone comes down and before hitting the ground is shot in the air. Viewers, this is the second visual that we're tracking for you. Now, an F-35 fighter jet has shot down an Iranian fighter jet in what looks like a dogfight between the two fighter jets. An F-35 fighter jet of the US has shot down an Iranian fighter jet. This visual was particularly released by the Israeli Defense Forces that keep on releasing these visuals to show what is happening in the ongoing war. The third visual that we have comes from Fujairah in UAE. Now, massive fire rages on at an oil depot. Now remember, energy facilities are at the center of this entire war. You take Strait of Hormuz, you talk about the oil refineries in Saudi Arabia, or you talk about the oil refinery, oil storing services or facilities, even in the UAE, that have come under attack from Iranian military. The fourth one that we have comes from Tehran in Iran, the capital city that is under massive US and Israeli airstrikes. Now remember, even on day one of the war, towards the end, Tehran faced carpet bombing from the side of Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, this is a fresh visual on your screens. In the middle of the night, huge plumes of smoke going up as Iran faces the wrath of US and Israeli airstrikes. The fifth video that we have from you is from Tel Aviv, Israel, which stands on the other side of the war. Interceptors halted Iranian missiles. Now remember, Israel has also completely activated its Iron Dome. Despite that, when there are breaches, interceptions are made to contain those Iranian missiles. The sixth video that we have is from Doha in Qatar. The explosions are being seen in residential areas. Now, why Qatar at all? Remember, because Iran has struck various neighboring states in the Gulf region. Now, this has also embroiled the entire Gulf region to indirectly enter the war and issue warnings against Iranian aggression. Now, the seventh video that we're moving on to also comes from Qom in Iran, where strikes are seen on the Iranian air defense systems. Now, US, remember, also said in a statement that they are only going after the military establishments, and this video is a testament. The eighth video that we have is from Bandar Abbas in Iran. Now, the missile strike that can be seen is near the IRGC naval base. Again, another military installment of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards under the scanner. Now, going on to the ninth video that we have is from the Persian Gulf, where US ship launched missiles against Iran. Remember, the same Persian Gulf where the waters also remain turbulent, where Iran, US and Israel remain at the cusp of exchanging constant attacks and counterattacks against each other. And this is the last defining visual that we have for you as of now. This comes from Tehran in Iran, the capital city where buildings have been flattened in the airstrike that was jointly carried out by the US and Israel. Now remember, at the middle of this entire conflict is always civilians who face the wrath of the military aggression that's ongoing in the Gulf region. Viewers, now as we come to an end to this edition of the News Bulletin, the war has now reached Indian Ocean. The US not just torpedoed an Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast, but today the repatriation of the bodies of the soldiers killed in that attack is also in the talks. Coming up with this and a lot more right after this short break, stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा मसाला।
All right, viewers, Republic's rolling coverage on the war investigation continues, and we are breaking developments as they happen from the war zone areas. Those are the live visuals from Lebanese capital Beirut. This is where Israel has been striking Hezbollah command centers, the key infrastructure all across, and even the compound centers linked to the paramilitary groups of the Lebanese army. We're looking at live visuals. This is Beirut's skyline on your screen, viewers. This as Israel continues to launch strikes across the Lebanese capital after Hezbollah fired missiles toward Israel. This is another front opening up for Israel as the IDF now engages with Hezbollah forces in Lebanon. Both the Israeli Air Force and the IDF on the ground have been active in this war, in fact, and now we're looking at the Beirut skyline. This is one of the war zone areas, viewers, from Lebanon, the Lebanese capital. In fact, you can in fact hear as well the sounds of explosions. This is Beirut's skyline. This is where Israel has been launching strikes after strikes after Hezbollah fired missiles towards the country. And now, viewers, another breaking news coming in. A second Iranian vessel is off the coast of Sri Lanka. It is closer to Colombo, is what we're given to understand. And the vessel is now requesting access to Colombo port, citing engine damage. Now, the government has still not provided approval. This is the Sri Lankan government here. It has still not provided approval to a second Iranian vessel, which is closer to the Colombo port. It is asking for access, citing
engine damage. Now, viewers, this comes right after Iris Adena was struck in the Indian Ocean about 40 kilometers off Sri Lankan coast. It was struck by a US torpedo just yesterday, and today we are looking at another Iranian vessel asking for access to Colombo port from Sri Lanka. It is closer to Colombo is what we're given to understand. They're requesting access, but so far Sri Lanka, in fact, has not provided any approval. All right, Robindra Sachdeva, International Affairs expert, who joins us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, I'd like to ask you, just yesterday we had an attack on Iranian warship from a US torpedo, and today we are looking at another Iranian vessel asking for access to Colombo port. It seems that the theater of West Asia war is now widening and coming closer home.
Well, it is a theater of the absurd. If you say the theater of war, what we are seeing is a theater of the absurd playing out. What we are seeing are, we are seeing behaviors, we are seeing developments which are unprecedented in world affairs over the past at least 70, 80 years, ever since World War II, in terms of what could be some mutually understood, recognized, norms of engagements, though even if not codified in legalities and laws, which are always very flexible and porous, but there was some semblance of some regime. So we're seeing all of that being shunted out. Now that said, this definitely, yes, from the American point of view, they are at war, though technically the US does not say that it is as war. Because they would have to go to the Congress in order to declare a war. So the entire narrative, when they go to the US Congress, all of the Republican leadership is using words like special operation, it's a conflict, it's a combat, etc. But then the Secretary of War, by the way, that's a department, Pete Hegseth and Trump, all of them are saying that we are at war. So if they're at war with Iran, then yes, logically, it could be said that anywhere the military assets of one or the other would be targeted. So same would apply for Iran if it has the capabilities anywhere across the globe, if it can hit military targets. That's one saving grace at least. So the US, with its formidable power in multiple domains, including in the maritime domains, is going after Iranian ships which are out there and which they can target. This second ship, as you're mentioning, is mentioning or messaging that it has engine trouble. It may have an engine trouble, it may not have an engine trouble. It may be just wanting to come into a safe harbor and be there because it knows otherwise it will be hunted and sunk.
All right, Mr. Sachdeva, do continue to stay with us on the broadcast. We've got some more developments coming to light, some more breaking news regarding the war in West Asia. In fact, the latest that we know is US-Israeli attack on Tehran has now resulted in the destruction of about 12,000-seat Azadi football stadium. So that's an attack that's taken place on this football stadium. And you can, in fact, look at the aftermath of this massive attack that's taken place on a football stadium in Tehran after the US-Israeli strike. In fact, it's a stadium that could seat about 12,000 people. So it's a massive stadium that's now been struck as the US and Israel continue with their strikes on Iran. This is located in the capital city of Tehran. And the aftermath is visible on your screen. You can see the extensive damage that this strike, in fact, has done on the stadium, barely standing as it looks like right now. And one can gauge from this the scale and the impact of this attack. All right, Mr. Sachdeva continues to present with us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, I want to ask you, we're looking at more than 30 nations directly or indirectly now joining this West Asia war. European countries, including Italy, Spain, they are sending their warships to Cyprus. We're looking at attacks now taking place in the Indian Ocean. From your expertise, how do you gauge these developments?
Couple of things, yeah. Sure, the Europeans have been, whining and complaining and holding a different view. But end of the day, the Europeans always tag along. This has been the behavior of Europe, even during the Second Gulf War against Saddam Hussein. Tony Blair and all were protesting with, Bush that no, we should not go, this reason, that reason, etc. But once America goes ahead, all of them line up. But yeah, this time there's a slight difference. Countries like Spain are standing up, right? Now, that said, I think there's a term in cricket, a googly, when you bowl a googly. And then there's another term, a Yorker. A Yorker is supposed to be more complicated than a googly. Iran has dealt a Yorker in this conflict right now because the assumption would have been Israel, Iran, America, Israel attack Iran. And then, Iran attacks Israel. Or Iran attacks, American bases in the Gulf countries. That would have been assumed or gamed out. I think where I'm using the term a Yorker is that Iran went a step ahead and Iran has started targeting the civilian infrastructure assets of these sovereign nations itself. The LNG terminal of Qatar, which has been probably damaged quite a lot yesterday or day before, is the largest LNG terminal in Qatar. Aramco, the Saudi oil giant, that has also been attacked, though the damage is less. Other attacks on other civilian infrastructures. I think that has been something that the US or Israel may not have given a high probability. Of course, they could have anticipated, but they might have thought that that might not happen. Now, that said, Iran is digging in. What America thought was to kind of repeat the Venezuela model. That is, you take away the layer 1, the layer 2, which takes office. You simply threaten them and tell them, like they did with Rodriguez in Venezuela. They informed her to get on a phone call on a speakerphone with her defense chief, army chief, and then from Tampa, Florida, wherever the command base of the US, they called that phone number and they told her, you have 15 minutes to agree or not agree. If you do not agree by the end of these 15 minutes, the next 15 minutes you will be dead. It worked in Venezuela. That's not working in Iran.
Right,
the next layer of leadership which has come in Iran due to be their ideology or whatsoever perspectives, they have not agreed to that. So the US is now going to eliminate the second layer and hope that the third layer, whoever comes, they can work that message. So that's the game plan of America. So in that case, if things go to that script, then the war may end in the next 3, 4, 5 days. Otherwise, this war would be an ulcer. And it would damage the region hugely. In fact, the ones who are suffering, who will suffer the most in the long term, will be the countries of the Middle East. If you give me 10 seconds, I'll say why.
Yes,
Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, they have the image and the reality of smart, efficient, modern city-states, ease of doing business, financial capitals of the world, etc. Okay. And all of these countries are looking to get into a post-oil economy. So they are investing hugely in AI and data centers, etc. Now, with the attacks in these countries, I think that their future is threatened. Which NVIDIA or Amazon would put up, a big data center with $10 billion of investments which are due, which is a mile long, a mile wide. It's like a sitting duck. So the Gulf countries are going to be, unfortunately, big losers the longer this conflict continues. Apart from others who may be losers or gainers, but the Gulf countries would be the biggest losers, I think, in the future.
Right, so you've rightly mentioned that Iran is no Venezuela, and the interesting analogy that you share, that how it is thrown a googly or a Yorker with its attacks across the Gulf states. I'll come back to you with further analysis, but now we have an exclusive report coming to light from inside Iran. This is a report detailing the gathering for Ayatollah Khamenei at Engleb Square in Tehran. Viewers, let's take a look at this exclusive report from inside Iran.
I'm here at Engleb Square. You can see behind me people are praying, and also they have gathered here to mourn the death of the Supreme Leader. As you know, the Supreme Leader was killed on the first day of Israel-US strikes on Iran. I also had the opportunity to talk to some of the mourners and also the Imam who is leading the prayer here, and they seem to be pretty angry at US and Israel because they tell me that our supreme leader has been killed, and now we are here to show that we are still mourning for him and we are more united than ever. Now let's hear what they told me.
سوال میکنن مردم چرا اومدید اینجا؟ خودتون بگید چرا اومدید اینجا؟
And now, viewers, Mr. Sachdeva continues to stay with us on broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, coming to you, you were saying that Gulf states are likely to emerge as the biggest losers once this war, ends. I want to ask you, so far, all of the Gulf nations have exercised restraint. They have said that they have a right to defend their sovereignty, but they've not yet switched into offensive posture. Could we be staring at that situation in the coming few days?
Yeah, we could be, staring at that, but okay, sure, they'll add more firepower, but how much more can they add? America is in any case carpet bombing. Fair enough. In terms of expressing their sovereignty and expressing their sovereignty and ability, sure, UAE could fly. UAE has some advanced aircrafts, including, I think they've also purchased Rafales. And they have other systems. So whoever has whatsoever have, let them go out and bomb Iran. It's not going to make a fundamental difference to the overall war. Even if they step in, other than, sure, it will add some more damage, but it will not make a quantum difference in the war. But by the way, the other thing that we've noticed, or you would have noticed, in the past 24 hours, it seems that the number of attacks by Iran has reduced. The number of missile attacks and the number of drone attacks by Iran on the Gulf states has been reduced. And I think yesterday, the U.S. Chief of Defense, he was giving a number that the number of attacks yesterday had fallen by about 70% or so. Now, if that is so, and of course, as we are seeing the news cycle, we are seeing less news reports about Iranian drones or any damages being caused in these countries, be it Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, etc. Why that is so, we don't know, or maybe it could pick up again. So that's a little trend to kind of, keep in mind. But otherwise, they are really, the Prince of Saudi, the Crown Prince of Saudi, they're investing $500 billion in their vision of the NEOM city of the future, for which they're trying to attract investments. UAE, the Crown Prince, they're investing hugely in AI infrastructure. They've been wooing Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff and getting into partnerships regards to cryptocurrency and all of that. And huge, Amazon has announced huge investments. NVIDIA has announced huge investments. So to my mind, all of these huge investments would be put on hold. And if this scenario, and let's say if this ulcer keeps festering, which big investor or the board of a Meta or a board of a Google would greenlight an investment of $10 billion in a data center in Abu Dhabi, when you know that if tomorrow...
All of these assets now stand at risk. Mr. Sachdeva, I'll come back to you, but of course, more developments coming to light. An Iranian ship near Sri Lanka has now requested for an urgent port call. This is according to a Sri Lankan MP. In fact, this urgent request from the Iranian naval vessel comes just a day after Iris Dina was struck by a torpedo launched by a U.S. submarine. The Sri Lankan MP's statement, viewers, comes after the media minister said that a second Iranian warship was just outside Sri Lankan waters, but gave no further details. Now, on Wednesday, viewers, a U.S. submarine sank and torpedoed Iris Dina, an Iranian frigate. The warship was in Sri Lankan waters in the Indian Ocean after returning from a military exercise in India's Visakhapatnam. On this, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had also confirmed the U.S. attack and stated that destruction of the warship was a huge win for the United States. And now, viewers, we're looking at another Iranian ship in Sri Lankan waters making an urgent port call, basically requesting access for Colombo port. My colleague Shravan now joins me with more details on this. Shravan, we're given to understand that right after Iris Dina was struck by a U.S. attack, now another Iranian ship is in Sri Lankan waters requesting for an urgent port call. What details do we have about this?
This is the port call that has been made by an Iranian ship
hoping for some help essentially being extended by the Sri Lankans. In fact, earlier today, in the floor, in the parliament itself, I'm given to understand that one of the cabinet ministers did actually inform the other parliamentarians that help has been sought by the Iranian vessel. Not very sure whether at all this is a distress call, because the last information that came in from the Sri Lankans was that this was a port call, which essentially would mean that the Iranian ship would be traveling from that very area, and that is the reason why a port call has now been made. Now, what remains to be seen whether at all they are seeking for some sort of an escort vessel, because in the previous case, remember, when they had left from Visakhapatnam, there was no request that was made by the Iranian vessel seeking assistance from India, or for that matter an escort vessel to continue, so that this incident could have been prevented. But as of now, there is nothing that is coming in from the Sri Lankans, whether at all there is a request that has been made by the Iranians with whether at all they need an escort vessel to take them forward.
Right, of course, Shravan, those are the latest details coming to light regarding an Iranian warship in Sri Lankan waters requesting access for Colombo port. It's made an urgent port call. At this point is the latest what we know, viewers. Sri Lankan government is yet to respond or yet to give an approval to that request, is what we understand. Shravan, also, we understand some reports saying that the ship here, the second vessel, had cited some damage to its engine. Do we know anything about that?
Well, nothing officially coming in from the IRGC Navy with regards to whether at all there is any damage or whether at all there has been any distress call that has been made by the Iranian Navy. The reason why it has now been highlighted by the parliamentarians in Sri Lanka is primarily because there is a global spotlight on the action that has been taken by United States of America. While this was not within Sri Lanka's territorial waters, but rather international waters, but there are certain conventions in place which should have been respected by United States of America. But there is a clear violation as far as the Geneva Convention is concerned. And as far as international waters are concerned, now those are for peaceful purposes, not for what we actually witnessed yesterday when an Iranian ship was hit by a United States of America submarine. And that is the reason why we are now being given to understand there has been a global concern about the manner in which this entire thing is basically unfolding.
Right, Shravan. So, viewers, that's the latest we're getting as far as another Iranian vessel is concerned. It's made an urgent port call. Sri Lankan government is yet to respond to that, and this comes right after Iris Adena was struck yesterday by a U.S. torpedo attack. Shravan, what do we know about the latest regarding Iris Adena? The latest that the numbers that were coming up was that 32 people had been rescued and over 84 bodies had been recovered.
Well, in fact, over 60 sailors are still missing. The last medical bulletin that was received, we're given to understand that 30 sailors have already been rescued. In fact, one happens to be critically injured. All of them have now been provided with medical facilities, but the rescue operation still continues. The reason why it's becoming even more difficult for the Sri Lankan Navy to carry out the rescue operation is for two reasons. One, the distress call that was made around 5 o'clock in the morning, and thereafter we are being told that a Sri Lankan Navy destroyer and a frigate was basically sent towards the very place where this attack was carried out. But by the time they had reached, the Iranian ship had already sunk. And that is the reason why perhaps the difficulty in carrying out the rescue operation itself. Secondly, the fact of the matter is that that entire area, there has been an oil spill that has actually taken place. In fact, what we are being told that because of the oil spill too, the rescue operation got further delayed.
Right. Now, Shravan, yesterday it was a distress call made by an Iranian warship, and today it's a port call. So there's a difference between that. So do you think the reason Sri Lankan government is yet to give an approval is because they don't want to be part or, being engulfed into this war that is underway right now?
Well, in fact, as far as the Sri Lankans are concerned, they are certainly in a tight spot. While they may not be in a position to make any sort of a statement at this stage, and perhaps at max they could say that this has happened outside Sri Lankan territorial waters. So it is not incumbent on them to basically respond. Having said that, remember this is still in international waters, and as far as conventions are concerned, what we have witnessed was uncalled for. And that is the reason why several experts have largely raised this concern about whether at all it is important that India as well as Sri Lanka makes a point here. Now, government sources have already indicated that this Iranian ship which had participated in Milan as well as the International Fleet Review was no longer an Indian guest after they had moved out of Indian territorial waters, number one. Number two, the fact of the matter is that they did not seek any further assistance. So because remember the war had already broken out, there was time for the Iranian vessel to seek some sort of an assistance. They could have asked for an escort vessel, but that wasn't really asked to the Indian Navy, and that is the reason why they were on their own. And as far as the action of the Israelis as well as Americans are concerned. Now, this was an American attack that was carried out. The Americans claim that this is the first such submarine hit since World War II. That in itself is something that should be contested because there have been, including Iris Dana, this is the fourth such submarine attack that has taken place in the last few decades. Now, so it's important to highlight the following: that one, it has been heavily criticized, the action of the Americans, and the second aspect is whether at all, as per the convention, they should have actually carried out a rescue operation or not.
Right, so when on this attack today, in fact, it was Iranian foreign minister that made a statement that US will bitterly regret the action that it took in the Indian Ocean regarding the attack on Iris Dana. So we're certainly looking at escalation from Iranian side as well. All right, viewers, in fact, we'll come back to those developments, but right now slipping into a very short commercial break. We'll coming back to you with more updates on as and these developments take place in West Asia. Coming up on the other side, the latest attack reported by the US in the Indian Ocean. The war now reaches India's doorstep.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a breaking news coming in right now. As we monitor the situation in Sri Lanka, you had an Iranian naval vessel, IRS Dana, which was attacked, torpedoed by a US submarine last night. And there is a huge debate about whether the US crossed a line in that attack. And even in Sri Lanka, there is a huge debate on whether a second vessel that made a port call should be allowed or not. I have with me right now, joining us on the broadcast, a politician from Sri Lanka. His name is Senthil Tondaman. Senthil Tondaman is the president of the Ceylon Workers' Congress. He's also the former governor of the Eastern Province in Sri Lanka and has been the former chief minister of the Uva province. Senthil, thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. First of all, how is Sri Lanka viewing this attack by US right off its coast in Gal?
Good evening to you all. So still now, we are not in a position to confirm you that it's an attack by US, because it's the US and their associates should confirm that it's done by them, and they have to give their feedback on it. Actually, it has not happened on Sri Lankan waters, inside our territorial waters. It has happened on the international waters. So we, as a country and as a sovereign country, we always seem to be things that only through dialogue, proper dialogue, I think, you can get good solutions. But countries have different views and different opinions. So
I'm just losing the audio there, Mr. Tondaman. I lost your audio there because I had a feeble signal with you. Senthil Tondaman is live from Colombo. Let me try and ask him another question to see if he's through with me right now. Yeah, so Mr. Senthil, it is confirmed. In fact, US has gone on record. The US Pentagon and the Defense Secretary in the US, they've all gone on record to say that it was an attack by a US submarine. So why don't you tell us, how did Sri Lanka respond? And what do we know about the condition of these sailors who are still there at the Galle hospital?
no, Sri Lanka, acted on a humanitarian grounds. In fact, we are under the 1979 SAR Convention, which includes aviation and marine rescue operations. The same way, we had got early morning message to our MRCC, that is the Marine Rescue Coordinating Center in Colombo, that about the ship being hit. So our Navy, our defense, this forward, had immediately instructed the Navy team to take necessary action to start the rescue operation, in which we were able to save around 38 people and go to our hospital at Galle. And I think around 50 to 60 sailors are still missing, and 87 people have been confirmed dead. The main thing here is, even if it was an Israel ship which got hit, Sri Lanka would have acted the same way. We are acting on a humanitarian grounds, not only if it's a Navy vessel or a fisherman vessel or a commercial vessel, any vessel which has got hit from any part of the world in Sri Lankan waters, yes, we would have been the first to respond. Apart from that, we have up to 600 nautical rescue operation is with Sri Lanka down south. So we have a commitment that any ship which asks for help or any hit or any disaster, we have to immediately attend to it according to the convention, and that is what our Navy is doing. And I don't think our government has taken any sides on anyone. We stand neutral and we make sure that anybody who is in danger in the rescue operation boundary of Sri Lankan Navy, we will be the first to assist them in spite of whatever country they are from. And we have already had 30 years of civil war. So we strongly believe that only through proper dialogue, all these issues can be resolved rather than, fighting with each other in whatever way they think is correct. But finally, I think only through dialogue this can be rescued. And the people who have been taking treatment in the hospitals in down south have been closely monitored by the Iran embassy in Sri Lanka by the ambassador, and also our foreign ministry, Honorable Vijit Herath, is in touch with their concerned Sri Lankan officials and returned back to their country safely.
Mr. Sendil, can I request you to stay with us, because we are also being joined by a parliamentarian, and Shawan is joining us live in this broadcast. So we will have a Sri Lankan MP, we will have a Sri Lankan party leader and a former Sri Lankan minister live as well. We'll take a 3-window live, and Shawan, you can introduce us to the parliamentarian.
Dr. Harsha De Silva is currently in the national capital. Mr. De Silva, I want to straight away begin by asking you, why is Sri Lanka not coming out with a strong statement about what has really happened off the coast of Sri Lanka? It may not have happened in the Sri Lankan waters, but having said that, it is a clear violation of the Geneva Convention.
Well, I'm an opposition MP, so I cannot speak on behalf of the government. But what I know is a statement has been made in Parliament, and the minister in charge of foreign affairs has been to the Iranian embassy to sign the condolence book, and they had done what they think, I guess, is appropriate.
But the leader of the opposition has taken on the government. Your leader of the opposition has categorically pointed out that perhaps the government of the day should take a strong position, because if this is happening in the Indian Ocean region, it is in our backyard. And the fact of the matter is this, that the United Nations the US has basically carried out a unilateral action without taking Sri Lanka, or for that matter India, into account.
Well, this has happened outside our territorial waters. We only control 12 nautical miles of sovereign territory, sovereign ocean. And this is within our EEZ, but also within our rescue zone, search and rescue zone. So we have attended to what we had to do in terms of humanitarian involvement.
Dr. De Silva, it does appear that the Sri Lankans are under some sort of a pressure, because if you do not come out with a strong statement right now, you have another Iranian vessel which is moving through Sri Lankan waters right now, and I'm given to understand a port call has been made. And if at all the CENTCOM, the United States of America's Central Command, feels the need, they can carry out yet another attack.
Well, I mean, it is the responsibility of the government. I'm sorry, I cannot be speaking on behalf of the government in this at this moment. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is here at this location at the Raisina in Delhi, and I'm sure he's in touch with the President and others necessary to, do what is the most responsible thing to do. But
could you also tell us a little bit about what the government has said on the floor of the parliament? Because I'm given to understand from what we are monitoring, the situation is actually developing in the Sri Lankan parliament earlier today also. As a member of the parliament, have you all been briefed by your government as to what really happened and what position are you likely to take?
Yes, I have been here in Delhi, so I was not in Parliament during the course of the day. But I know that the government did make a statement on the second ship as well, and has informed the members of Parliament that they are attending to the matter. I am not exactly sure what they are doing, because I'm here, they are there. But yes, they have informed members of Parliament that there is a developing situation, and they are taking necessary action.
Mr. De Silva, there is a feeling that perhaps in Sri Lanka as well, there is an attempt to play this issue down. Is that the case? If you're the opposition leader, then you would know that if the government of Sri Lanka has not made a public statement yet, or has not gone on record in a big way, there is perhaps an attempt to play this down.
Well, the leader of the opposition did make a statement yesterday when I was in the House, seeking the government to make a strong statement either way. But I am not sure what they have done. Like I said again, I'm sorry, I have not been there, so I do not know. But they have briefed the members of parliament as, like I said, to the developing situation and saying that they are taking necessary action.
Okay. And have there been any talks? Because we also came across some reports that Sri Lanka will talk to Iran on what has happened off the coast of Sri Lanka. Anything that you can confirm from your end?
No, all what I know is the request has been made for the return of the dead bodies, and that the government is now following international protocol when something like this happens. We have stored 80-odd bodies in a morgue, and those will be attended to. So that's all I know about that.
Dr. De Silva, I want to ask you this because as a responsible parliamentarian, someone who has been extremely vocal, what is it that you would like your government to do at this point in time? This is not just about you as a parliamentarian, but it is also about your citizens. It is also about the dignity and the sovereignty of your own country. As a leader, as a member of the opposition, what is it that you want your government to do right now?
Well, the government must act in accordance with the of our country, our nation, our people. And if that is threatened in any way, then they got to act on that. And I am hopeful that the government would not act arbitrarily or irresponsibly or irrationally. They would take everything into consideration, talk to the relevant people, and ensure that that the people of our country is safe. Don't forget, we are a maritime nation, and it is critically important that sea routes are protected, our logistics, the ports are safe, because we depend on international trade, we depend on remittances, we depend on tourism. So, as a country coming out of the crisis, we don't have sufficient buffers built up yet, both externally and domestically. So a prolonged issue would certainly have massive repercussions on our economy. So I hope the government will not let that happen and do what is necessary to safeguard our country. Thank you. I really got to go.
Thank you very much. Okay, let me go back to Mr. Sendil Tondaman. Mr. Sendil, you heard what the opposition MP is saying there, the sitting MPs.
Yeah. In fact, I would like to also quote something else add on this. The couple of fishermen societies have started raising concern, saying that fishing is one of the important source of revenue as it's an island. And now fishermen going to sea started, making them panic, especially their families and societies. How safe are we in the sea? Because this, the 40 nauticals is not a very big distance from the shore. And we have a few lakhs of fishermen in the water. In fact, even during that day, there are some fishermen who have raised their concerns, saying that they were also in the middle of the sea when these incidents have happened. So it's not only the sovereignty and not only the geopolitical situation, but it's also disturbing the marine sector, marine economy and marine sector of Sri Lanka.
Yeah. Okay. We'll leave it at that, Mr. Tondaman. Let's see if the Sri Lankan government, speaks to the Iranians on this, and whether there is a stronger statement or an official statement at all on this matter coming in from Colombo. Thank you very much. It was good to talk to you, sir.
Sri Lankan government has expressed its condolences at the Iran embassy. They have gone down there, especially the foreign minister who represents the government. He has gone there and he has especially made the condolence message there. That shows that, the Sri Lankans are standing with the Iranian at this moment, at this time of the condolence. And they're very keen that they should settle through dialogue rather than, making it more and more worse, which is not only going to affect Iran and Israel over there, it has started even affecting Asian countries, which is an example of this incident. So we hope that these kinds of incidents doesn't happen in a peace-loving places like Sri Lanka right now, where these things don't disturb the other countries.
Okay.
So we hope responsibility so that it doesn't disturb the rest of the part of the world.
Okay, sir. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast. I look forward to talking to you again.
Thank
you
you
very much. Thank you. Okay, back to you for now.
Thondaman, Sri Lankan politician, joining us and giving us all the latest on the attack that was carried out by the US on Iranian vessel Iris Dina yesterday. And now, viewers, as the Gulf War escalates, what is also increasing is the number of casualties on both the fronts and strains on the global economy. The war that began with Israel, US and Iran has now engulfed the whole of Middle East, with even sub-fronts opening between Israel and Hezbollah. With this mayhem in the Middle East, which is translating into a major impact on the global economy, the larger question that looms is, how long will this war last? Watch this detailed report on this.
The United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime.
الان مترو رد میشم به این چیه اونجا چیه ولی دیگه از این ما اگر ویدیو خوبی داریم.
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group, they may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody.
The kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days. Mustaba has now taken over as the new supreme commander, almost in lines of his father in his thinking, and a person who has lost his father, mother, wife, daughter, everyone in this entire bombing there. And he has been appointed as the supreme commander, who himself was once responsible for Basij, and also the IRGC is committed to him. In that context, much of diplomacy may not really work now. And with this, the kind of bombing going on in Tehran and the kind of retaliation by Iran, I think we should wait and watch for at least 3-4 days before either does Iran capitulate, which again may be difficult, but not totally ruled out, primarily because Iran is now on its end of its resources. They are on commercial drones, small drones, big drones. The number of missiles have reduced much. Anybody might say they've kept some as reserves. I don't think so. Iran has shot whatever it had and may have kept about 10-15%, but that's not likely to cause very huge difference, one. Second, some earthquake kind of a thing being noticed 10 kilometers down. One doesn't really know what that earthquake actually involves.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
यार प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
يا نعش اللي يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
U.S. Central Command began Operation Epic Fury at the president's direction. The goal was to dismantle Iran's security structure and remove imminent threats. Targets include command centers, missile facilities, air defenses, and key military infrastructure. From stealth bombers to missile defense systems, the U.S. deployed air, naval, and surveillance power across the region.
These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise.
Operation Epic Fury marks one of the most aggressive U.S. military actions in decades against Iran. Strikes are ongoing, warnings are escalating, and the Middle East now stands at a critical and uncertain crossroads.
כרגע פה, הנה, איזה... רגע, זה נראה שהוא נופל.
A swathe of people in our country, Admiral Tripathi, who today want to do something. They may not be wearing the uniform, and I believe that they want to help the country achieve the target you want.
We created 2 standing task forces under 2-star officers. So we said, you go out to the industry, you go out to the defense ecosystem, and you call out what is it that it is useful to us. And therefore, we can then engage with you. All those who are working in the defense ecosystem and you've got anything, any technology which you think is useful, could be useful for us, please reach out to us.
Viewers, getting in a fresh breaking development now. Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's External Affairs Minister, has said that he has had a telecom with Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi just this afternoon. Now, this comes at the feet of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, also signing the document of condolence after Khamenei's death. This is the first time that India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri broke silence over the matter and signed the document of condolence at the Iranian embassy in New Delhi. In fact, just right about now, Dr. S. Jaishankar, India's Foreign Affairs Minister, has said that he's had a telephone conversation with the Iranian Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi just this afternoon. He spoke with him, with Foreign Minister Syed Badr bin Hamad bin Hamoud al-Busaidi of Oman on the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Now, India has once again taken the role of the mediator that it always does. Peace talks remain India's priority amid the ongoing tensions that are flaring up in West Asia. Now, Dr. S. Jaishankar has not just spoken with the Foreign Minister of Iran, he's also spoken to the Foreign Minister in Oman, talking about the war and how to douse down the tensions that are ongoing in the Gulf region. In fact, this comes at the heels of India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri also signing the document of condolence in the Iranian embassy in India in the capital New Delhi. That's the latest that we're learning in. And the Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar has in fact given out a statement saying that he's in touch with both Iranian and Oman foreign ministers to douse down the tensions that have gripped West Asia, starting with the conflict that arose between Israel and Iran and quickly turned into a war which is now in its 6th day. That's the latest that we're learning in. Viewers, as the war takes over the West Asian region, it's just not going to be limited to that one region. In fact, Western forces, including the US, the UK, various European forces, including France, Germany, Italy, Spain, have also stepped in. In fact, Spain and France have also said that they are going to send additional forces, additional military support and arsenal to Cyprus. Remember, Cyprus is the same place where UK has major military interests and facilities, especially when it comes to the UK Royal Air Force. Take a look at this.
The war in West Asia is now entering a new phase, and Europe is beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier called for diplomacy, is now preparing for a military deployment. The Spanish Defense Ministry says Madrid will send a naval frigate to Cyprus. The warship will join a French aircraft carrier group along with naval ships from Greece. The deployment will position European naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. Just miles from the escalating conflict zone, Cyprus has now become a key strategic hub as Western allies position forces around the widening war. UK's Royal Air Force base on the island was attacked earlier. As the conflict deepens and military deployments increase, the West Asia war is now drawing more global powers closer to the front lines.
Quickly shifting focus to other breaking news that we're tracking at this hour. Now, Lebanon has come out with a statement, in fact, with stern numbers, where the government has said that at least 77 people have been killed and over 500 people have been injured since Israel launched an attack, a barrage of missiles on Lebanon. Now, this also comes as the Israeli Defense Forces made an incursion through the ground borders of Lebanon just day before yesterday. In fact, today also in southern Lebanon, various military establishments, Hezbollah establishments, were targeted by the Israeli Defense Forces. And now Lebanon government has spoken. It says that 77 people have been killed so far and over 500 are feared to be injured as part of the barrage of missiles that were rained down on various targets across southern Lebanon by the Israeli Defense Forces. Now, viewers, also remember, Israel said in a very stern statement that they are not going to stop the hostilities until their goal is achieved. They are going after Hezbollah, and just day before yesterday, when the border incursion on ground was being made, the southern Lebanon border was also stranded by the Lebanese military. They pulled back as the IDF made its advancements into the southern Lebanon territories. And now the government of Lebanon has said that 77 people have been killed so far, with injuries, the number of injured spanning across 500 people. That's the latest that we're learning in. And viewers, also remember, Israel is not fighting this war on just one front. It's not just against Iran, but also against Hezbollah, based out of southern Lebanon. Viewers, now shifting focus and tracking other developments. Now the war is not just limited to ground and air, it's in fact also shown its signs in the Indian Ocean. Now just yesterday, an Iranian Navy frigate was under attack after a US submarine torpedoed it and struck the Iranian frigate. In fact, 90 soldiers have been killed so far near the Sri Lankan borders and the Sri Lankan coasts. In fact, today also, the Iranian Navy's another frigate made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy, asking to take shelter at the Sri Lankan port in the wake of the constant US-Israel attacks on Iranian frigates in the waters near the Sri Lankan ports. Take a look at this.
The bodies of 87 Iranian sailors were transported to the Karapitiya hospital in Gale, Sri Lanka. This after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship IRIS Dina 300 kilometers away from Kanyakumari. 32 Iranian sailors were rescued and were being treated at the hospital, and about 60 people are missing. The attack shows the warship being hit by a huge explosion which blew apart the rear of the vessel. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed attacking the Iranian ship off the Indian coast.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Take a look at what Iran's response to this is. Hours after the incident, the Iranian envoy to India also spoke exclusively to Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
The warship IRIS Dina was heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port after completing a joint naval exercise in Visakhapatnam.
While doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area.
With the strike taking place close to India's maritime zone, the widening conflict is right at our doorstep. As more nations get drawn into the crisis, the Indian Ocean is fast emerging as the next flashpoint in an expanding war.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking now. About 23,000 Indian seafarers are stuck across waters in the Gulf region. Now, as the Middle East conflict disrupts maritime routes, about 23,000 Indians are estimated to be stranded across the Gulf region. This also indicates a worsening crisis that has now skyrocketed crude prices. Now, remember, lots of Indians working across the Gulf region in the waters, seafarers from different organizations, including especially commercial organizations, shipments that are involved in shipment of oils. And with the major oil routes now standing disrupted, at least 23,000 Indian seafarers are estimated to be stranded across the Gulf region. The crisis now stems from US and Israeli strikes on Iran, which Washington also claims is to obliterate Tehran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. In response, Iran has retaliated, bringing the entire region's waters to a standstill, making it a war zone. And now 23,000 Indian seafarers are stuck in these waters as we speak. Viewers, now let's shift focus away from the war and the reason for why this escalation began. Khamenei's death. In Iran, in the capital city of Tehran, you can see a sea of people out on the streets protesting the death of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. In fact, in the middle of all of this, take a look at what is happening on the streets in Tehran, in Iran.
Large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square in Tehran, one of the city's central locations. People assembled amid rising tensions as the war in the Middle East continues to intensify. Meanwhile, Indian students stuck in Iran requested the Indian government for evacuation as quickly as possible.
रिलोकेट किया था स्टूडेंट्स को, उन जगहों पर भी अब हमले हो रहे हैं और जो सिटीज़ सेफ थी वहाँ पर भी हमले हो रहे हैं और हम ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ से सब स्टूडेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट किया जाए ताकि सब स्टूडेंट्स सेफ रहें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी तक सब स्टूडेंट्स ठीक हैं, किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुँचा है, लेकिन सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पैनिक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि जिन जगहों पर उनको रिलोकेट किया गया वहाँ पर भी हमले हुए हैं। वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू इवैक्यूएट ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स।
Several students were earlier relocated to safer areas, but those locations are also witnessing strikes.
Student from Iran. I request Indian governments from all the students that please evacuate as soon as possible क्योंकि students बहुत ज़्यादा टेंशन में हैं। आपने relocation की थी, relocation जहाँ पे की वहाँ पे भी attacks हो रहे हैं। उर्मिया में कल बहुत ज़्यादा strikes चल रही थी। Students are very worried.
With tensions escalating and attacks continuing across the region, stranded foreign nationals are increasingly seeking evacuation assistance.
Viewers, now, as per President Donald Trump, this is a war that US has led. In fact, he was the one, he says, who actually spoke to Israel and asked them to enter the war with US as one. But let's take a look at what's unfolding inside Washington at US politics pedestals. Now, a uniform-clad, also a member of the Green Party Senate, Brian McKiffin, was tackled by the Capitol Police when he raised his voice against US's intervention in a war that he said belongs to Israel. Now, the question is not just about US entering the war, but also what is it that US is losing. But in between all of this scuffle, as the Capitol Police was pushing him out, we can see another person from the Senate getting up and trying to tackle McAfee. And in that moment, he breaks his hand. Take a look at the dramatic visuals and the scenes that unfolded inside the US Capitol.
What's the fight for Israel? Oh my God. Okay. All right.
Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your ineptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. For Israel!
His hand.
For Israel!
His hand. Oh! His hand!
Oh my God. Israel is the reason for this war. America does not want to fight this war for Israel.
Let's go. Come on, let's go.
America does not want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. Your inability to name that shows your ineptness as leaders. This is wrong. And nobody wants to fight for Israel. Just a reminder to all our Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel. Wants to fight for Israel. His hand. Oh my God. No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand! Oh! His hand!
Let go of your hand. Let go of the door. Let go of the door. Can you
The senator broke his hand. A sitting U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine.
Sir. Okay.
Control your Senate.
We're stuck in the door. Okay, sir.
Broke the hand of a Marine. You're a coward. Punk. Yeah, go fuck yourself. What do you say, Senator? Go fuck yourself. You're a shit seal. That's why you got kicked out.
Everybody sit down, please. Sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please. Everybody sit down, please.
For Israel, your inability to name that shows your exemptness as leaders.
Dressed in a full Marine Corps uniform, Brian McGiffin is a veteran U.S. Marine. He is also a Green Party candidate running for Senate in North Carolina. During the Senate Armed Services hearing, McGiffin protested against America's involvement in Israel's war with Iran. Tim Sheehy, the senator from Montana, who is being accused of breaking the veteran's hand, tweeted that the Capitol Police were attempting to remove an unhinged protester from the Armed Services hearing. It is after this that he decided to help out and de-escalate the situation. Tim Sheehy has shown no remorse for his actions.
Pete Hegseth says another war in the Middle East is just getting started. He says more of our sons and daughters will be shipped off to fight in a foreign land. More of our taxpayer dollars will be wasted abroad instead of invested at home. Hegseth also said, quote, "We are accelerating, not decelerating." Hegseth said, "More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today." What is Hegseth talking about? Are we putting boots on the ground? Are we depleting our strategic munition reserves? Is there a time limit or limit to our engagement in Iran? How many parents watch their kids ship off and fight and die in Iraq and Afghanistan? How many sleepless nights did families have over the last 20 years worried about their loved ones? How many headlines did we watch over the decades of troops getting shot down, of convoys being attacked, of wounded soldiers returning home forever scarred by the horrors of war? How many billions of dollars were wasted? How much anguish and suffering and grief did America endure?
What's the fight for Israel?
Viewers, as the Israel-Iran war continues to jolt the entire West Asian region, we have fresh reports of attacks being reported in Turkey. In fact, we can also say thwarted in Turkey. Now, NATO has said that it shot down ballistic missiles which were fired by Iranian military in the Turkish airspace. Now, we do not know, we do not have a confirmation on what the actual target was, but the Turkish foreign minister has said, the defense minister has also said that the missile crossed territories, those of including Syria and Iraq, and then came into the Turkish airspace where that was shot down by NATO's air defense systems and missile intercepting systems. In fact, he's also said that he's in constant touch with NATO, and the Turkish authorities are coordinating with NATO to understand how this happened. They've also released a statement warning anybody that Turkey will take grave steps in case Turkey's sovereignty is questioned and is under danger. Take a look at this.
A ballistic missile allegedly fired by Iran was shot down by NATO air defense systems while heading towards the Turkish airspace. The Turkish president has said he is in constant touch with the NATO following the attempted strike.
Bu sabahki
olayda olduğu gibi NATO müttefiklerimizle yakın istişare içinde her türlü önlemi alıyoruz ve anında gerekli müdahalede bulunuyoruz. Bir daha benzer hadiselerin yaşanmaması için de uyarılarımızı en net biçimde yapıyoruz.
However, Irani forces have denied firing of any missiles towards Turkey, emphasizing that they respect the country's sovereignty. While it was not clear what the target of the missile was, the Turkish Defense Ministry has now revealed it crossed over Syria and Iraq before being destroyed by NATO. No casualties have been reported so far, but the Turkish president has said that the country reserves all the rights to respond to any hostile action against it.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to another breaking development that we're tracking from Azerbaijan. Now, just earlier today, we showed you the visuals of the Azerbaijan International Airport being in complete shambles because of Iranian drone strikes. We have further details into the matter. In fact, various drones also fell across the runways at the airport. In fact, the impact was so huge that these runways have been made dysfunctional because of the drone strikes. In fact, the asphalt on the surface of these runways has been completely damaged, completely eroded. And that alone tells you what the capability of a drone strike can look like. In fact, various drones rained down in various areas of the airport, including the main airport building. And now we're also learning, these are the visuals on your screens of the runway that has been completely damaged and destroyed because of a drone strike from the Iranian military. Now remember, Iran since day one is hell-bent on getting the entire Gulf region into the war. They are sucking the region in the war one by one. Today, Azerbaijan was under attack. Their international airport, a civilian, a commercial facility, was struck by various drones. In fact, on your screens, you can see the visuals of the runway at the Azerbaijan International Airport, and that alone is enough to tell you what is the capability of the drone strikes in question. The Iranian military has not said anything about these strikes as of now, but the runway now stands completely damaged, fully dysfunctional. No operations can be reported from the runway until the asphalt surface is fixed. That's the latest that we're learning in fact, today Republic was the first channel to also show you the exact visuals from also inside the Azerbaijan International Airport. We will in a few seconds also play those visuals for you that came in from inside the airport. And these are the visuals from outside the airport, the runway being completely damaged and brought to a standstill. Viewers, now we're shifting focus to look at the stories from a closer lens. This entire war is about aggression between militaries, but who comes in between? Who is the one who is facing the most amount of losses? It is the civilians on both sides. Look at these accounts of various civilians from different areas with just one thing to say. When will life come back to normal? These attacks completely unanticipated. People completely unprepared for the attacks to come. And now all they see is shattered glass, flattened buildings, and one hope that this will stop sometime soon, and one big fear for another missile to rain down on their homes. Take a look at this.
براسي إحساس الشقرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري لك هدية أو كارثة الرودة علوي كتو لكوتي كارثة الشقرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساس الشقرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري لك هدية أو كارثة الرودة علوي كتو لكوتي كارثة الشقرصي أو زنجي كهيز ده صلاة نا تدا ببسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هر بعضی شتێک دەدەین کە ئێمەمان کردی.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. So one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. There's an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20-30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Now let's quickly shift focus to a big twist that we're unraveling in the entire war. Now remember, just yesterday, Iran's IRIS Dana, a frigate, made an urgent port call with the Sri Lankan Navy. And in fact, that port call lasted about 11 hours, just about 40 nautical miles off of a Sri Lankan post. And even in those 11 hours, the Sri Lankan government did not give the permission to the Iranian frigate to dock at the Sri Lankan port. And because of that, the US submarine that was out to tackle this frigate hit it with a torpedo, killing at least 90 Iranian sailors on board. Now viewers, it's very important to understand that an urgent port call is made in a dire situation where a ship or a naval vessel needs shelter from an attack or an adversity. And that also was not given. Now this question is being held up in the Sri Lankan parliament, and important questions like these are being asked by the SGP MP Mujibur Rahman, who questioned the parliament regarding the IRIS Dana, the frigate which was attacked by a US submarine just yesterday. A torpedo that went slashing through the frigate and killed about 90 Iranian sailors aboard. Now remember, today Iran and Sri Lanka are in talks for the repatriation of the bodies of these sailors. However, this frigate made a call for an urgent porting with Sri Lankan government, which went unanswered for 11 hours as this frigate remained stranded just about 40 nautical miles from the Sri Lankan port. That's the latest that we're picking up. Viewers, we're getting you all the latest developments that are taking place in the war that's ongoing in West Asia. In fact, imagery has been collected earlier today that shows oil floating on the water surface about 25 nautical miles west of Sri Lanka. We're getting you all the details and a lot more right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। व्हाट आर यू डूइंग?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से एमडीएच का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
There are a swathe of people in our country, Admiral Tripathi, who today want to do something. They may not be wearing the uniform, and I believe that they want to help the country achieve the target you want.
We created two standing task forces under 2-star officers. So we said, you go out to the industry, you go out to the defense ecosystem, and you cull out what is it that it is useful to us. And therefore, we can then engage with you. All those who are working in the defense ecosystem and you've got any technology which you think is useful, could be useful for us, please reach out to us.
There are a swathe of people in our country, Admiral Tripathi, who today want to do something. They may not be wearing the uniform, and I believe that they want to help the country achieve the target you want.
We created two standing task forces under 2-star officers. So we said, you go out to the industry, you go out to the defense ecosystem, and you cull out what is it that it is useful to us. And therefore, we can then engage with you. All those who are working in the defense ecosystem and you've got any technology which you think is useful, could be useful for us, please reach out to us.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, They showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic, accuses US and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck a US oil tanker near northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in the country. Iran says US and Israel miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted very serious damage on both the countries. War reaches Indian Ocean. US torpedoes hit Iranian ship off Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms the Rajya Sabha entry, files and nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Abeen. Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic's rolling coverage on the war in West Asia. Now the latest we're getting is from Azerbaijan. The attack carried out as claimed by Azerbaijan. Now it says that the runway was damaged as a result of some drone strikes on Azerbaijan's Nakhchivan airport is the latest claim made by Azerbaijan. Remember, it's the war is now widening. More and more countries are now getting engulfed in this war. And this is the latest attack carried out as claimed by Azerbaijan, by Iran on their airport. Those are the visuals. In fact, now they've come out and said that their runways have also been damaged in these drone attacks carried out by Iran, according to their claims. Now, viewers, we're getting you visuals of those attacks as well, and the damage carried out on the runways. This is the visual of those attacks and the aftermath of the drone strikes carried out by Iran as per the claims made by Azerbaijan. In fact, these are the visuals from inside the airport. Now, local officials have also reported some injuries to about 2 people. And this is exactly when the attack took place. This is the moment of the attack, viewers, on your screen. All right, viewers, those are the visuals on your screen from Azerbaijan. This is where the attack was carried out as claimed by Azerbaijan, by Iranian drones. And these are the visuals that show you the damage caused by those drone attacks. Some runways, and now Azerbaijan says, have been damaged in these attacks. And this is, in fact, the visual of the runway, which was damaged in the attack carried out by Iran as claimed by Azerbaijan. Now, viewers, what we're looking at on day 6 is more and more countries are now getting engulfed into this war. First, it was the Gulf states, then European countries had to enter, and now we're looking at an attack on Azerbaijan. All right, viewers, now let's get you some top of visuals we're getting from the war zone areas right now. Those are some basic and some most dramatic visuals that have come out from the war zone areas. Let's take a look at them. In fact, starting with, so these are the attacks carried out by Iranian drones near the airport, Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. These are the first visuals, viewers, we're getting on your screen. This is where drones have hit the airport terminal. Several more drones also hit other places. Another drone, in fact, hit Shekarabad village school. So those are the visuals of those attacks carried out. Now, this is the second visual on your screen. All right, viewers, we've got breaking news coming in. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has now spoken to French President Emmanuel Macron today. He says We discussed our shared concerns over the evolving situation in West Asia and the need for a return to dialogue and diplomacy. Prime Minister says we will continue to engage closely and coordinate efforts towards the early restoration of peace and stability in the region. So Prime Minister Modi has been engaging with Gulf leaders as well, and right now he's spoken to French President Emmanuel Macron. He's discussed the evolving situation in the Middle East. He says we will continue to engage closely and coordinate towards effort that lead to restoration of peace and stability in Middle East. In fact, he also says we discussed our shared concerns over the evolving situation in the Middle East and the need for all the warring parties to return to dialogue and diplomacy. So that's the latest statement coming in from Prime Minister. He's already been engaging with the Gulf leaders, and just now we've got some updates regarding his conversation with the French leader Emmanuel Macron. He says he's discussed about the evolving situation in the Middle East. He's also laid out his concerns that how India is now batting for diplomacy for all the warring parties to go back to dialogue and to ensure that there is a restoration of peace and stability in the region. Both the leaders also talked about their shared concerns as the war continues to escalate in West Asia, and we're looking at Prime Minister Modi now holding a conversation with the French President Emmanuel Macron, both the leaders discussing their shared concerns. So viewers, that's the latest we're getting as far as the call between Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron goes. Both the leaders have now discussed their shared concerns regarding the war in West Asia. And now viewers, amid the escalating conflict in the Middle East, tensions are rising inside Tehran as large crowds gather at Englab Square following the death of their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Now at the same time, Indian students stranded in Iran say that the situation on the ground is becoming increasingly dangerous, with several areas once considered safe now witnessing attacks as well. Take a look at this exclusive report from inside Tehran that tells you about the ground situation.
Large crowds gathered at the Englab Square in Tehran, one of the city's central locations. People assembled amid rising tensions as the war in the Middle East continues to intensify. Meanwhile, Indian students stuck in Iran requested the Indian government for evacuation as quickly as possible.
रिलोकेट किया था स्टूडेंट्स को, उन जगहों पर भी अब हमले हो रहे हैं और जो सिटीज़ सेफ थी वहाँ पर भी हमले हो रहे हैं और हम ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ से सब स्टूडेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट किया जाए ताकि सब स्टूडेंट्स सेफ रहें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी तक सब स्टूडेंट्स ठीक हैं, किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुँचा है, लेकिन सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पैनिक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि जिन जगहों पर उनको रिलोकेट किया गया वहाँ पर भी हमले हुए हैं। We request you to evacuate all the students.
Several students were earlier relocated to safer areas, but those locations are also witnessing strikes.
Student from Iran, I request Indian governments from all the students that please evacuate as soon as possible क्योंकि students बहुत ज़्यादा टेंशन में हैं। आपने relocation की थी, relocation जहाँ पे की वहाँ पे भी attacks हो रहे हैं। उर्मिया में कल बहुत ज़्यादा strikes चल रही थी। Students are very worried.
With tensions escalating and attacks continuing across the region, stranded foreign nationals are increasingly seeking evacuation assistance.
And now viewers, the war in West Asia is no longer just escalating. It is now approaching India's strategic neighborhood. Just a few nautical miles into the Indian Ocean, a US submarine has struck an Iranian warship off the southern coast of Sri Lanka. The vessel, identified as Iranian frigate Iris Dina, was returning to Iran from an eastern Indian port when it was hit. Now, dozens of sailors are feared dead. In fact, over 84 bodies have been recovered from the waters. Now, US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has described the operation as quite a death. Here are more details on that. Take a look.
The bodies of 87 Iranian sailors were transported to the Karapitiya hospital in Gale, Sri Lanka. This after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship IRIS Dina 300 kilometers away from Kanyakumari. 32 Iranian sailors were rescued and were being treated at the hospital, and about 60 people are missing. The attack shows the warship being hit by a huge explosion which blew apart the rear of the vessel. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed attacking the Iranian ship off the Indian coast.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Take a look at what Iran's response to this is. Hours after the incident, the Iranian envoy to India also spoke exclusively to Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
The warship IRIS Dina was heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port after completing a joint naval exercise in Visakhapatnam.
While doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area.
With the strike taking place close to India's maritime zone, the widening conflict is right at our doorstep. As more nations get drawn into the crisis, the Indian Ocean is fast emerging as the next flashpoint in an expanding war.
And now viewers, civilians are near targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, shattered glass everywhere and thick smoke, the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of more strikes. One victim captured the devastation simply saying, "All I see are broken windows," a poignant symbol of lives affected by the ongoing war. Now viewers, this comes after Iran launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks across the Middle East, including US military sites in Iraq. Take a look at this detailed report.
براسي إحساسك قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري دكيدي أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو لكوتي كارثة تشي قرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all the windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساسك قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري دكيدي أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو لكوتي كارثة تشي قرصي أو زنقي كهيز دا صلاة نا تدا ببلسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بعض اشتاق دين كأمانة ما كرديه.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. So one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. There's an explosion, and so I quickly jump up, and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion, and so I quickly jump up, and I see like all my windows are broken, and so then I go outside, and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
And now, viewers, tensions in the Middle East are now directly impacting Indian lives and global shipping lanes. As the Iran-Israel conflict escalates, dozens of Indian vessels are now stranded near the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most crucial oil transit routes. Now, to give you some numbers, 36 Indian flagged ships are currently struck across the Persian Gulf. This as Iran moves to block the Strait of Hormuz following the US and Israeli strikes on its military and nuclear sites. These vessels include 6 crude oil tankers, 10 LPG carriers, 1 LNG carrier, 3 container ships and 2 bulk cargo vessels. They're carrying vital energy and commercial cargo. Now, at least 12 Indian ships are also positioned east to the Strait of Hormuz, while 24 remain west of the strait. Alarmingly, 12 Indian vessels are also located dangerously close to the active war zone. The crisis here has also left around 23,000 Indian sailors and maritime workers stranded across the Gulf region. 2 Indian seafarers, including Ashish Kumar and Dalip Singh, have also been killed. This is after an oil tanker Skylight was struck in the Gulf of Oman. Now, viewers, with the Strait of Hormuz handling nearly 1/5 of the world's oil supply, the blockade has triggered a surge in global crude prices and intensified fears of further maritime attacks. So this is the impact we're looking at, not just on global oil supplies, but also specifically on Indian ships which are stranded near the Strait of Hormuz, some also located dangerously close to war zone. All right, viewers, now also getting some breaking news. Heavy destruction has now been reported in Khurramabad, Iran, following the US-Israeli strikes. We're getting you visuals and you can see the extensive damage that has been caused by the US and Israeli strikes on Khurramabad in Iran. You're looking at rescue operations underway. People are taking the injured to some hospitals to get some treatment, but this is the aftermath of the fresh wave of attacks carried out by the US and Israel in Khurramabad. Let's take a look at those visuals. All right, viewers, moving on. The United Kingdom is now continuing defensive air operations across the Middle East. And this comes after a UK airbase in Cyprus was attacked at midnight on 2nd of March. Now, however, the Ministry of Defense has confirmed that Shahid-like drone was in fact not launched from Iran. Nevertheless, the United Kingdom is sending in more reinforcements to strengthen the defense of Cyprus. More details about the extent of UK's involvement in the war in the coming report. Take a look.
The escalating war in West Asia has entered day 6 and more nations are being drawn into it, directly or indirectly. One of the first entrants into the war was the United Kingdom. This after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was bombed on the 2nd of March. Following this, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that Britain is deploying helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and the HMS Dragon to the region. The ship was seen in the dry dock of the Portsmouth harbour in southern England, preparing for its deployment. Listen in to what Starmer has to say on the United Kingdom's role in the ongoing war.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
However, on the 4th of March, the British Ministry of Defence said that the drone that attacked the airbase in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. The statement further said Royal Navy Wildcat choppers will be arriving in Cyprus soon. Meanwhile, RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets are also maintaining defensive air positions in the region. The United Kingdom has also allowed US bombers to use its bases to attack targets in Iran. Starmer has re-emphasized that his priority is the protection of UK nationals.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat, with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
However, as per reports that quote official sources, Britain has not ruled out joining in future strikes against Iranian ballistic missile launch sites. As a result, the United Kingdom's role in the war might drastically increase in the coming days as the war in the Middle East shows no signs of dying down.
Alright viewers, on the other side, Iran says the US and Israel miscalculated and it has inflicted serious damage on their assets.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, चंकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
Iranian ambassador speaks exclusively to Republic TV, accuses United States of America and Israel of preferring war over peace. IRGC claims to have struck United States of America oil tanker near the northern Persian Gulf. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran. Iran says US and Israel miscalculated. Iran claims to have inflicted serious damage. War reaches Indian Ocean. US torpedoes Iranian ship off the Sri Lankan coast in Indian Ocean. Nitish Kumar confirms Rajya Sabha entry, files nomination papers while being accompanied by Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief Nitin Nabi. Getting into breaking news right now with a claim that has been made by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that they've shot down an American F-16 Strike Eagle fighter over the southwestern borders. In fact, this is a claim that has been refuted by the Americans, saying that these are rumors that are basically doing the rounds. But the IRGC has put out an official claim that an F-15 has been struck. In fact, these are pictures that have been put out by the Iranians, where they're essentially saying that an F-15 has been struck. Satellite imagery coming in of Azerbaijan that has also been hit. In fact, Azerbaijan says that they've intercepted ballistic missiles. Just a quick wrap of what we know so far in terms of how things have panned out in the last 24 hours. In fact, we have seen multiple sites that have been targeted by the Iranians. As far as the missiles that have been intercepted over UAE, 128 ballistic missiles have been intercepted so far. In fact, getting in some more details with regards to the attack that has been carried out by the Iranian, where the attack by the Iranian drones that have been carried out in Azerbaijan. In fact, this is a response that is now coming in from Azerbaijan, where they've condemned the act, saying this is a disgusting terrorist act, and stated that those who carried it out should be held accountable. In fact, Azerbaijani armed forces were basically instructed to prepare and implement retaliatory measures after this attack. All units of the Azerbaijani armed forces have been put on high alert. Now, in fact, these are the latest images now coming in of the attack that has taken place. In fact, Iranians haven't really put out an official claim with regards to whether at all this was a ballistic missile that was fired by them.
Viewers, even as the war intensifies in West Asia, Europe is now beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier opposed the war, is now sending a naval warship to the eastern Mediterranean. The Spanish Defense Ministry says the deployment will place its forces alongside a French aircraft carrier and Greek naval ships near Cyprus. Here's a report. Take a look.
The war in West Asia is now entering a new phase, and Europe is beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier called for diplomacy, is now preparing for a military deployment. The Spanish Defense Ministry says Madrid will send a naval frigate to Cyprus. The warship will join a French aircraft carrier group along with naval ships from Greece. The deployment will position European naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. Just miles from the escalating conflict zone, Cyprus has now become a key strategic hub as Western allies position forces around the widening war. UK's Royal Air Force base on the island was attacked earlier. As the conflict deepens and military deployments increase, the West Asia war is now drawing more global powers closer to the front lines.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to a breaking development from the war. Sirens are being heard in Jerusalem city. You can see people, various people, Jews and Arabs and everyone else going to take shelter inside their homes and in shelter houses. These are the visuals on your screens just from today morning, where sirens were heard in Jerusalem city. You can see people scrambling on the streets, running around and going to the quickest shelter possible. At a time when countries are at war, Jerusalem has now sounded sirens of missiles raining. Listen into the ambient sound of this visual to understand what's happening.
Too wide one. Picture the people also.
Viewers, the war in West Asia has entered its sixth day, with Iran now threatening to attack Israel's nuclear plant in Dimona if US and Israel try to effect any regime change in Iran. Amid this escalating war, civilians in a nearby nation are losing their residences and livelihoods. Take a look at this report that gets you all the details into how civilians actually become the pawn dogs of any war possible.
The war in West Asia is showing no signs of slowing down. And civilians in neighboring countries are paying the price as fire rains down from the sky.
So I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Residents of Erbil, the capital of the semi-autonomous Kurdish region in northern Iraq, are waking up to explosions from drones and missiles every day.
So when it first happened, I just look over and I just see glass, all the windows broken. And I go outside to the living room and I just see all the windows are broken and I hear yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see people, a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. It could have been worse.
The drones and missiles are destroying residences and public infrastructure in the Gulf nations, and Iraq, being closest to the epicenter of the war, is bearing the brunt.
Viewers, shifting focus to another breaking development, this time that we're tracking from Lebanon. Now, the Prime Minister of Lebanon is demanding that all individuals connected to the IRGC not only be arrested, but also expelled back to Iran. In fact, in addition, the Lebanese government has cancelled visa-free entry for Iranian citizens, requiring them to now obtain a visa before entering Lebanon. A complete flip in the earlier script of this war that began just 6 days back. Now, the Prime Minister of Lebanon is demanding that all individuals connected to the IRGC be arrested and also expelled back to Iran. This is huge. Now, remember, viewers, it comes in between the skirmish of Hezbollah standing with Iran, standing to defend Iran against Israeli and US aggression. And now Hezbollah, that actually operates out of southern Lebanon, is stranded because the Lebanese government has said no more to these activities. In fact, this also comes as Israel trespassed the borders of southern Lebanon just day before yesterday and entered their territory. Today also drone strikes were reported at military establishments in Lebanon and even Hezbollah establishments. And now the Prime Minister of Lebanon has demanded that all individuals that are connected to the IRGC be arrested and expelled back to Iran. In fact, in addition, the Lebanese government has also cancelled visa-free entry for Iranian citizens, requiring them to now obtain a visa legally before entering the Lebanese territory. This comes as a complete flip in the ongoing war. Viewers, now doesn't take a genius to understand that in any war, in any military aggression between two players, the people who actually get caught in between are the unarmed civilians, both sides of the borders. Now, civilians near the targeted zones in Erbil, Baghdad and other areas describe the terrifying ordeals. Homes shaking violently from explosions, shattered glass everywhere, thick smoke and the smell of gunpowder and the constant fear of more strikes. One victim captured the devastation simply by saying, "All I see are broken windows," a very poignant symbol of lives upended by war, with windows blown out by blast waves from nearby hits on bases that host the US forces. This comes after Iran launched retaliatory missile and drone strikes across the West Asian region, including on US military sites in Iraq, but also civilian and commercial establishments. Take a look.
إحساسك قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري دكيدي أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة تشي قرصي.
So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken, and I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken and I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people.
براسي إحساسك قرص يعني بابتي مادية كنيا بابتي أوي كأتو سفري دكيدي أو كارثة الرودة لوي كتو ليكوتي كارثة تشي قرصي أو زنجي كهيز ده صلاة نا تدا ببرسي نا لانين نا هوكارين هذا بعض اشتاق دين كأمانة ما كرديه.
I just look over and I just like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling. So when it first happened, like I just look over and I just see like glass, like all windows broken. And I go outside to like the living room and I just see like all the windows are broken. And I hear like yelling outside. So I go outside and I just see like people, like a bunch of people. Later I found out there was a drone right there and it was caught in the power lines. So that's why like the explosion wasn't as bad as it could have been. Like it could have been worse. 2:45 a.m. So one of the loudest things I've ever heard of in my life. There's an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I woke up around 2:45 a.m. to one of the loudest bangs I've ever heard of in my life. It was an explosion. And so I quickly jump up and I see like all my windows are broken. And so then I go outside and I just see like a bunch of people, like 20, 30 men, soldiers, who are just, you know, looking for something. I don't know what it is. I think they were looking for the drone.
Viewers, now quickly shifting focus, continuing with what we were discussing, the civilians being caught between the war. Now, in fact, civilians near targeted zones were attacked. In fact, now Iran has come up with certain numbers. Iran has said that about 1,200 civilians have been killed. The death toll has now risen to over 1,200 in the war that's ongoing between Israel, US on one side and Iran on the other. At least 1,200 people have been killed on the side of the Iranian borders. That's the latest statement that has come out from the side of the Iranian authorities. And viewers, remember the death toll in Iran has now crossed the 1,000 mark. The estimated number exactly is near about 12,030. The death toll that is in Iranian side of the border alone. We do not have any more details on the injuries, but the death toll has now crossed the 1,000 mark and has reached a staggering 1,230 as of now on the side of the Iranian border. Now remember, these are the visuals on your screens where the Israeli Defense Forces struck different military bases across Iran. Also, civilian and commercial areas were caught between the crossfire and the constant barrage of missiles. In fact, we also saw visuals of Tehran, the capital city of Iran, being carpet bombed by Israeli Defense Forces. In fact, including various other cities in Iran, which were flattened by Israeli aggression. Viewers, shifting focus, now the United Kingdom is continuing defensive air operations across the West Asian region. This comes after a UK airbase in Cyprus was attacked at midnight on the 2nd of March. However, the Ministry of Defense has confirmed that the Shahid-like drone was in fact not launched from Iran. Nevertheless, the UK is sending in more reinforcement to strengthen its defense of the Cyprus region. More details about the extent of UK's involvement in the war in this upcoming report. Take a look.
The escalating war in West Asia has entered day 6 and more nations are being drawn into it, directly or indirectly. One of the first entrants into the war was the United Kingdom. This after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was bombed on the 2nd of March. Following this, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that Britain is deploying helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and the HMS Dragon to the region. The ship was seen in the dry dock of the Portsmouth harbour in southern England, preparing for its deployment. Listen in to what Starmer has to say on the United Kingdom's role in the ongoing war.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
However, on the 4th of March, the British Ministry of Defense said that the drone that attacked the airbase in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. The statement further said Royal Navy Wildcat choppers will be arriving in Cyprus soon. Meanwhile, RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets are also maintaining defensive air positions in the region. The United Kingdom has also allowed US bombers to use its bases to attack targets in Iran. Starmer has re-emphasized that his priority is the protection of UK nationals.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
However, as per reports that quote official sources, Britain has not ruled out joining in future strikes against Iranian ballistic missile launch sites. As a result, the United Kingdom's role in the war might drastically increase in the coming days as the war in the Middle East shows no signs of dying down.
And with that, viewers, we call it a wrap on this edition of the News Bulletin. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, Iran has said that US and Israel highly miscalculated Iranian claims to have inflicted very serious damage on their military establishments. We're getting you all the details into what's unfolding in West Asia, minute by minute. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
يا نعش يشيل الشيعة سرتنا طاح المرتفع.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a special coverage. The war in Middle East has entered the 6th day. Far from over. In fact, the military conflict has only widened, with Iran now daring United States of America that if it continues, that they are not going to leave any stone unturned. Let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this.
Iran denies targeting Azerbaijan, accuses Israel of carrying out the attacks. Iran maintains chokehold over the Strait of Hormuz, says it is closed for US ally vessels. US-Israeli strikes raise 12,000-seat indoor sports complex in Tehran. Abbas Araghchi says US will bitterly regret precedent it has set by attacking an Iranian vessel in international waters. Iran threatens to target Israel's Dimona nuclear reactor if US and Israel seek to change regime in Iran.
What is it about? Well, the war is no longer just escalating. It is now approaching India's strategic neighborhood. Just a few nautical miles into the Indian Ocean, US submarine has reportedly struck an Iranian ship. In fact, it turns out that it is the same Iranian ship which had participated in International Fleet Review and on the invitation of the Indian Navy also participated in a multilateral exercise called the Miller. On its way back home, that's when the Iranian vessel was struck by a submarine of United States of America. Questions essentially being raised about the strike that has taken place in international waters. Now, as per the Geneva Convention, it happens to be a clear violation. In fact, as we speak, Several sailors have already been rescued by the Sri Lankan Navy, but no official statement yet being released by the Sri Lankans.
The bodies of 87 Iranian sailors were transported to the Karapitiya hospital in Gale, Sri Lanka. This after a US submarine torpedoed the Iranian warship IRIS Dina 300 kilometers away from Kanyakumari. 32 Iranian sailors were rescued and were being treated at the hospital, and about 60 people are missing. The attack shows the warship being hit by a huge explosion which blew apart the rear of the vessel. United States Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed attacking the Iranian ship off the Indian coast.
Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it.
Take a look at what Iran's response to this is. Hours after the incident, the Iranian envoy to India also spoke exclusively to Republic.
Absolutely, we prefer the peace. And unfortunately, they showed open hostility. This is very important.
The warship IRIS Dina was heading back to Iran from an eastern Indian port after completing a joint naval exercise in Visakhapatnam.
While doing search operation, we found people floating on the floating in the water and rescued them. And later on, subsequently, when we inquired them, we found that those people are belonging to the Iranian ship, and we understood that they need prompt medical attention, and we swiftly transferred them to the Karapitiya Teaching Hospital, and right now they are undergoing medical treatment. So we still continue in the search and rescue operation in that particular area.
With the strike taking place close to India's maritime zone, the widening conflict is right at our doorstep. As more nations get drawn into the crisis, the Indian Ocean is fast emerging as the next flashpoint in an expanding war.
Viewers, now keeping on to the tensions in West Asia. UK continues its air defense in West Asian regions. Now, this comes just 2 days after Cyprus was struck. In fact, it houses some of the most vital military bases and facilities of the United Kingdom Royal Air Force.
Well, in fact, Yesu, United Kingdom finds itself in a tight spot, with the Israelis now calling UK Prime Minister as one of the weakest leaders. This comes after a joint statement that was issued by United Kingdom and a few other countries. But the position that has essentially been taken by the United Kingdom seems to have now irked not only the Israelis, but also the Americans.
In fact, they've also said
the escalating war in West Asia has entered day 6 and more nations are being drawn into it, directly or indirectly. One of the first entrants into the war was the United Kingdom. This after a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus was bombed on the 2nd of March. Following this, Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that Britain is deploying helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and the HMS Dragon to the region. The ship was seen in the dry dock of the Portsmouth harbour in southern England, preparing for its deployment. Listen in to what Starmer has to say on the United Kingdom's role in the ongoing war.
American planes are operating out of British bases. That is the special relationship in action. British jets are shooting down drones and missiles to protect American lives in the Middle East on our joint bases. That is the special relationship in action. Sharing intelligence every day to keep our people safe. That is the special relationship in action. Hanging on to President Trump's latest words is not the special relationship.
However, on the 4th of March, the British Ministry of Defense said that the drone that attacked the airbase in Cyprus was not launched from Iran. The statement further said Royal Navy Wildcat choppers will be arriving in Cyprus soon. Meanwhile, RAF Typhoon and F-35B jets are also maintaining defensive air positions in the region. The United Kingdom has also allowed US bombers to use its bases to attack targets in Iran. Starmer has re-emphasized that his priority is the protection of UK nationals.
We need to act, therefore, with clarity, with purpose, and with a cool head. The protection of UK nationals is our #1 priority. And we're taking action to reduce the threat, with planes in the sky in the region, intercepting incoming strikes, deploying more capability to Cyprus, and allowing US planes to use UK bases to take out Iran's capability to strike. What I was not prepared to do on Saturday was for the UK to join a war unless I was satisfied there was a lawful basis and a viable, thought-through plan. That remains my position.
However, as per reports that quote official sources, Britain has not ruled out joining in future strikes against Iranian ballistic missile launch sites. As a result, the United Kingdom's role in the war might drastically increase in the coming days as the war in the Middle East shows no signs of dying down.
The conflict in West Asia is widening, with more countries now stepping into the conflict, and not just from the Gulf region, but also West and the Europe are stepping in now.
Well, in fact, it's no longer just limited to United States of America, Israel and Iran. It seems that other countries have also been dragged in. As far as countries like Australia, Italy and New Zealand are concerned, Australia, along with Italy, have all decided that more warships would be sent across. In fact, this was an announcement that was made by the Italian president with regards to what exactly would be the way forward and how exactly would they be augmenting their position in the area.
Global concern is mounting as the conflict between Israel and Iran threatens to expand beyond the region. Several countries are now mobilizing military assets and emergency response teams to protect their citizens and strategic interests. Australia has deployed military assets to the Middle East as part of contingency planning. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese confirmed that crisis response teams have already been sent to the region.
Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against what is an oppressive regime. Ayatollah Khamenei was responsible for the regime's ballistic missile and nuclear program, support for armed proxies, and its brutal acts of violence and intimidation against its own people. This claimed countless lives in Iran, but also internationally. He was responsible for orchestrating attacks on Australian soil. His passing will not be mourned.
Canberra says the move is aimed at assisting and evacuating around 115,000 Australian citizens if the situation deteriorates. New Zealand has also stepped up preparations. Wellington has ordered 2 military aircraft to the Middle East region.
Well, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've announced that the New Zealand Defence Force is pre-deploying 2 of our new Hercules aircraft into the region at the appropriate time, once it's safe for them to get in there. And so we are urging New Zealanders based in the Middle East to register with Safe Travel and to let us know through that, and also the consular service, if they would like to leave at some stage so they can be taken out of harm's way.
Italy is also addressing the possibility of sending anti-drone defense systems to the region. Meanwhile, European nations are strengthening defenses in the Mediterranean. Britain, France and Greece have deployed air defenses forces to Cyprus after drones targeted the Raf Akturi base on the island. With multiple countries now moving troops, aircraft and defense systems into the region, fears are growing that the Middle East crisis could transform into a much wider international conflict.
Quickly shifting focus to a breaking development that we're tracking now. The US Central Command has issued fresh visuals that are coming in from their strikes in Iranian territories, deep inside Iranian territories, hitting the country's facilities. This is the visual, the video that has been released by US's Central Command. The Iranian regime's ability to impact US forces and regional partners is rapidly declining. That's the statement coming in from US's Central Command.
Well, in fact, the objective of the Americans at this stage is to basically neutralize the entire leadership of the IRGC. And not just that, as far as nuclear facilities are also concerned, there has been a direct attack that has essentially taken place, trying to cripple the ability of the regime to carry forward any nuclear capability for that matter. In fact, as far as the Americans and Israelis are concerned, they are saying that this is just the beginning. In fact, the mission is far from over. In a short while from now, we're expecting some sort of a briefing to take place at the Pentagon, which would essentially give us what has been achieved by US and Israel in the strikes that have been carried out so far. In fact, the Iranians have also put up a strong fight here. They say that their target is simply military bases of United States of America. A strong response really coming in from the Iranian foreign minister after an Iranian ship was basically targeted off Sri Lankan coast. They're saying that the response is going to be harder. The entire focus right now is on who exactly will take over after Ayatollah Khamenei, whether at all it is going to be his son. That's the deliberation that's still going on. In fact, it seems that there is a division of opinion as far as who exactly takes forward, keeping in mind that some reports essentially suggesting that if at all Ayatollah Khamenei's son takes over, that he would be the prime target of the Americans' case.
Right, Shravan. In fact, viewers, let's quickly also take a look at the 10 defining visuals of the war so far. Now, remember, the war that is in its 6th day. These are the 10 most striking visuals that have come in from today that help you understand the gravity of the assault. Now, the first video that we're talking about on your screens, this shows the missile strike that destroyed about 12,000-seat indoor arena at Tehran's Azadi complex. Now, a missile strike that destroyed the entire arena inside Tehran's Azadi Sports Complex on Thursday morning following attacks by the US and Israel. In fact, all sections of this indoor hall and surrounding buildings at the complex were completely flattened. Previously, there were also reports that authorities were using some stadiums and sports venues in various cities to gather and station military and security forces, as well as equipment and vehicles and other armament. Now, let's move on to the second video, the second most defining visual that we're seeing.
Well, in fact, this is a strike that was carried out by United States of America. The Iranian city of Sanandaj, which is near the Imam Ali base in Dushan, which is close to the Kurdish border. In fact, several facilities have now been targeted by the Iranians. Particularly, we are given to understand, which is the IRGC military facilities that have been targeted, Kesu.
Yes, exactly. And moving on to the third visual that we have on your screens. Now, this shows a US oil tanker that was hit by a missile in the northern Persian Gulf. This oil tanker was hit by the IRGC naval forces in the northern Persian Gulf just this morning, and it is currently still on fire. We had previously also stated that based on international laws and regulations, during wartime, the rules of traffic through the Strait of Hormuz will be under the control of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a statement that came out just this morning. In fact, they also threatened that everybody must comply with the restrictions that are being put in place by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, in fact, the other video comes in from Azerbaijan, where the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned the drone attacks that were basically carried out from the territory of Iran. Now, a statement has been issued where the ministry has emphasized that Azerbaijan strongly condemns these drone attacks that have been launched from Iranian territory. Iran, in fact, has denied that it fired a drone on Azerbaijan.
Viewers, this on your screens is the first footage of Israel's F-35 fighter jet being shot down by Iranian fighter jet YAK-130, Yak-130. And this skirmish looks like a dogfight, the visual that's playing on your screens between the US and the Iran coming face to face with their fighter jets.
Fire continues to blaze in Fujairah oil depot in the UAE. The focus has largely been on various ports that have now been targeted by the Iranians. And in fact, it turns out that in the Strait of Hormuz itself, only vessels that are now being allowed to move is essentially coming in from China and Russia. All countries, United States of America as well as Europe, have completely been barred from making any movement in the Strait of Hormuz.
Right, the seventh most defining visual, viewers, on your screens. You can see interceptions of the Iranian missiles. Now remember, even after Israel's Iron Dome being fully applied and being fully capable, Tehran's missiles have still managed to strike through the Israeli airspace. And these are the visuals of interception taking place in live time over the Israeli airspace.
Well, let's now take you through this image coming in where the spokesperson from the Israeli military says that it's Air Force. In fact, this is the ballistic missiles that have been fired is what we are given to understand. And this is coming in from Qom in Iran, where they say that a spokesperson from the Israeli military has said that the Air Force has destroyed a ballistic missile platform that had been preparing to launch an attack. Now, in fact, the IDF has essentially harped on the fact that they are basically striking those facilities which have been preparing to strike Israel and the neighboring countries.
Viewers, now looking at the ninth visual. This is from Bandar Abbas in Iran, where a missile strike can be seen near the IRGC's naval base. Now remember, Israel also said that it is only coming after Iran's military establishments and anything else, any other facility that stands behest the Iranian regime, which Israel is now out to flatten. This is the ninth visual on your screens.
Well, powerful explosions have also been reported near the IRGC. In fact, the IDF strike that has taken place is from Hezbollah. In fact, we've had a confirmation coming in from the IDF that the terrorist cell operating from the headquarters in southern Lebanon was basically eliminated. The 91st Division forces identified several terrorists from Hezbollah terror group entering a building that served as their headquarters in the operational area of the forces in southern Lebanon.
Viewers, now amid the escalating conflict in West Asia, tensions are rising inside Tehran as well, as large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square following the killing of the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. Now also Indian students explain the ordeal of what it means to be stuck in a foreign land in between an ongoing conflict.
Well, in fact, images that have basically come in from Iran clearly goes on to indicate that there is a swelling of crowd in various cities. In fact, not just limited to Tehran, but also other cities like Isfahan, where we have seen large crowds gathering there. Now, this is a report coming in from a partner network, CGTN.
Large crowds gathered at the Engelab Square in Tehran, one of the city's central locations. People assembled amid rising tensions as the war in the Middle East continues to intensify. Meanwhile, Indian students stuck in Iran requested the Indian government for evacuation as quickly as possible.
रिलोकेट किया था स्टूडेंट्स को, उन जगहों पर भी अब हमले हो रहे हैं और जो सिटीज़ सेफ थी वहाँ पर भी हमले हो रहे हैं और हम ये रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि हमें यहाँ से सब स्टूडेंट्स को इवैक्यूएट किया जाए ताकि सब स्टूडेंट्स सेफ रहें। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अभी तक सब स्टूडेंट्स ठीक हैं, किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं पहुँचा है, लेकिन सब स्टूडेंट्स यहाँ पैनिक हो रहे हैं क्योंकि जिन जगहों पर उनको रिलोकेट किया गया वहाँ पर भी हमले हुए हैं। वी रिक्वेस्ट यू टू इवैक्यूएट ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स।
Several students were earlier relocated to safer areas, but those locations are also witnessing strikes.
Student from Iran. I request Indian governments from all the students that please evacuate as soon as possible क्योंकि students बहुत ज़्यादा tension में हैं. आपने relocation की थी, relocation जहाँ पे की वहाँ पे भी attacks हो रहे हैं. उर्मिया में कल बहुत ज़्यादा strikes चल रही थी. Students are very worried.
With tensions escalating and attacks continuing across the region, stranded foreign nationals are increasingly seeking evacuation assistance.
Viewers, now as the war in West Asia continues to snowball, we're getting you minute-to-minute updates into what's happening next. A school in Azerbaijan has been hit. We're getting you all the details of the casualties and those injured. Coming up right after this short commercial break, stay tuned to Republic TV.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट.
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोबूट का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना. लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है. यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ.
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोबूट.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ.
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े. चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहाँ नो टेंशन वहाँ।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Viewers, as the tensions in West Asia continue to remain on a boil, we are now eyeing at another breaking development. Now, Azerbaijan's international airport was under attack, but the twist is the fact that Iran says it did not strike the airport at all. In fact, Iran has blamed Israel for attacking Azerbaijan's airport. In fact, the attack was so lethal, multiple drones rained down on the international airport, with some actually hitting the runway so hard that the asphalt surface was completely damaged and the airport has now been left dysfunctional. Take a look at this.
The war in West Asia is now widening. Azerbaijan says Iranian drones and missiles has struck the territory inside the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. The attack hit Nakhchivan International Airport, located barely 10 kilometers from the Iranian border. Videos show flames and thick black smoke rising near the terminal building as emergency crews rush to the site. According to Azerbaijani sources, one drone struck the airport terminal while others fell nearby, including in Sekharabad village. Azerbaijan's foreign ministry has strongly condemned the attack, saying the drones were launched from Iranian territory and calling it a violation of international law. Authorities said 2 civilians were injured, though local health officials have reported no fatalities so far. For now, Azerbaijan has announced that it is preparing response measures following the drone strikes. Azerbaijan has also summoned the Iranian ambassador, warning that it reserves the right to take appropriate response measures. As the Iran-Israel conflict intensifies, the strike in Azerbaijan raises fears that the war could drag more countries into the crisis.
We were shifting focus to another breaking development, tracking from the same area in Azerbaijan. Now an attack has been reported on a school in Azerbaijan. In fact, in the same area as the international airport, an Iranian drone struck near school building in Azerbaijan. And in the video, you can even hear children screaming moments after the impact hit the ground. Take a listen in to the ambience sound. Viewers, now shifting focus and tracking at what Europe is doing in the middle of this war that has broken out in West Asia. Now remember, Spain, which was earlier against this entire war and was looking to resolve it using dialogue, has now entered the war militarily. In fact, they have said that they're going to send in ships and other warships and military arsenal to protect European interests in the region. In fact, with special focus remaining on Cyprus, that actually houses multiple various facilities extremely important to the United Kingdom and especially to the Royal United Kingdom Air Force. Not just this, Greece, France and various other players have taken their stand on the war. Take a look at this.
The war in West Asia is now entering a new phase. And Europe is beginning to move military assets closer to the conflict zone. Spain, which had earlier called for diplomacy, is now preparing for a military deployment. The Spanish Defense Ministry says Madrid will send a naval frigate to Cyprus. The warship will join a French aircraft carrier group along with naval ships from Greece. The deployment will position European naval forces in the eastern Mediterranean. Just miles from the escalating conflict zone, Cyprus has now become a key strategic hub as Western allies position forces around the widening war. UK's Royal Air Force base on the island was attacked earlier. As the conflict deepens and military deployments increase, the West Asia war is now drawing more global powers closer to the front lines.
Viewers, now let's take a look at the top 10 defining visuals of this war, which has now entered its day 6. Now on your screens is the first visual, which is from Azerbaijan, the same place that we were talking about. A school was hit, an international airport was also hit. In fact, the runway was hit so bad that it's left dysfunctional for now. This is an Iranian drone which fell and was intercepted right when it met the ground.
Well, in fact, this is the F-35 that has been shot down by an Iranian fighter jet. In fact, this is a response that has come in from the IDF, which essentially indicates yet another time that an F-35 has been used to strike down an Iranian aircraft.
Viewers, now moving on to the third visual that we're tracking. This comes from Fujairah in the UAE. Now massive fire rages on at an oil depot. Now remember, whether it was Saudi Arabia, whether it was the UAE, Qatar, oil and energy has been at the center of this conflict, where various oil refineries have been knocked down by Iranian missiles. And this is just one example that comes from UAE.
Well, in fact, this comes in from Iran, where a massive US-Israeli airstrike has taken place. In fact, this is the 17th round of firing that has been done from the Israelis. In fact, they say that not just the military bases, also bases where they believe that the leadership of the IRGC is present, now being targeted.
Viewers, now this is the fifth video. You can see interceptors halting the Iranian missiles. Now Israel's Iron Dome, one of the finest when it comes to locking in and to protect against air raids, was also switched on just on day 1. And now that the war is in day 6, certain missiles from Tehran have managed to completely come through the Iron Dome. And these are the visuals of those missiles being intercepted.
Well, this comes in from Doha, where earlier today the Qatar Defense Ministry has indicated that over 150 ballistic missiles have now been intercepted. These are explosions that have taken place in residential areas. And not just that, the airport has also been targeted by the Iranians in the last few days.
The seventh visual that we have for you comes from Qom in Iran. Now, strikes have been reported on major Iranian air defense systems. Also, completely remains with the fact that Israel and US had said that they are not just coming in for the regime to be toppled, but they are looking to flatten everything that belongs to the Iranian regime.
Well, the next video comes in from Bandar Abbas, the port city in Iran, where we are given to understand that a missile strike has taken place at the IRGC naval base. In fact, the naval base has also been activated to ensure that they keep a close watch on vessels that are essentially moving along the Strait of Hormuz.
Viewers, this on your screens is a visual from the Persian Gulf, where US ship has launched missiles against Iran. Now remember, this war has also entered the waters. Just yesterday in the Indian Ocean, a US submarine actually downed an Iranian frigate with a torpedo attack.
The last video now comes in from Tehran, where we are given to understand that residential areas have also been targeted. Not just that, the Iranian leadership has largely indicated that an attempt has been made by the Israelis to wipe off Iranian cultural heritage.
Viewers, as the war expands across the West Asian region, now NATO has claimed that it struck down a ballistic missile in the Turkish airspace. They have said that it was fired by the Iranian military, and it also crossed areas including Iraq and Syria.
Well, in fact, NATO all this while hasn't made an official statement with regards to where do they really stand in terms of defending the NATO country. But for the first time, we are essentially looking at an interception that has been done by a NATO country. Iran maintains that it did not fire any missiles as far as Turkey is concerned. And also, earlier today, there were reports that had come in that missiles were intercepted over Azerbaijan. Two countries where Iran says that they haven't fired. One happens to be Turkey and the other Azerbaijan.
A ballistic missile allegedly fired by Iran was shot down by NATO air defense systems while heading towards the Turkish airspace. The Turkish president has said he is in constant touch with the NATO following the attempted strike.
Bu sabahki olayda olduğu gibi NATO müttefiklerimizle yakın istişare içinde her türlü önlemi alıyoruz ve anında gerekli müdahalede bulunuyoruz. Bir daha benzer hadiselerin yaşanmaması için de uyarılarımızı en net biçimde yapıyoruz.
However, Irani forces have denied firing of any missiles towards Turkey, emphasizing that they respect the country's sovereignty. While it was not clear what the target of the
right plan for our economy. As the Chancellor said on Tuesday, we're sticking to that plan so we can cut energy bills and help keeping families with the cost of living and helping them. We also have the right plan for our energy supplies, building up clean British energy like never before, decreasing our dependence on volatile international markets, and creating the energy security and independence that we need. Faced with this new geopolitical crisis, the sad fact is that some will try to use it to divide us. That's why the government is reaching out to communities across the United Kingdom, Jewish and Muslim alike, making sure that communities and places of worship have appropriate protective security in place. But look, as a nation, we should come together in this moment. Those citizens that are stuck in the region, scared and in need of help, come from all backgrounds. The armed forces who protect them come from all backgrounds too. We are united by our common humanity and our love of this country. This conflict could continue for some time. So I want you to know that your government is resolute in our response, at home and abroad. We will do everything we can to protect British lives, uphold British values, and safeguard the national interest. Thank you. And now I'll take some questions. And I've got Chris, BBC first, please.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason at BBC News. Can you address directly those at home and abroad who see your response and see indecision, prevarication and a lack of preparedness? Thank you.
Yes, let me address that, because, as I said a moment ago, we started pre-deploying to the region in January and February, particularly to Cyprus and Qatar, and that was fighter jets, air defence missiles, advanced radar and anti-drone systems. Now, we did that during the course of 8 or so weeks. We did that in conjunction with the US and with our allies, and we continue to bolster the capability that we have there to keep our people safe. So there's been a lot of pre-planning gone into this, a lot of pre-deployment that's gone into this, and I'm satisfied that we can keep our people safe, and we're working very hard to make sure that wherever people have registered their presence, we can help them with the information that they need and the support they need, and get them back to the United Kingdom as quickly and as safely as possible. Thank you, Chris. Robert Peston, ITV.
Yeah, Robert Peston, ITV. Prime Minister, I was very struck by your choice of words. You said that you stand by what you called your initial decision not to join the offensive operations of Israel and America against Iran. Does that mean that decision is subject to review? You're concentrating at the...
Getting in some more breaking news now. West Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose has resigned. He resigns after 3.5 years in office. This is a statement that has been issued by the Lok Bhavan. In fact, we are yet to get a confirmation as to why exactly has the Bengal governor resigned. In fact, this comes at a time when C.V. Anand Bose, in fact, has been at loggerheads with the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. In fact, time and again, we have seen the Lok Bhavan essentially being accused by the sitting Chief Minister that it has become a political office. These were some of the allegations that C.V. Anand Bose had to face while he was the governor of West Bengal. In fact, this is after 3.5 years that he has been in office. Let me also bring in my colleague Kishore, who's joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Kishore, any reason that has been cited by the Lok Bhavan as to why exactly has the Bengal governor resigned?
Well, Shawan, as of yet, no reasons have been cited. Only we are getting to know from Lok Bhavan sources that some personal reasons are there for which the governor has decided to resign from his post in West Bengal. Now, governor is right now in Delhi. C.V. Anand Bose is in New Delhi right now. And he has also, according to sources, met Amit Shah this time during his visit. However, with the breaking news is right now, West Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose has resigned from his post just a month before the elections to begin. And also, we are getting to know that he has cited personal reasons for this resignation that he has already submitted. Now, we know that the West Bengal governor, as you were rightly pointing out, Shawan, was at loggerhead with the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and he has been pointing out how democracy has been again and again attacked and destroyed in West Bengal. That is what he has been saying. In a lot of cases, he personally went to meet the victims who were in fact targeted by the TMC goons, according to the BJP. So we saw the governor also stood by political violence victims. So now this same person has resigned. C.V. Anand Bose has decided to resign from his post, and now he has cited personal reasons for it. We have to look for further information.
Right, Kishle, thanks very much for joining us on that. In fact, viewers, with that, we're shifting focus to a quick breaking development that we're tracking at this hour. Now, a powerful explosion has been heard at the ammunition depot, which belongs to the Iranian army in Bushehr, which is a port city in southern Iran. Now, the conflict in West Asia is widening, with strikes and counterstrikes being exchanged between Israel and Iran. And in the latest, Iranian army's ammunition dump has been hit. Look at the visuals on your screens. Huge plumes of smoke going up in the air. Remember, this is not any residential or commercial building or even a general military establishment. This is an ammunition depot of the Iranian army. This will not just cost the Iranian army in terms of their armament that could be deployed in the war, but also safeguards Israel's interests.
Well, in fact, we're also getting in some more breaking news right now. We'll try and put this out in a short while from now. I'm given to understand that the Indian Navy has also stepped in as far as the rescue operation of IRS Dina. In fact, we're trying to get in more details right now. We'll try and see if we can quickly put this out. I've just been told that Indian Navy is now participating in the search and rescue operation of IRS Dina. And in fact, this is after the distress call that was received. Now, this is the big news coming in that the ship, which was basically operating 20 nautical miles west of Fathali in the SAR region under Sri Lankan responsibility, Indian Navy has also carried out its SAR efforts, commencing with a long-range maritime patrol aircraft, which has been put into place. We'll try and put this out in a short while from now, while we stay with these images that are coming in from Iran. That's a big news coming in. Indian Navy has joined the rescue operation in Sri Lanka. That's the big news coming in, and these are the details. In fact, we'll see if we can just quickly put this out, because as I understand, it seems that there have been multiple deployments that have also been done. While we stay with these images coming in from Iran, we'll see if we can put this breaking news coming in. The breaking news with regards to Indian Navy. Now, this, as you see on your screens, these are powerful explosions that have taken place in Bushehr. On your screens right now, we're hoping that to put out the details, Indian Navy has joined the rescue operations here. So, in fact, this is what the Indian Navy is saying, that they launched the search and rescue efforts, commencing with a long-range maritime patrol aircraft. Another aircraft with air-droppable lift rafts have also been kept for standby for immediate deployment. INS Tarangini has, which was operating in the vicinity, was deployed and aiding the rescue efforts, and they arrived in the search area. In fact, by this time, the SIR had already been undertaken by Sri Lankan Navy and other agencies. In fact, it seems that there is another vessel that has been moved by the Indian Navy, that is Ikshak, which has sailed from Kochi, and they are now carrying out the rescue operation. So that's a massive development now taking place. Indian Navy has stepped in. We are looking at maritime patrol aircraft that has also been moved up. And apart from that, a vessel, that is INS Ikshak, that has also been brought in.
Indian naval ship the Rangini and Ikshak now stepping in for the rescue of IRIS Dena, Iranian naval frigate that was shot down by a US submarine torpedo just yesterday in the waters of the Indian Ocean off of a coast near Sri Lanka. Now remember, India was hosting the frigate for a naval show just a day before it was shot down and sliced from between using a US submarine torpedo. In fact, at least 87 Iranian sailors aboard the frigate have been declared dead.
Well, in fact, a lot of questions were essentially raised about whether at all India should basically put out any further statement following the action that was taken by United States of America. Now it's quite clear that the Indian Navy, like always, has immediately responded to the crisis that has unfolded in our backyard. That's all that we could pack in this edition.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Viewers, the war in West Asia has entered its 6th day, with Iran now threatening to attack Israel's nuclear plant in Dimona if US and Israel try to effect any regime change in Iran. Amid this escalating war, civilians in a nearby nation are losing their residences and livelihoods. Take a look at this report that gets you all the details into how civilians actually become the pawn dogs of any war possible.
The war in West Asia is showing no signs of slowing down.